Okay. We are live, but we are not live. Hello, everyone. What's going on in here? Just... Okay. We are live now. Sorry. It always happens when we are live, right? Hello, everyone, and welcome for the second part of the Cloud Luncheon Run Marathon. I hope you guys are enjoying the events as much as we are. And now we have basically a new moderator. Steven Simon just finalized his parts about moderating. He definitely did a great job by moderating some of the great sessions we delivered in the morning. And then now we have Marcia with us. It will be your hosts in the next few hours. Hi, Marcia, how are you doing?
Hi, guys. How are you doing? I'm very excited to be here.
So, Marcia, before we introduce our speaker, right? Maybe we need to share some information with the audience about the event, including the registration, right?
So yes, that's very important. So if you haven't signed up just yet, just make sure you check in, and you can sign in on the link. We're going to post it right now for you, and make sure you make yourself present so you're registered, so you know you're here. And you can also don't forget, we have the prizes in the end. So if you don't know, if you're not here, somebody might win it in your place.
Exactly. So it's all about every session that you are attending, definitely register to the session, so then you have a chance to win prizes. So Marcia will share the link with you, and yes, she will be your host for the next few hours. So maybe I'll let you introduce the speaker, Marcia. Are you happy with that?
Yes, just give me 1 second. I'm just pop in the link there for them. And actually, I can't see the option here in comments to post that.
Don't worry. I will share the link with them. And here it is. So the link is in the chat. So just to basically allow you to register to this session and consequently confirm your attendance. Okay, it's here in the chat as well. Okay, it's all good. So given that, I think we are happy to introduce our speaker, right, Marcia?
Yes, we're good to go. Just so I know, I can't see the option on the comments for me to place anything for them in the chat.
Okay, maybe we can review that later if it's okay to you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So given that, let's welcome Andre, okay? Because Andre will basically explain to us all we need to know about Azure Synapse Analytics, right, Andre?
Okay, yes. So thank you, Marcia. We'll try to have an interesting session and hopefully interactive as well. If you have any comments, please ask them in the chat. Any kind of questions, etc., please ask them in the chat. I've been noticing that there is a delay of about maybe 1 minute, something like that, between what we see in the questions in the chat and what we actually see on this side. But bear with us, and we will try to answer all of those questions as best as we can.
Yeah, great.
Okay, so I think we're good to go.
Okay. So all I need now is to share the screen and get started.
Marcia, can you just add the screen of Andrea to the stream so we can proceed with the presentation?
Yes, just give me 1 second. Always happens, right?
Guys, be patient, okay? We are we are all doing our best.
Doing that for the first time, so.
Okay,
Yes.
while we're waiting, let me just say that I have pizza here for everyone. So yeah,
Yes.
it is pizza. I will try not to eat it now because it will be terrible if I try to eat it now. You shouldn't talk with your mouth full and things like that. But in any case, it is a pizza with pineapple. So for
Nice.
everyone joining us that likes pineapple, please say hey, thank you very much. If you don't like pineapple, well, I don't care.
Okay, so
are you good to go, Marcia? Can you please enable the screen? Okay, I will enable for you. Don't worry. So,
okay,
Andre,
here we go.
are you happy to share the presentation,
Okay.
please?
Yeah, that's okay. So we are a few minutes late, but that's okay. This screen was supposed to be before this, but that's all right. So anyway, I wanted to mention that my cat, which is this cat that you see on the screen, might actually show up and do some commenting about Azure, because my cat, every time that there is a demo about Azure, will actually say something. This is actually a running joke that I've been using to at the beginning of my sessions. I think that it's much funnier to do it with cats and with funny things. And obviously today's session is not going to be an exception. We're going to talk about gray cells and things like that. So obviously you're going to get the equivalent of a mustache guy actually talking about murders and things like that. No, I'm kidding. We're trying to use some flat earther team, which doesn't have any gray cells. I think that's easier just at this moment. Anyway, the session today is about using your gray cells, and maybe not your own gray cells, but Azure's gray cells, using something called Synapse Analytics, which is a new product that was officially released in November this year, but it was announced November 1 year ago. So in between then, there was something called a pandemic, and for some reason, for a whole year, this was just marinated there. Some people could use it a bit. This was okay, but didn't really see that much about it for a whole year. But now everyone is talking about this, and this is a great time to actually learn what this is all about. So first of all, my name is André Melancy, as you can see here, and I am talking in the Cloud Lunch and Learn Marathon today. And as I mentioned just before, I do have some pizza here to eat, so I'm not sure if the transparency will work. The pizza does have some pineapple on it, so if you don't like it, that's too bad. I'm the one eating it. I don't care. But in any case, we will try to have a session with only one slide, and all of the rest is going to be demos. Okay, and these can go terribly well or terribly wrong. I have no idea. In any case, we are being joined by Marcia, who's moderating. And first of all, thank you very much, Marcia, for helping us out. If there is any questions, feel free to ask those questions out loud. If someone has questions in the chat, I will also try to monitor the chat. But as I mentioned just before the session was starting, this might take 1 or 2 minutes for the questions to arrive at my let's call it interface. So it might be a bit difficult for me to answer real time, but I will definitely try to answer all of the questions that you ask me, wherever you are viewing this from. Okay. Obviously, if this is live, if this is recorded later on, you can just contact me on social media and things like that. Anyway, I obviously have a sponsor slides, and if this was in person, these people who are the sponsors would actually sponsor the food and would be happy to have some foods. But sadly, this is virtual food, so that means you eat at your own house. Bring your own foods. That's the definition nowadays in this last year. But hopefully this will change in the near future, and people will have in-person meetings and try to do this with actual foods next to us and have some fun in person. As I mentioned, my name is André Melancia. You can go to andy.pt and see some of my contacts. This is a very small website, but still works. You can reach me on LinkedIn, on Facebook, other things like that. But in any case, this is me. And obviously, yesterday I actually had a haircut, so you can tell that there isn't that much hair anymore. And I did have a haircut that looks like that, although that photo is about 1 year old. And if you are at home, typically you need to have that kind of hairstyle because you cannot go in person to a place. Although yesterday I did go in person, but the result was pretty much the same. Anyway, this is the only slide I have for you. All of the rest I will try to use as demos, but even this I will try to share this information with you as a link. So instead of actually looking at this like this, which is very nice and everything, I will give you an actual address. So I know that some of you are watching this live, others might be watching this a few minutes later, or maybe a few hours, a few days, a few not years later, but you have this address here. So just for reference, Microsoft has docs.microsoft.com. Just go there, Azure architecture, and then example scenario, data, blah, 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 blah. So this whole link over here, which I will leave this up for you to see. Anyway, the part that I wanted to show you here, and this is just one out of many things in the Azure Architecture Center. So have a look, because you will probably be able to see a lot of different scenarios using Azure Synapse Analytics everywhere. But this is just one of the examples which you can have a look. Now, I'm going to jump into the actual image, just the image, but there is a lot of explanation how these things actually work in terms of text here. So feel free to have a look at the actual texts, and this will be interesting for you to understand exactly how this architecture works. But let's just stick to the visuals that we have here and try to understand what this is. Now, obviously, you have a lot of things coming in terms of data. So let's say you have things coming in which can be coming in from a relational database. This is a very typical scenario. This can be coming in from IoT devices, from mobile devices. Any kind of thing would be okay for you to connect with, and actually get data in. But typically you have two types of data. You have the data that you already have stored somewhere, and you have the data that comes in streaming in real time. Both of these can actually go inside Azure Synapse Analytics. There are different ways to actually consume this kind of information, but technically you can. One of them is to actually pre-process this with something that has a slightly different name, which is called Stream Analytics. And this can be confusing at times because these names don't look that much different, but Stream Analytics does something completely different, which is just processing data in real time and then sending the data out to somewhere. And that somewhere can be the Synapse Analytics workspace. And we will actually focus on what's inside of this big rectangle here with a slightly different color. Now, what you have here is something called the Synapse Analytics workspace. So what is this? Well, inside of the Synapse Analytics workspace, you can have a lot of content inside. One of them is that you can have your own dedicated SQL pools. And if you remember, maybe 2 years ago, there was something called Azure SQL Data Warehouses, which were basically SQL databases that were stored in different infrastructure, which instead of just being a normal SQL database, this was an infrastructure that had all the way up to 60 logical nodes where you can store the information inside. Well, the 60 different nodes are still there. There's no change there, although physically those nodes can actually be joined together in less physical nodes, but they are still 66 logical nodes where you store information inside. And that guarantees that when you have a query, let's say a petabyte query, you have some data inside your dedicated SQL pool, or if you just want to call it data warehouse database or data warehouse pool, all of these names are still perfectly valid nowadays. But if you have your own dedicated SQL pool, in that case, you can store, let's say, petabytes of information in a perfectly normal tables that you can use with SQL queries, and these queries are exactly the same as the ones you have for SQL Server. So these work fully compatible. You can connect to it using Management Studio. We'll see that in a bit, or Azure Data Studio, or Visual Studio, or any other tool that can connect to port 1433, which is the SQL Server communication protocol, the TDS communication protocol. Anyway, with the dedicated SQL pool, let's say you have 1 petabyte of information, you can divide it into multiple different nodes, which are 60 different nodes in total. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about that. That's a bit more about optimization specifically for dedicated SQL pools, but basically you can divide the information into a round-robin format. So that means that every new record that comes in, you divide it into the 60 different nodes. You can also divide those records into a hash, and that's the focus of optimizations that we won't get a lot into, but basically just to say that if you store information as a hash, let's say as a hash based on a certain fields, then if you have 2 tables and you want to join the 2 tables together in a query, if both of these use the exact same field as a hash, that means you don't have to move the information around between all of those nodes, and the information is already there, so it makes it very easy for you to do quick queries. Okay, remember that those dedicated SQL pools, I don't have a slide for this, but basically those dedicated SQL pools are 60 different logical nodes, and then 1 big control node that receives the requests, sends the requests to the nodes, controls the nodes, and then gathers all of the information from the nodes and sends it out. If you have 1 node that's very slow, all of the query is going to be very slow. If you have all of the nodes operating very quickly, then the information flows very quickly to the control nodes, and then it sends it out to the user. So that's the ideal scenario. You can also use something that's called Polybase. You probably heard of this. And Polybase is something that you can use actually not just in the dedicated SQL pools, also serverless as well. You can use something called Polybase to send information into these SQL pools or out of these SQL pools at any time. For instance, you can send the information to a storage account or a data lake account. Nowadays, these are pretty much the same with small differences. You can send the information from a file on one of those data lakes all the way up to those dedicated SQL pools at any time. Okay, or vice versa. So this is very easy. We also can connect things like Cosmos DB into Synapse Analytics using something called Synapse Link, which will probably in the future be expanded to a lot of different technologies as well. But for now, this can be used for things like storage accounts and data lake, which are basically pretty much the same thing, but also to things like Cosmos DB, Azure Data Explorer, and in the future, probably a few more. So let's see what happens in that near future. Besides your dedicated SQL pool, which is basically a data warehouse database that you have stored somewhere with those 60 logical nodes, but you can still access them as a normal database in Management Studio, etc. You also have something called the Serverless SQL pool. Now, what's the difference between the 2 of these? Well, the dedicated SQL pool actually stores data, so you can store data inside, so that's obviously relevant, but the serverless, because it is serverless, it only consumes money from you every time you actually use it, every time you do a query. But that also implies that you cannot store information there, okay? At least not in the way that they implement this. What you can actually have is to create something called an external table, and the information is not physically in the serverless pool, it's actually somewhere else. So you're basically still creating a database, but it's not a real storage database. You don't really store anything inside. You just have information being linked to somewhere else. Okay, if you remember maybe 20 years ago when we used Access to access information in places like SQL databases, Excel, etc., you can actually do linked tables. So this is pretty much the same thing as using a linked table, although with steroids and a completely different way of handling things. In my case, I will try to demo this as much as possible, but obviously the demo gods usually complain a lot when something and something might actually go wrong. So let's see how this can go either well or not well. So let's see what happens. Anyway, let's see another thing which is also part of Synapse Analytics, which is your Spark pools. Now, Spark is not new in Azure. You had Spark using HD Insight. You can also create this on virtual machines by yourself, but this is just a lot of crazy work no one really wants to do. You can also create that using HD Insights, and those you can create a Spark cluster just by clicking a few clicks. If you look for Azure HD Insights, when you search in Azure, you will be able to find it and install it if you want to, although that's a bit obsolete nowadays if you consider all of the new functionality that you have in things like Databricks and Synapse Analytics, which are much better to handle Spark and Spark clusters. Okay, now they call them Spark pools here, but you can call them Spark clusters if you prefer, or Spark instances, or whatever name you want. They call everything pools here, so it's a lot of things related to water for some reason. Don't ask, but they could have called them simply Spark clusters, which would be an easier way to reference them. If you go to things like Databricks, obviously you know that Databricks, you can have Spark pools inside, or Spark clusters in this case, and you can do things like ETL, you can do things like machine learning, etc. With Synapse Analytics, you can do everything that you could do in Databricks, but with less cost, because Databricks has an overhead costs of licensing because it is licensed to a company called Databricks. But with Synapse Analytics, this is full Microsoft technology, and in that case, you can deploy your Spark pools, and all you have to pay for is the virtual machines where the Spark is actually running on. So the price is actually much cheaper than if you are using Databricks. Now, with Spark pools, you can process a lot of information. You can do machine learning. You can do ETL. You can do whatever you want. Technically, in these SQL pools, dedicated or serverless, you can also do ETL. So you can prepare data. You can do queries. You can do views. You can do whatever you want. So you can do store procedures to prepare data in any kind of way. So both of these, or all three of these, actually can actually handle ETL processes, although in many cases you probably heard of something called Azure Data Factory that does most of the ETL nowadays in Azure. Now you have on premises, if you used SQL Server in the old days, and still now if you still want to, you use something called SQL Server Integration Services, and this was a great place for you to do a lot of workflows to say, okay, start your data warehouse, put things there, process things, and then extract things to somewhere else, create an analysis services model or something like that, and then visualize the data somewhere else. Okay, nowadays with Power BI, a lot of things have been made simple. For instance, nowadays people don't use analysis services that much because if it is tabular, you can just send things to inside Power BI immediately. And yes, although Power BI Premium is actually listed here, it can be just normal Power BI that you have, like say Power BI Pro license that any user can have, and make it a bit cheaper. It doesn't have to be Power BI Premium. Okay. In any case, if you are using ETL for your processes, which makes perfect sense, Synapse is the ideal scenario for this. One of the solutions that you can do is to use the equivalent of Data Factory. So Data Factory is a technology that exists that creates something called pipelines, which are basically the equivalent of integration services control flows. So basically each box is an activity or a task that you can run, and then inside of those tasks you can run things like data flows and actually copy data from A to B, from source A to destination B, and things like that. Okay, so that's also fairly easy to do, but in any case, we will try to demo this as much as possible given our time constraints. Now, with Synapse Analytics, you have pipelines, and pipelines are the equivalent of what you have in Data Factory, but physically inside your Synapse Analytics workspace. So basically, if you were using Data Factory, you already know how to use these pipelines. It's literally the same. The interface looks the same. Everything looks the same. The names are the same. All you have to do is to use it from inside of Synapse Analytics with a few extras which are available for Synapse Analytics. Okay. If you don't know what it is, this is a great place for you to get started with it. And then you can tell everyone you already know how to use Azure Data Factory as well, because if you know how to use pipelines here and data flows, then you can say to everyone that you also know how to use Azure Data Factory. Okay, so all of these technologies are actually mixed together in a lot of ways. For instance, there's another technology that you can use, not so much for ETL, obviously, but for machine learning, which is Azure Machine Learning. That's the actual name of the thing, and you can use that. That actually doesn't use Spark, but that can be used for you to store, for you to process information, and then do training using machine learning, using, for instance, Python, or in the future maybe R, something like that. If you use Synapse Analytics, you can do the exact same thing, although this is based in Spark Pool. So technically they run inside of a Spark cluster or Spark Pool, but you can still run Python, you can still run R, you can even run .NET. So if you want to run ML.NET, that is technically possible for you to run inside of Synapse Analytics, okay? So anyway, there's a lot of ins and outs going into Synapse Analytics and out of Synapse Analytics. All of these are especially easy because Microsoft makes it a lot of work to make sure that all of these can be done using graphical interfaces, etc. Some of these you can use code, but let's keep it simple. Let's use the graphical interface. I'm a lazy person. Hopefully everyone on the other side is also lazy a bit, and we'll try to do it in a graphical way, but there are APIs, there are other ways for you to do this with code if you really want to. I'm not going to go in a lot into things like DevOps, but there are ways to automate a whole bunch of things like this. For instance, if you are using Data Factory or pipelines, you can automate those pipelines if you'd like. In the case of all of the content that you run here, in terms of notebooks or in terms of actual code, even, you can also apply DevOps to this. But this is not a session about DevOps, so we'll not cover that part. We'll just talk about the actual nice interface and things like that. Okay, there is much more in the slide, so have a look at the actual website. So the website is this one. Let me show you this once again so that you can see this even later on when the video is published, okay? But in any case, let's attack this. And the first thing you need to have, and this seems obvious if you are in a cloud event, but in any case, let's mention this just none the same. If you go to Azure.com, you will need an Azure account. You will need a subscription to pay for things. You can try Azure for free, so you can just click here, Azure for free, and this is immediately free for you so that you can start it in a very easy way. All you have to do is you get a certain amount of credits. This will be the equivalent of this, the equivalent of maybe $200, 100 and something euros, maybe 170 euros, something like that. I have no idea, but it's something equivalent to this exact value. And for 30 days, you have that for free that you can spend any way you want. After 12 months, you get a few services for free. For instance, I'll quickly mention Cosmos DB. That's actually available for free if you want to. If you use the minimum tier, same with SQL databases that I'll try again as well. And for storage accounts that I'll also use and data lakes, up to a certain amount of size, no idea what it is, but something like 5 gigabytes, which is more than enough for testing. You get that for free for SQL databases. If you use DTUs and up to 10 DTUs, that means it's free for you for 12 months. So just use it. Cosmos DB 400 request units minimum, that will make it free. So just try to use it and we'll have some fun with this. Okay. Anyway, let me just check. So Marcia, if there are any questions, feel free to ask. Okay. Feel free to interrupt and ask because when I'm seeing this, I'm actually not seeing those questions. So if there are any questions, please interrupt, no problem. Okay. Anyway, once you create your Azure account, you go to something called let me get rid of this one. You go to something called your dashboards or your Azure portal. So in my case, I have dashboards, but it could be the home as well. But you go to portal.azure.com, and when you are here, you can have something that looks so nice like this, or you can change it any way you want. Now, I've created my Synapse Analytics workspace, and I've created a Cosmos DB account already. I also have some SQL databases and storage accounts, etc. I've created most of this. I will only show you how to create a Synapse Analytics workspace, but with all of the others, just follow the exact same type of wizards, and this is fairly simple to do. Okay, so let's say +, and then you can just say Synapse Analytics, and you say Azure Synapse Analytics to create this. So that's the easy part. Just make sure that everything that you create, and I'm going to demo everything, it's all belongs to Microsoft, but there's going to be names which are very similar, which are from third-party companies. And if they don't say Microsoft here, you are looking at the wrong thing. Okay, so please be careful about that. But everything else, let's go for this. So anyway, I need to create this with a certain account, and I need to create a resource group. So let me go and use one of the resource groups I already have. Okay, so I've created a resource group exclusively for this talk. So everything that I've created inside of this resource group. Because this is Synapse Analytics, they also need an extra resource group. So you need to add another resource group to the thing, so that you add some, other objects that are auxiliary to the Synapse Analytics, but they will create this in a separate resource group. So give it whatever name you'd like. Okay, so things like dinosaurs are a myth. Okay, so things like that. Yeah, this is a gray cell session. Don't expect anything intelligent to come out of this. Anyway, workspace name, let's call it no gray cells, make them green or something like that. I'm actually not going to create the thing, don't worry. Okay, okay, so it's actually lowercase. So they will complain that this has to be lowercase. So lowercase gray cells name. Okay, so it has to be in lowercase. Then you have to select the region. Please be careful, because nowadays with COVID, and especially in regions where COVID is being extreme and people are working from home, you might have some difficulty deploying some of these. So if you do, try this in a different region. But in any case, if you are physically in Europe, West Europe is probably going to be your best option for this. If you are elsewhere in the world, then in that case, I have no suggestions. I am from Portugal, so I have no idea what the best areas are outside of Europe. Anyway, then you need to create an account name, so you can either create a new one or use one that exists. In my case, I already have one data lake. By the way, I didn't mention the differences between data lake and storage accounts. Now, both of these are basically the same if you are using version 2 of both of these, and these are the ones that you should be using. However, a data lake is actually a bit more optimized, because it has an index on all of the files that you store there, plus all of the files are stored hierarchically in directories. Okay, if you have just a storage account, although the files have slashes in the name, these are still part of the name, not actually directories or folders, if you prefer. Okay, so data lake in that sense is a bit more optimized. There's also reasons related to security that make data lake a bit more optimized, because you can have more granular security and inherit security on directories and then on files and things like that. So you can use POSIX style permissions. But in any case, let's ignore the rest of the things and just assume both of these work as expected. Okay, anyway, you need to create a blob container for the data lake, and in this case I have one already with a few examples, and these are basically CSV files and Parquet files that I'm just going to use. Okay, anyway, next part is about security. And this is important, although for our demo, we're not going to care much about security, but security is important. So please make sure that when you do this, not for testing, but for production, that this is well secure. Now, the first thing you need to do is admin username. Don't use this one, because everyone knows that this is going to be the username people are going to use. So just use some username like, flat earther. Okay, so people who believe the earth is flat. Okay, there are some valid points to that. None of them is really true, but that's the different story. And then you add some password. I'm not going to do that now, okay? Because in the end, I'm not going to save it. It's already there, because it will take about 10 minutes. Okay, and then let's go to networking. Now, I'm allowing connection from all IP addresses so that I can play around with this nicely. Okay, but in your case, if you want to guarantee security, you should remove this and put this inside of some virtual network. Okay, so in this case, you need to limit this a bit. Now, this wizard, let's call it like that, is a bit limited into the kind of things that you can define here. But once this is created, you can go there and limit this a bit more. For now, let's assume that all IP addresses are okay temporarily. Okay, you can change this in the future, but for demo purposes, this is more than enough. And then in the end, if this was okay, this is going to be all red, but if this was okay, you could click the create button. Okay, now I've done this already. So let's go to my dashboards, and let's assume that I've done this already, and I've actually pinned this to the dashboard, because you can go here, and then once this is created, you can say pin to dashboards. Okay, and Synapse Analytics pin to dashboard. I've also created a Cosmos DB account. All of the other ones were actually already there. Okay, so let's go to Synapse Analytics, and there's a lot of things here on the left. If you are used to Azure, you probably already know most of these. So the first 5 are the same everywhere. Some of the last ones are very similar. Some of the other ones somewhere here are very similar to SQL databases. So I'm not going to go and comment much about this, but on the overview page, you have a lot of information. So you have firewalls. I was just mentioning firewalls before. You also have some dedicated SQL pools and Apache Spark pools, but we'll do this from inside the workspace, okay, not from here. If you need to, you can reset the passwords if you really need to, etc. You can also have SQL Active Directory authentication by selecting here and defining a user so that the user can be administrator for that. But basically, the things you need to know is, how do I connect to a database that I can create there, a dedicated pool or a serverless pool? Well, dedicated pool is this address. So this first part is the name of the workspace. This is the name that I gave it. All of the rest is standard, and this is also the same. So ondemand.sql.azure-synapse.net. So this is the other one for serverless SQL pools. Okay, why is there a difference? Because serverless actually has to have slightly different names so you can reference it. Okay, there's also some development. So if you want to use APIs and things like that, this is perfectly available for you, but I'm not going to go there in this session. You also need the default data lake account as we created it, because you need to store some things like logs and things like that happened in the workspace. So in that case, that's going to be your victim. What I usually do is, not in this case, but what I usually do is I have separate data lakes or storage accounts for my data, and just create an empty one. If this is production, create an empty one for here, but just for storing logs and things like that, so that these separate the things. Data on one side, logs on a different side. This is always best. Okay, then I just need to go to the Synapse Analytics Studio or the workspace interface, whatever you want to call them, and click open here, or just use this workspace URL. Okay, so either one is the same, but let's click here. And if I click here, I'm not going to do that, but if I click here, I jump into this one. Okay, first time you run it, it might be a bit slower, but you use the same account that you use on Azure Active Directory accounts. So you use the exact same thing, but this is your interface. Now, let's open this up and see the things you have here. If you tried Data Factory, you probably know that there is things like pipelines, and you can actually develop, data flows and things like that. So these are not that much different. These are the same as Data Factory. Plus, you have the monitoring and management, tabs that are exactly the same as Data Factory. But let's try to understand all of this. So first of all, homepage. There's a lot of information here for you to read. Nothing actually to do, just recent files and things like that. These are all created by me. So I've created this like 3 hours ago from scratch. This is new. Okay, I've ran some things that I know are going to take a bit of time and might not be enough time during the session, but apart from that, let's see. So first of all, let's go to manage here, and the first thing I'm going to do is I have a SQL pool. Now I've created the dedicated SQL pool. I can pause it at any time. This is expensive, by the way, but if I want to create a new one, I could say dedicated to, say, a new dedicated SQL pool. Be aware of the cost. So the cheapest cost is about €1 per hour. Okay, per hour. So please be careful, but you can always pause it in the end. If you pause it, you stop paying for this. You pay a much cheaper price just for the storage that you actually have. Okay, some additional settings. You can get this from a backup if you want to. So this is very similar to a SQL database. Okay, you can get it from a backup. You can get it from restore point, etc. And then you can say review create and then create it. Now I'm not going to do that. I've created one already. So this card changes. But here you can say that there is a pause button that you can actually pause it. You can rescale it and things like that. So current size is going to be this one, but you can change a lot of things, but I'm not going to do that. This is just my dedicated pool, okay? And to actually access it, we can go to synapse.sql.azuresynapse.net. So all you have to do is to say connect database engine, and then just go to one of these. And then the important thing is to make sure that you connect to the right database. You need to get this name right, but you can always go and browse server and actually find it. So this is perfectly okay. So if you go here, you can say browse server, dedicated one, so I'm fine, and then connects, okay? Now, I've done this already. I'm not going to do it, but I have my dedicated pool here. I might have some tables already. I've created this like 2 hours ago, okay? And I can do a query where I can run this. Okay, and I actually have files here, but I'll show you how I got this in a bit. For the serverless, how do I create a serverless one? Well, this is still buggy in terms of where you have to go. Okay, maybe they'll change this in the future, but currently you have to go to data and actually go here to the plus sign and create a SQL serverless database here. If you say dedicated one, they tell you to go to the place we were just 2 seconds ago, right? But if you say serverless, you can say a serverless 3 database or something like that, okay? And then you can say create, and this gets created like almost instantly, okay? I've created one already, but let's ignore that part for now. Okay. Anyway, let's go and see the kind of things we have available. So dedicated pool here. So a few tables, actually just one. External table 0 at this moment, but I could have some. Serverless, I actually have only external tables. So see, there's a big difference. There is tables here in the dedicated one, but there is no tables in the serverless one. The tables you have are external tables, so references to somewhere else. So the data is stored somewhere else. In this case, the data for this one is actually stored in a Parquet file in a storage account, or in this case, a data lake account, okay? But we'll get there. You also have another thing, which is your Spark tables, and this is actually interesting. So let's go and try to see. I'm not sure if this is the one. Yeah, this is the one. Okay, so you can actually see things. Let me just shrink this up. You can actually see things in the Spark pools here. If you go here and click and say new SQL script, select top 100 rows, you get something that looks like this. Let me just get rid of this part here. You get something that looks like this. From default, DBO, name of the actual table, which is actually this name here. And then you can actually see the table itself. Now, the table itself isn't very interesting. I'm not going to care about the actual contents. It's just that I am able to access it, which is very interesting. So I can be inside of my Spark world and access the information using my SQL world, which is quite unexpected, in fact. And I can use my database of serverless too to actually access the information and see the information here, okay? So this is actually very practical to do, okay? But in any case, let's start from scratch. All of this mixing together actually works very well, and this is one of the advantages of Synapse Analytics, but let's go to manage again and see how we can create a Spark pool. Now here, all you have to do is to click on the new button, and then Spark pool, let's say, and the Spark 3, okay? Let's keep it the smallest possible size, minimize the size of this, additional settings, automatic pausing, let's click disable, so let's leave it running at all times, review create, and then you can just say create, and that will create a Spark pool, okay? There's a few additional settings somewhere in terms of versioning and things like that, but I'm not going to go there for now. Best's recommended action is to always use the most recent version, but then again, you might have some ETL process that needs an older version if that's necessary. Now, I currently have 2, which is okay, but I will try to use this as much as possible, okay? Also, I have another content in different contents like Cosmos DB, but we'll get to that in a second. So let's start this from scratch and see that I have a lot of databases here, and I have a lot of linked contents. One of them is your Cosmos DB. But let's start with your storage accounts, okay? So from here, I have my data lake and the lake, storage, where I have CSV files and things like that. Let me just maximize this because we want more space. And from here, let's just go to sales products. And then I can just say preview. And I can see, obviously, I can see the content with header, without header, etc. I can see the content in that products table. By the way, all of these product category come from AdventureWorks. Okay, you probably heard of this. This is a company that got leaked. No, I'm kidding. This is a Microsoft demo. But in any case, you have a few CSV files that I've exported into CSV. I put them here for examples. The Spark file is just an extra that I got somewhere. I have no idea what's inside, but I use this as an example just to get a Parquet file into this. Now, what you can do is new SQL script, select top 100 rows. Remember, this is on a data lake or storage account, and you say select top 100 rows. And suddenly you have a script that says, let's say run. You have a script that says, let me shrink this up for a bit. Okay. And suddenly you have all of the content of the file, which is nice, okay? You can have the content of the file show up here, but basically you say open row set, and you get this from specifically this address, okay? And you actually require some permissions, etc. But if you are inside the interface, you don't need to worry too much about this. If you are outside, for instance, in your management studio, in that case, you need to define the credentials to access these locations, okay? But let's not go there just for now. Anyway, you can, let's say if I wanted this to look like this would be okay. So I can see the information here, but let's say that I want to get this information as a view, okay? So I can just go here and let's say built-in and turn this into a serverless here, okay? And then I can just create view from some CSV file, and this is going to be my products table, okay, or something similar, right? And then select, let's say just select not top 100. That's never a good idea for a view, but select star from this, and then you can have this as a result here, okay? And this actually creates the view, and then you can say select star from that view specifically and actually access this information, okay? So remember that we are in the Serverless 2 database, and this is actually here. Oh, actually, this is pretty much empty for some strange reason. No idea why. Okay, but in any case, let's not worry about that much at this moment. I do have an example that actually works. So if I go here to view, external table, flat Earth's view of Cosmos, I will actually show you some of these in a second, okay? So for instance, if I get the same view, but coming in from Cosmos DB, this actually works well, okay? So you actually have some content here, okay? But we'll get to that in a second. Oh, sorry. Okay, but anyway, as I expected, there's going to be some bugs going on here. Please don't worry. Okay, so anyway, let's go back to my files, and there's a lot of things that I can do. So preview is obvious. New SQL script and select some number of rows, and then you can access them. You have examples of code how you can access them. You can do bulk loading. I will try to do bulk loading of one of these files in a second. Okay, but you can also create this on a notebook and let's say load to data frame. Okay, you can also create a new SQL table. While this is loading, let's show here. You can also say new notebook, new Spark table. Okay, actually not SQL, Spark table. And this is actually the table, the equivalent of how I created this table here inside of your Spark, SQL Spark engine. Okay, not SQL Server engine, but Spark SQL engine. Okay, so you can create it from here and then access the information. Remember, you have a lot of different worlds here. You have your SQL world and you have your Spark world, okay? And you can access SQL information from Spark and you can access Spark information from SQL, okay? That's the general idea. And you can get all the information coming in from, storage accounts or for Cosmos DB or from somewhere else coming in using this one as well. So this is fairly easy to do as well. Anyway, let's go to the notebook and let's have this run, okay? And I need to select a notebook. So let's try notebook number 1. No idea if this is working. This probably takes a bit of time to actually run, just a few minutes to actually run probably, because the Spark cluster is actually turned off. Okay, but once this is done, hopefully you get some result coming out. And remember that if it is a notebook, you have all of the nice interface for the notebook. You can create charts and things like that, and you can visualize things, not just dumping the information there, but actually visualizing things as a notebook. It's pretty much the same way as you use notebooks inside of Jupyter Labs or Jupyter notebooks or Databricks notebooks and things like that. So you can do it from there. Okay. By the way, if you are in the SQL, let's try this again. If you are in just the SQL scripts, you can also do charts. So let me go here to charts. Okay, so you can actually see some graphics. I'm not going to go a lot into these details. I'll just assume whatever's here is okay. Let's say you want to use sizes or prices or something like that. Although the values that you see here, you will have to adjust here on the left. I'm not going to do that. Okay, but just to show you that this is actually possible to do, and you can actually do a lot of different ones like pie charts and things like that. So you can have some pie charts, although these, obviously, because this is a products table, they're not going to give you some decent information. But this is, if you have actual relevant information, you will be able to see it here, and this will be okay. But you have line, you have bars, you have, these don't look that good, but these are, horizontal bars, but you get the idea. But in any case, you can visualize this in a graphical format if you'd like. Let's see if the notebook has completed. No, not yet, but we'll get back to this. Anyway, if for some reason you are using Cosmos DB, okay, one of the things, let me go here to Cosmos DB so that you can get the information from Cosmos DB, and we'll have to make this quick. You can go here to your Data Explorer. You will need to have, there's a button here that says, it's not here anymore, but there should be a button here that says enable Synapse link. You need to click on it and then it disappears. This is why it's not here. When you create a new container, which is basically a table, you need to create this in a certain database. So let's select the database. This is a Flat Earthers database in Cosmos. Container ID, let's say some flat table. Okay, and then partition key, let's say, I'm just going to use the same ID that already exists. There's a lot of reasons to use different values, but let's not go there. And then here you have an option to say analytical store is equal to on, and that guarantees that you can connect to Synapse Analytics. Now, I've created this already. This will take a bit of time, and I've created some data here already. So if you go to items, and if I go here to query, I have 5 items here already. If I go to query this, in that case, I have 5 items. So first item is going to be paper. Second one is going to be rock. Third one is going to be scissors, etc. But if you want to see this a bit better, last name, actually uppercase. Wait a minute. Uppercase is important here. So if you get the result, oh, wait a minute. C dot last name. Is it last name? What's the name of the thing? Is it last name? Last name, uppercase, yeah. C dot last name. Oh, yeah, sorry, I have a star here. Okay. So paper, rock, scissors, lizard, Spock, you probably heard of this. And we can actually get this information. If you want to do this query here from Synapse, all you have to do is to click the plus sign, connect to external data, and get the information from Cosmos DB from here. Okay, so this is easy, or from Data Explorer, from Custo Data Explorer in Azure, or from Data Lake Storage, or from Blob Storage, anyway. So you go here, you specify that you need to load your Cosmos DB accounts, your database needs to come from somewhere here, and then you test it, you create it, and then you have it, wait a minute, let's say cancel, and then you have it here in here. And then all of the tables here, you can see them here. If I want to see the table, I can open it in a notebook, so load to data frame, or I can even create a Spark table so that I can use it as a table. Although the information is physically on the other side, I can use it on this side as well. But let's use this as a new SQL script, select top 100 rows. Okay, there is a trick that I need to do here. So I will need to add I need to go here to my keys. I'm not going to show you that publicly, but I need to go to my keys and then copy the keys. Actually, I can show it. It's okay. I can perfectly show you. It's okay. Session will be over in 10 minutes. Please don't hack me in the next 10 minutes. Anyway, if I try to run this, this will actually fail. Let's go to Serverless 2. This will actually fail, but they will tell me create identity, something like that. And then I will actually have to create this. So give me a second. I will have to create this as an identity. Oh, it's already there. Actually, I need to create a credential with identity, shared access signature, this secret here. And then once I create it, I can do my top 100. It was already here. I created this before. I forgot about that. So I've actually created this before. So I can actually have a top 100 rows here. Okay, so this is easy. And then you can actually see the information here, paper, rock, scissors, lizard, Spock from your SQL worlds. Now, what I did was to say, create view something as this, okay? And then I actually went to my, this was my serverless flat earthers view of this from the Cosmos, and then click execute. So this is a view. Oh, sorry, this is a view. Okay, so this view is actually going to Synapse Analytics, to a serverless pool. That serverless pool is connecting to Cosmos DB, and Cosmos DB, which is a NoSQL database, is providing all of this information into here. So inside my application, inside my management studio, inside somewhere in my SQL world, I can actually access NoSQL information such as Cosmos DB or MongoDB inside of Cosmos as well. Okay, so this is obviously very interesting. Now, I can do a lot more besides this. And one of the things I can do is that I can go to my notebook here, and I can go, to my, let's see how my notebook is doing. Okay, so I've actually got this from my product CSV, and I was able to see the data. So spark.read.loads, this is easy, and then you have a data frame, and that data frame is just showing the top 10 records, so you can see them. You can also see them as a chart if you want to, although the charts here are not going to be funny because the data here isn't that much interesting. But if you adjust the chart to something that makes sense from data that actually makes sense, you should be able to see it. Okay, we're a bit out of time, so let me just show you a few other things that you can do very quickly. Okay, so you can actually come here and go to your data lake, and if you right click, let's say new SQL script bulk loads. Okay, so if you say bulk loads, you can actually say coming in from file type Parquet formats, and then a few options, and then you say continue. You can actually preview the data if you'd like. You click here and you preview all of the data, how it looks. Okay, but then you can say continue, and then you can store it in a dedicated SQL pool, and you can create a script. Now I'm going to use this some imported table from Parquet. Okay, so I'm actually going to open the script. I'm not going to run it. Okay, so this actually generates a script. Sometimes these numbers are a bit too much, so you might have to review. Sometimes this is not perfect and this doesn't work, but basically you create a table there with that format. You might need to review it, and then you need to copy the data into that table. Now, I've done this already for this one. Actually, sorry, for this one here. So if you go here to the dedicated SQL pool, and if you say select top something, you'll actually have all of the results going in from a CSV file showing up here. But in this case, it has to be the dedicated SQL pool because it actually stores the data inside. You have a bulk copy that copies the data. Now, we have limited time, and I do apologize for this. We started a bit late. Okay, so let me just show you one or two more things that you have here very quickly. So if you click the plus sign, besides the SQL scripts and the notebooks that we saw before, so manipulating data is something amazing that you can do. You can also create some data flows. So what are data flows? Basically, these are similar to data flows in SQL integration services. Okay, so let's just get rid of this. So you have a source of a start, and then you can send this to do joins of the information, splits of the information, etc. So you can get the information coming in from a database, let's say, and then it can go all the way up to here, and then divide the information, etc., etc. Do a lot of different things here, and then in the end, you put this into a destination or a sink. okay? And this is basically your destination. So this is similar to your data flows in integration services, but you can do it from here. You can do the exact same data flows inside Power BI as well, etc. So all of these are very practical for you to use. Once you create this, you have your data flow to pass data around, and then you can go here to integrate, and you can click the plus sign and create either a pipeline, and that pipeline allows you to create a whole bunch of different things. And some of those things are things like in Synapse to actually run some notebooks, and then let's say you have move and transform. Let's say you run a notebook and then you copy some data. So you can move, you can say this one first and then this one. And by the way, these things can be green, or if I'm having some difficulty clicking here with this current mouse, but basically, if you right click this can be turned to green or red or blue. So red is going to be if something fails, you go into a different scenario and so on. So the usual kind of things. Okay. Anyway, you can add a lot more things. You can run things in Databricks. You can run any kind of things. You can do iterations. So for instance, you can run a for each, so that inside, let me just get rid of this, so that inside you can add some activities into that pipeline to run this multiple times. For instance, one of the typical things that you can do is to get a general lookup of data. You look up this on a table, and then you run a for each on all of the contents. Let's say you get all of the clients from a lookup, and then you do a for each of the clients, okay, inside. So that's easy. You can do conditions like switch, like if. So if is only 2, switch is more than 2, until, so it's an endless loop until a condition is met. You can trigger some machine learning things to actually run. So you can call any of these, and remember that these pipelines are exactly the same as Data Factory, okay? So exactly the same. Anyway, once you run this, all you have to do is to validate the whole thing and just debug it to try to have it run. Or you can go here to manage, and you can create a trigger to actually run those pipelines. So you can say new, and then specify that you want to run it on a schedule every night at the same time, or if you just want to run it custom events or storage events. So every time there's a new file in a storage account, you trigger this to run, or something like that, to fetch the information. There's a lot of possibilities here. We would spend, 2 or 3 days just talking about all of this. But remember, I only have 50 minutes, so I'm running out of time. Anyway, this is all fairly easy for you to run. Just a few last things to mention, which is you can go here to monitor and actually monitor all of the information from here. So pipeline runs if you were running Data Factory pipelines, but you can also see the SQL requests here and see all of the requests that we've done so far, okay? Some of them might have failed. So for instance, this one failed for some reason, no idea why, but I could debug this later on, okay? But you can debug all of this from here. You can debug data flows. You can have a look at your SQL pools and see how things are doing, etc., and try to understand if everything's okay, etc., and just click on them and see some more details. Same with Spark pools. You have a lot of details going on for each Spark pool if you'd like. So view applications, manage pools, etc. So you will be able to see the content inside. Okay, I won't go into a lot more details of this because I know that we are running out of time. Okay, so anyway, this is my very quick introduction to Synapse Analytics. Okay, please remember that Synapse Analytics in the future will actually have even more things. Okay. One last thing to mention, although it's not visible here, if you go to develop, besides the data flows, you can actually have one more here, but you need to configure it first down here, which is Power BI reports. You can integrate those Power BI reports as well. Okay, so that's one other thing that I wanted to show you. Plus, you can integrate all of this with Git so that you have source control for all of this. Anyway, getting back to the things. And last few slides, and hopefully, I'm not sure if there's going to be any questions or anything like that. So Marcia, any questions before we go?
I can't see any questions so far in our chat, but if you guys want to ask anything, just please place that on the chat and I can test it straight away to Andre. I think there's a lot of content in there. I know a lot of information to be processed, but you're more than welcome to ask or make any comments. And don't forget to sign in, so then you would be in part of the competition in the end to win some prizes with us.
Okay. Before we go, let me just thank everyone, but just mention a comment. So yes, I was supposed to update the icon here for Azure because it changed recently, but then again, it changes so many times that I might just wait for the next one. Okay, so anyway, final slides. So I really want to thank everyone for watching. Okay, and hopefully I know that this is a lot for anyone's gray cells or whatever color cells you have inside your heads. This is going to be a lot to take in the beginning, but feel free to reach out via social network, and I will be happy to help you or anyone just talk about these kind of technologies if you'd like. So thank you very much everyone for being here and watching. If you are watching this later on, thank you as well, and especially thank you very much to Marcia and Ugo for helping out with this event. So have fun everyone in the rest of the session.
Just before you go, Andre, just one question. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly, but Manoj is asking one question here. Should I learn Synapse or Data Factory first?
Okay, that is a very good question. So what I would say is that both of these are exactly the same. Okay, so you can do it from one side or from the other. If you go just specifically for Data Factory examples, if that's your objective to do a lot of ETL, etc., Data Factory, if you focus on Data Factory, they have a lot more examples for you to try. Okay, so that's probably easier if you start with the examples for Data Factory, but you can apply all of those examples inside of Synapse Analytics exactly the same way. But obviously you have more information inside of Data Factory documentation for the Data Factory part, for the pipeline part, and also for the data flows parts as well. Okay, more questions?
I think that's I think that's all. And
okay, so everyone, this is Cloud Lunch, and I have my lunch here. It's probably a bit cold pizza, but still very good pizza. Okay, so Marcia, I know you are a bit far away at this moment. Otherwise, I would offer you this as well, and to everyone. But this is a pizza with pineapple. Mentioning this once again, very important. So I will have to eat it. Too bad, terrible things to eat it. But in any case, Marcia, best of luck in the next sessions, and have fun in the rest of the conference, everyone. Okay.
Thank you very much for this session, Andre, and enjoy your pizza.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. See you soon. Thank you.
See you soon. Bye-bye. So our next one is in here already. So Paul is already online with us. So Paul will be talking about the Power App. And again, guys, don't forget to sign in so you get the chance to win some prizes with us. So in this next session, we will be talking with Paul. So he will be doing an introduction for us with the Power BI. Hello, Paul.
Hi, Marcia. How are you?
I'm very good. How are you doing today?
I'm good. Thanks. Bit nervous.
A bit nervous, don't be. Though we have 17 people. I think they're very anxious to know what you want to tell us, and I'm pretty sure there'll be also a great session as the previous ones. And so everybody, just a quick reminder: you can also follow the Lunch and Learn. We have few channels where you can follow us. You can follow us via YouTube, Twitter, and the LinkedIn as well. So make sure you subscribe in one of those channels, all of them. So then you will be aware of any news or any more interesting contents we may have, and we have a lot like the one that Paul is bringing us today. Paul, so would you mind to just make yourself at home and make a quick introduction so people would know a bit more about you before we start?
Okay, well, I'm Paul Burns. I stay in a place called Belsill in Scotland. I became involved in the Power Platform through an adverse situation that happened to me back in 2017. I was working away from home, staying in a hotel, and June the 13th in 2017, when I had a stroke in the morning. It left me paralysed down the right-hand side with no movement in my right-hand side. Luckily for me, I realised what was going on and I called an ambulance. I've got an ambulance called for me by the hotel staff. I was rushed to the local Royal Infirmary in Aberdeen, and within an hour or so, I was getting treated. I was getting what's called a thrombolyzation therapy, which basically they just pump a drug into your body to break up clots. So that's the drugs pumped into your body over a space of an hour or so, and it seemed to go quite well. I started getting the movement back in my arms and my legs within about an hour and a half, 2 hours, to the point that when the nurse had walked out the room, I actually started getting ready, and I thought I'll just go back to work, and I got my clothes on, and I was trying to tie my shoelaces, but my fingers weren't quite working. And the nurse came back in and says, "What are you doing, Mr. Burns?" I says, "I'm just going to go to work. You've cured me, and things like that." No, you're staying in hospital. So I did, and I lost the movement again. She said it would go up and down, peaks and troughs. So I lost the movement on my right-hand side again. But I get rushed into the emergency ward, and I was lying there, and you have moments of your brain is kind of torn apart at this point. Mm-hmm. And there's moments where you have absolute clarity of thought, and I had one of these moments where I said, "No, well, I'm kind of a pig-headed type of person, and I'm stubborn," and I said, "No, I'm not going to be." I'm not going to be a victim to this. I'm going to, survive and do the best to get myself better. So, thankfully, I'm involved in a lot of things that made me work kind of hard to start to regain the movement back in me. I do martial arts, which I found was quite a positive effect on me, and it helped get the big muscle groups working, the arm muscles and the leg muscles. But my hand and my fingers still to this day struggle a bit to make the movements. So I had been using the Office 365 prior to my stroke, and I thought it was a good thing, but I only did Word and Excel and the very simple things with it. I didn't really know anything about the Power Platform, and it was only in the past year or so that I started looking into it in a wee bit more depth, and I signed up to do a wonderful course by Rory Neary, which showed you how to do Power Apps, and from that I started getting ideas about, I wonder if I could develop a Power App that I could use to help with my writing problems, and I did, and it was it's slightly embarrassing because you've got all these guests on who are really experts and everything, and mine is a very simple app where I just navigate from one screen to the next, and I put a wee drop pen input into it, and it just works, and it helps me a bit, and hopefully it will help some other people.
You had a powerful mind.
I think you have to have at times. You get to learn a lot about yourself, Marcia. So yeah. I learned that I'm quite a strong person. Prior to that, I wouldn't have believed that, and I wouldn't believe I could create something like this. Again, it's only a very simple thing, but it's led on to me actually wanting to learn more about it. And we'll talk about that, just shortly, and.
But that was a good story. Thanks for sharing it with us. And as I said, I think it was a matter of a powerful mind, and maybe that's why you chose the Power platform?
Yeah.
And is that the reason why you ended up in this part of the business?
Yes.
Since you are not coming exactly from technology.
Oh no, I've got no background in technology at all. My knowledge of Microsoft products was limited to Word documents and Excel, you know, and occasional use of Access database, but that was nothing more than that at all.
Oh, you went mute there?
Oh, sorry, you still...
We lost you for a while. Okay, so I think we during the session you can talk more about your great story, which was really interesting and also inspirational. And I already have some people online. And again, don't forget to check in. And I'll hand over. I'll just switch the screen here, so you can take over, Paul.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Can you see this now, Marcia? Hello? I'm not hearing anything. Hello? Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, Lisa, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. Hello. Nice to speak to a fellow Scot.
Yeah, I didn't realize you were Scottish, Lisa.
I'm just in the background helping out in the systems. I did my shift this morning. It's over to Marcia.
Okay.
Yeah, but we can see your screen. So if you want to share your screen again and then talk us through the Power App and how it helps you.
Go quiet, so I didn't know what was happening.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. Share your screen again, and then we'll Marcia will add it into the live stream. And then there you go.
Got it now?
We've got it now, and we can see you as well.
Okay.
And we can hear you, so we're all good to go.
Right. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Don't worry at all. We'll be here in the background if you need us. Okay?
Yeah. No problem. So the home screen basically is just gives you the entrance to the the letter index and to the shape screen. I have particular problems with writing fluid movements or doing fluid movements. So picking the font, this particular font, I think it's called Patrick. It has a kind of fluid movement, so it made me work a wee bit harder with my pen skills. And the reason I picked the shapes thing was to make myself work a little bit harder, because I did incremental sizes of the shapes to make it a bit more difficult for me to do. And really that's it. There's not a great deal to this app, you know, and unfortunately I'm having to do it with a mouse keyboard at the moment. So, and a mouse, you know, pen doesn't work on this screen. So I can enter, I'll take you to one of the letters here, and you know, you just pick it. It's a pen input command, so you just select your color, the thickness you want to use, and then just pick it. And it's as simple as that. And I'm not making it very simple like that, but and it's just tracing the font, you know, that's displayed in the background. And I'm sure there's easier ways to do it. You know, but this was my very first, really my first attempt at an app, so to speak. So you get the different screens, and you can see I've put them down to smaller sizes. We go here again, just making myself work that a little bit more. So we take that, take the green, take pen, and just try and trace and maybe a bit. Try and trace it. It's not very good with a mouse, but it's better with a pen, you know. And really, that is all there is to this. It's it was just something I created to try and help me work along and make myself, or push myself a little bit harder with my penmanship, if you like, you know. And that's really it.
And do you find that this has helped you, Paul?
Yes, I try it every day, Lisa. I try to practice a few letters every day. I still practice the handwriting on paper and things like that. I'll stop sharing this at the moment.
That's all right.
Yeah. Yes, particularly with the shapes, because trying to get my hand movements can be quite difficult at times. So practicing the shape movements is easier than, it's harder than the letter movements.
Right.
So I practice the shapes a bit more. And
is that predominantly what you use the app for? Is the practicing to get better?
This app, yes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to learn I'm trying to develop other apps where I'm a consultant for quality, health, safety, and environmental management systems.
Right. Yep.
So I can see the benefit of the Power Platform for a lot of my clients. But I'm a pure novice at this, and
Hey, Paul, I am a non-techie in tech as well. I feel you. Don't worry. But the more time you spend in it, and actually just having that courage as a non-technical person to dive into something like this, I've still not dived into the Power Platform, but it's on my list to do. I've got a long to-do list. But this, I think, is a perfect example of what Microsoft are trying to do with the Power Platform, right?
Yeah.
And the low code, no code, and bring technology to people like yourself who are not used to it. It's amazing.
It's absolutely fantastic. I mean, I am in awe of the professional developers.
Yeah.
And I'm really thankful to the people at Microsoft who had the foresight to do this years ago to say, let's create this low code, no code, for people like me.
Yep.
I mean, I was 60 this year.
Wow.
I could never have done this. I never even thought about doing it, and now I can't get enough of it.
Yeah, you're loving it.
I'm addicted to it.
Yeah. Are you becoming a hashtag power addict?
Yes. Oh, I've already done that, Lisa. I'm on my way down that.
Already done that.
Check my Twitter page, Lisa.
Hashtags everywhere. Oh, I love it. I love it, Paul. That's absolutely brilliant. Thanks so much for coming on and sharing your story.
No, you're
really
welcome.
Appreciate it. I really appreciate that.
It's been good. Listen, I'm still astounded that people actually find this a wee bit interesting, and I'm really dead surprised about it all. But I'm surprised and embarrassed, and I'm very, very thankful. Because
because it's so relatable, right? So, like you say, you and me marvel at the true developers and what they can create is astounding. But sometimes, whilst we can understand the use case, it's not something that we can really understand impact and value. Whereas this, you can totally understand the impact and value. My great granny had a sort of mini stroke at 97, and her writing went downhill, but she would always still try and write on all her cards.
Yes.
She was a stubborn Scot like us, and something like this would have been awesome for her, just to practice her handwriting and get that movement back. So I think it's absolutely fantastic, Paul, and I think these stories show the potential.
It's like I say, I'll be forever thankful to the people involved, and Rory Neary and all the rest of the people that have invited me. I mean, Donna Sarkar and things like that, inviting me on to MS Ignite. I didn't even know what MS Ignite was, Lisa.
Oh my God, Paul, it's been my dream to go to an MS Ignite, and here's you presenting on Microsoft Ignite. That's absolutely brilliant.
I had to ask Donna what the MS Ignite was. I didn't know.
Check you getting invitations from Donna Sarkar and going to MS Ignite. That's brilliant.
I'm just waiting for my invitation for Las Vegas next year.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll see you there, Paul. You and me will be on a flight. You can fly from Aberdeen and I'll fly from Edinburgh.
Oh no, I don't live in Aberdeen. I live in just outside Glasgow.
Oh,
I had the stroke in Aberdeen.
Right, okay, sorry, missed that. So you're a Glaswegian, so we're on opposite coasts.
Yes, we can talk, but we're allowed to talk. You can call me the Ouija.
I love the Glaswegian accent. It's one of my favourites. So thanks so much for joining, Paul. We really do appreciate it. Thanks for sharing your story. And I will look out for you on Twitter, and I will give you a follow. And then when I start to look into the Power platform, then I will come to you, and you can.
And I'll point you to Rory. Right. Thank you very much. Okay.
That's all right. And just to let you know, we've got people sharing all the comments as well in the chat that they said they've enjoyed hearing your story. So we'll see you later, Paul.
Blessings to everyone. Thank you very much.
See you later. Bye-bye. You're on mute, Marcia. This happened to me this morning. I was muted in stream and I was muted on my mic.
Oh, I was speaking to myself. I said, thanks, Lisa. Good morning or good afternoon to all of you. Is that still mute? Is that still muted?
You're good. I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Just so before we start, I would ask you guys just to place in our chat, say hello and which part of the globe you're speaking from, so then we know in which part of this beautiful world we've been watching right now. Let me see if you can see people from Brazil. Welcome, Cassio. South Africa, interesting. So I'd say it's good afternoon there and good morning for Cassio in Brazil. That's very nice. That's nice to know. I have people from everywhere. Can you guys hear well? I was having a problem with my mic. I was muted at first, so hopefully you can all hear me well now. So in our previous session, we had Paul to talk us about the Power Platform. It's late afternoon. Hi, Adrian. Okay, perfect. Good to know. So before we start in the next one, just a quick reminder to sign in on the link we placed in the chat. So we'll be able to win some prizes at the end. And don't forget, the Lunch and Learn team is also doing this for a good cause, to bring a good content, technology content, but also to support a good cause. So we are going to convert every single subscription, every single check-in into €1 donation. So thank you. That's perfect. So we already have our next speaker ready to talk to us. I just place him on the screen here for you guys, so he can introduce himself. And I'm not sure if I got your name correctly, so I'm not sure if I will pronounce it correctly. So I think best way is for you to introduce yourself. Let me unmute you there. There you go. Let me unmute you there. There you go. There you go.
Hey guys, you're both on mute. So down at the bottom where you can see your video. So you've unmuted Jan, but I still can't hear you. And Marcia, I can see the mute site. Yep.
Yeah, I muted mine on purpose because I wanted to hear him, but I can't. I'm still not able to hear. Sorry about that, guys. We're having some tech issues.
Yeah.
That's what.
We'll be with you soon.
Can you hear me
You're
now?
all good.
Good now?
Good now.
Yes, now we can hear you.
Sorry about that. I was just saying that as Marcia, as I'm only having one screen here, so please chip in with the audio on because I will not be able to see the chat if there are any issues. But now you can see my screen and see me and hear me all right?
Yes, perfect.
Perfect. Well, my name is Jan Vidar Elven. I'm from Norway. I'm actually sitting up in the mountains now. It's extended weekend holiday in Norway, so we have some beautiful weather outside. There's still snow, so quite exotic up here. I have prayed to the 4G network gods earlier today, so I hope my connection will be okay for this presentation. So let's get started. As I said, I'm Jan Vidar Elven. I work as a cloud architect. A lot of those workings I do has to do with Azure and identity and security. So my topic for today is talking about passwordless Azure authentication using managed identities. So you can connect with me on Twitter, LinkedIn, GitHub, and so on. It's quite easy to find me. My handle is the same as my name. You can see it there on the screen as well. So a quick word on today's agenda. First, let's do a quick definition about passwordless, how we can move from password-based authentication to passwordless in the scope of Azure services. And then we will define the managed identity and what we can use that for. And then we will look into some usage scenarios, how Azure services use those managed identities. And I will also look into some serverless and managed identities scenarios. So we have a lot of topics to cover. Let's get started right away. So what does passwordless mean? How can we move from a password-based authentication to passwordless? Password-based authentication is always based on something you know. It can be a username and password, obviously, for a user perspective. But from a service or application or a kind of resource perspective, it could be any type of credential. But if you know the credential, then you can have access. So this is quite often also referred to as single-factor authentication. It's just something you know. And if you know it, other people can get that knowledge and could possibly misuse that. And then we have the password plus another factor. So it's quite popular for identities now to use multi-factor authentication of some sorts. So that is based on something you know. You still use the username and password. And then you have a second factor or a multi-factor authentication, which we often call it in Azure world. So that could be receiving an SMS code, getting a notification on the Authenticator app, and so on. Moving to passwordless authentication, that is something you have and something maybe you are. So it's dependent on something that is present for your user. For example, in a user-based scenario, this would be the client, your computer, and you use that as a passwordless authentication to Azure services. If we look into the Azure services like applications or virtual machines and so on, those resources, they can also represent themselves. So that is moving to passwordless authentication, using what you are and using that to authenticate. And that will eliminate the risk for getting the credentials out to other users that shouldn't have it. So that was the introduction. Some of the challenges we have in Azure services and authentication is if you are a developer, managing those secrets and credentials you need between the components in a solution. Let's say you develop an app service, and that app service need to talk to a SQL database, and then you have some credential information, or maybe you access some APIs and you have a client ID and a client secrets, for example, to get to that API. Those things are always one thing that every developer has to manage, and also manage securely. Also, when you have repositories, you share a code with others and so on. So that's one challenge. Another challenge, if you work with operations, you often look into how you can do some automation or do something operational with your resources. So often you will use accounts or credentials and secrets for automating stuff that can go on a schedule. For example, like you have a logic app that's automatically starting or stopping a VM. There are a lot of other examples as well, but that's a couple of the challenges you typically can see if you work with cloud services. So what is a service principal? Let's have that definition in place as well. So often when I discuss with others and customers and so on, I make the distinction between do you have a service account or do you have a service principal? A service account is typically often just a user account. You create a user account, you call it a service account, you maybe even prefix it with some service tag or something. But you create a username and a password for that service account, and you give that service account privileges. Often, these scenarios will be single-factor authentication, because if you want to automate or do something on behalf of another process, you cannot have that interactive verification with SMS code or MFA prompt on your authenticator, for example. So often these accounts are used for legacy and basic authentication scenarios. There are still some usage for that, where you have backend systems that only handle legacy authentication, but then you should really do some extensive monitoring of those kind of accounts. On the other hand, service principals use modern authentication. Often when I see companies go to the cloud, they move from a service account world and over to a cloud world, and they bring that service account practice with them. They create service accounts in the cloud that do automation stuff, and they really could move over to service principals and do modern authentication. So that modern authentication that support Azure AD, and they are represented as enterprise applications in your tenant. We will get into that later, how we can look into that. So that distinction there should help you between moving to the modern authentication when you can, and managed identities is a big part of that. So let's talk about managed identity. What's the definition of that, and what's the main use cases? So managed identity is an identity connected to your Azure service. It can be used for connecting to any resources that support Azure AD authentication. So if you have an Azure service, like a virtual machine, or an app service, or a logic app, or a function app, and other scenarios as well, you can attach and manage identity to that service, and then that service can represent itself and authenticate on its own behalf, eliminating the need for credentials and management. So the obvious things to look at for benefits for managed identities is there are no credential management. You only have to manage the service itself, the resource itself, and what kind of access that managed identities should have. But you don't have to manage a client ID or a secret or a username or password for a service account, for example. You can use it for any scenario that will support Azure AD authentication. That could be the Azure REST API itself. It could be Microsoft Graph. It could be your own APIs, as long as you integrate those APIs with Azure AD. And it doesn't cost a thing. It's free to use managed identities. It's no additional cost. Of course, you have the cost of the resource you are having in your data center, but there's no cost with enabling managed identities. So all wins. There are two types of managed identities. We have system-assigned identities. They are part of a specific resource. So the life cycle follows the resource and it cannot be shared. That means that if you, for example, create an Azure VM and you create a system-assigned managed identity for that VM, as long as that VM lives until you delete it, that managed identity will be part of that VM. It cannot be assigned to other resources. It will follow that VM until that VM is no more. The same applies to app services or other scenarios where you use managed identities. In some cases, you would like to have a shared scenario, and that's where you can create a user-assigned managed identity. In that case, you create a managed identity in step 1 as a user-assigned, and then you can assign it to different resources after. So that would make sense if you have a lot of VMs and you want to automate something on the VMs. Then you can create one user-assigned managed identity and attach that user-assigned managed identity to the different resources. So that will be shared, and they have an independent lifecycle. So even though you remove the VMs after a while, that user-assigned managed identity will be left in the tenant or part of your Azure subscription until you explicitly delete it. So with that out of the way, let's see some typical scenarios. This is from the documentation at Microsoft Docs platform, and you can easily find the documentation and some usage scenarios for managed identities there. But let's say as a developer, I want to build a kind of an application that use Azure resources or VMs, app services, functions, container instances is supported, Kubernetes, logic app, storage, and so on, that access something else. Like you have a target. So the managed identity will be attached to the resource, and that managed identity will have resource access to any kind of target. So for example, if you store secret information in Key Vault, you can use a managed identity that will read from the Key Vault and get your secrets when you need it, for example. If you have some automation scenarios or some onboarding scenarios or any kind of scenario that will use secrets from a Key Vault. The main thing is that managed identities will let you do this without having to manage any credentials. You don't have to create usernames, passwords, client IDs, client secrets, client certificates, and so on. It will happen automatically. So with that, let's go to the first demo and look into managed identities. So here we are. If I go to my Azure portal and look into, for example, a virtual machine, I have some sample virtual machines here. And if I go into one of my domain controllers, for example, I can go into identity, and here I have the opportunity to attach a system-assigned managed identity or a user-assigned managed identity. So if I go to user-assigned, I can click add, and it will let me look up any user-assigned managed identities I have defined. If I go to system-assigned and click on and then save, there will automatically be created a system-assigned managed identity for this VM. So I can also go back to if I find the managed identities, that's a separate blade in your Azure subscription. So only the user assigned will appear here. And then I can create a user assigned. So let's say I create a user assigned identity in my subscription. I can create it in some resource group, and I can place it at a location, and then I can call it something like MSI, DC automation, for example. So I will use that specifically for my domain controllers, for example. So this is an Azure resource, but it will be represented in Azure AD as an enterprise application. So if I click review and create, and then create, I can attach some tags and so on to it, but I skip that now. And this should be quite quick. There we are. So if I go to that resource group, and I can see now that I have a managed identity here. If, just a little refresh. Okay, it will appear in short time. So now I can go into one of the VMs, and I can go and click identity. And if I go to user assigned and then click add now, I should be able to find the MSE DC automation managed account.
Hi, Ian. I think we lost Ian for a while. He might be facing some technical issues there. As he said, he's up to the mountain, so the signal might not be so good. In the meantime, do you guys have any questions so I can make sure you get it? Yeah, he dropped off. I'm just trying to reconnect him there. Just bear with me, guys. He's just reconnecting. We lost you for a while, Ian.
Yeah, you can hear me now?
Yes, again.
I got to the demo, right? That was the point where you lost me?
Yes, probably. Let me just share your second screen there to make sure we all have you. just before you continue, can everybody hear us? Okay, so I think you're good, Jan. So
we're good. Yeah.
Very good. You may continue.
I was kicked out of my network, but you can see my PowerPoint now with the demo and so on.
Yes, perfectly. And I'm watching you on YouTube as well, so it's all fine. Our apologies, guys.
Okay. So, sorry about that. We were talking about the demo and just showed. I think I managed to show the most of it. I think I fell out when I tried to connect that that user assigned identity and look into that. Let's see here. Sorry. I got to this point here, and when I yes, continue, and then I attach that identity, and for that identity I can give that access control to other resources. I can add the role assignment. I can give that reader access to my subscription, for example, or to my resource group, and let that managed identity access services on my behalf. So for this purpose, I will proceed, and you will see a quick demo later about how I can use that specific scenario inside a virtual machine. So let's proceed. So using the managed identity, how does Azure Services use managed identities? Some quick words about that. First of all, if you haven't worked with managed identities before, please check out the perfect quick start samples and tutorials at the Docs platform. If you go to the docsmicrosoft.com and find the managed identities for Azure Resources platform, there are some quick starts there. And there are some tutorials on how you can access that managed identity and use that inside those different resources. So here next now, I will just show the overview of the flow. So the first point here, first you enable that managed identity for example, an Azure virtual machine, or you attach an user assigned managed identity. And that will create and manage identity service principal in Azure Active Directory. That will be updated so that when we can, in the next step, grant access to resources for that managed identity, we will use that using the traditional Azure RBAC, role-based access control. For example, given that managed identity reader access or contributor access or something to a resource group or to my subscription. So when we use the managed identity, that it will be triggered from the local endpoint. So if for example, if I have a virtual machine, inside that virtual machine, I can run code like PowerShell code, for example, or other code. And then I will request a token, an access token from a local endpoint. And that will be possible because I have attached that managed identity to that VM. That it will in turn request a token back from Azure AD, and I can use that access token to call any Azure service which I have access and privileges to, which I have defined in step 4. So that's the main and general flow about how this works. So let's click into a demo. This is a short video showing that in action. So there's another VM here. And for that VM, let's see, just starting the video. There we are. So as you saw in the demo earlier, I go to identity section, and this is where I create my managed identity. In this case, I'm using a system assigned managed identity. And click yes. Perfect. And then I can go and give some role assignments to this identity. For example, I can give that a role assignment of scope resource group. And I can give a role to my selected resource group. In this case, the resource group I have for this management server. And I give it a read role, and I save that. And after a little while or some refresh, I will see that this managed account, yeah, there it is. So now I have this managed identity has reader access to that. So inside a VM, and this is some code you can see on those quick start I referred to, but I will go to a specific endpoint locally. Let's just pause it this a few little seconds. So you can see here I go to a specific IP endpoint. This is only locally, and then I can do a request to get an access token from that. And I can prepare that token. It will come in a JSON format, and then I can get that token, and then I can have some variable for my subscription and a resource group, and then I can do just build an REST API URL. For example, get me the resource group from that subscription and that specific resource group. And when I run that request, and I will attach the token as an authorization header, and then I will get all the details back. For example, where the location are, which tags I have to resource group, and so on. So giving that the managed identity reader access, I was now able to, inside VM, authenticate to Azure. And here I can do a lot of other things depending on my resource access. So that's that. That brings us to the last and fourth part of this session, and that's how can we use this in different kinds of scenarios using serverless and managed identities. So specifically, I'm not so much a dev guy. I'm more DevOps or operations, but I see a lot of exciting management, operations, automation scenarios using different kinds of solutions in Azure using serverless. So for example, if you have managed identity enabled for the following services, then you can let those services authenticate to resources on their own behalf. And then you don't have to manage credentials or keeping that into code for these kinds of solutions. So for example, logic apps are very great for, I know there have been a lot of exciting sessions on Power Automate and Power Apps and so on. So logic apps is basically Power Automate for your IT data center. So you can run simple or complex orchestrated flows inside Azure Logic Apps that do the integration or automation or reporting scenarios you need. So Logic Apps, they support managed identity, both for a lot of the standard connectors and actions you have there, but also it supports managed identity for the HTTP action. So there are increasingly coming a lot of connectors and actions that support managed identities in Azure Logic Apps also. And then we have the Azure Functions. If you want to write code like PowerShell for Azure Functions or C# for Azure Functions and so on, then you can use that code to retrieve an access token for any kind of API that's protected by Azure AD. It could be the built-in APIs like Azure REST API or the Key Vault API. It could be Microsoft Graph API, or it can even be your own custom API. So then you can retrieve an access token without handling credentials inside the Azure function. And very excitingly, recently there was published a public preview for finally doing managed identity for Azure automation accounts. So if you have automation and you have been using that before, you probably had the opportunity to save and use credentials securely in the automation account. That still would leave others with the opportunity, with the access to that automation account, to take that credentials away. and use that elsewhere. So the real benefit of enabling managed identity for Azure automation is that identity can only now be used for that automation account and not anywhere else. So I would encourage you to look into that as well. So that's 3 very exciting and new scenarios you can use for managed identity and serverless management. So let's take a couple of examples on that as well. So back in the portal, I can go to my logic apps, and here I have some logic app, and I have just created the beginning of a logic app that can start and stop Azure VMs, for example. So if I go into that logic app and click on edit, so this is just a basic logic app. It has no actions other than retrieving an HTTP request and responding something back to the caller. So I have a URL here. But now, first of all, let's go back to the logic app itself and go to identity. So if I go to identity here, I can go and click user assigned or system assigned, in this case, managed identity for that logic app. So I click save. Yes. Okay, then I have a system assigned managed identity. Next, I can go back into the logic app designer and I can click, for example, add a new step here. And there are some built-in actions I can do with Azure VMs. So let's see here, Azure VM. So I can do some different things here. I can do a power off, for example. I can do a start. So let's select the power off here. And then I will need to sign in. This is the old way to do it. So I can sign in with my current admin account and use that connection for that logic app. But now I can select to connect with managed identity, which is also now in preview. And I can select to use that system assigned managed identity. If I had a user assigned managed identity to this logic app, then I will be able to select that instead. So, and I can select a connection for that, just a name for that connection. So I can say, for example, and then create that connection. So now I can go in and see which subscription do I want to power off a virtual machine for, which resource group, which virtual machine, and the lists are empty. And the lists are empty because I haven't given any roles to the to that account. So if I go back to the identity section, I just save this for now, and I go back to identity, and I have to give some Azure role assignments. So if I go and add a role assignment, and for the scope of my subscription, I can give that managed identity some role that makes it able to restart servers. For example, there are roles that are named virtual machine contributor. That should be able to stop and start VMs. So I give that access.
Of the time. So
sorry, what were you saying?
Sorry, it's just a quick reminder just to make sure we are aware of time.
Yeah, five minutes left, right?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so it's always a little bit slow with showing my role assignments, but the role assignment should be here now. And then I go back to the logic app designer and I click on that action again. Let's see now if I do have some subscriptions here. So it's always a little bit delay when you grant new permissions. So we can also do a harder refresh here. It often helps. Yeah, so let's I think we are good now, and I can go back to let's see, I'm just going to copy my subscription ID, which I have in the resource field here. There we are. If I go into the designer, I can go in and let's do this subscription ID like this, and then I can take an input for a resource group, and then I can type the name of the server I would like to shut down, for example, this case. So if I click save now, and then click run, let's see. So now it's running. And if I go and click on home and virtual machines, I should be able to see that that server would probably start to shut down soon if my permissions were correct. Hopefully, let's see. So it was successful in the running. And I haven't specified a name. As you see that the output has been successful. Response type of 200 is successful generally. So yeah, it should stop my server in quite a short time. Yeah, stopped. So there we are. And you can build some more complex logic about a logic app. You can receive a start or stop command, or you maybe have a which VM as an input variable and so on. And then you can build your own solution based on managed identities, for example, on that. So we are close to my end time here. I showed now a quick example how to use that in serverless, and in this specific case, a logic app. So you just have the different steps in your logic apps, and then you go and add the managed identity as how you authenticate. And the same you can do with HTTP actions, for example, and call any APIs basically, as long that as the access token you get has been given a role assignment or some resource access to that. So for those that want to dive into, for example, Azure Functions, I will just leave you with some examples I have on my GitHub. So it's easy to find my GitHub. It's just github.com/janvidarelven. And from there, I have a repository where I have put a lot of content earlier, and probably will come more after a while also. But on Protect Azure Serverless with Azure AD, I do have some scenarios where, for example, if you are going to use Azure Functions and use that for getting the managed identity code, then you can go in and look into how you can retrieve that code. And basically inside here, you will see that if I have an Azure function that runs as a PowerShell function, I can just go in and pick up a specific environment variable called MSI _secret, and then I can go and specify a specific endpoint. This will be saved in the system environment variable for the function app, and then I can go, for example, to the chosen API. It could be Azure REST API, managementazure.com. It could be a key, and then you can go token for Microsoft Graph. So you basically go and get a token for the managed identity using these methods, and then you go back and you can call the graph, for example, getting my profile. The profile of a system a managed identity, it's just the name of the identity and some basic information, but then you can call that API using other calls as well. You have to, though, give that managed identity access to Microsoft Graph. And I also have some examples for that here. So how you can add Microsoft Graph application permissions to any size. So you can enjoy that specific steps here if you want to. That leaves me to the end of my session today. Sorry for the troubles with my sound and so on in the middle here. Hope you've learned something. I think sincerely, managed identities is one of the greatest things about Azure services and authentication and security that has happened. So if you haven't worked with it before, I will really encourage you to work with it. So with that, I will say thank you. Share your love with both me as a speaker and the team, the amazing team behind Cloud Lunch and Learn Marathon, using the hashtags and the follows there. And yeah, thank you.
Thanks for that great presentation. And if anyone have any question, I can see some people just joined more or less in the beginning of the session. But if you do have some questions before he goes, please feel free to place that so we can respond to all of your queries. You're getting a very interesting presentation. Thanks for that. And you can also give us a like on the video so we know how good or how far we need to improve the presentations and the sessions as well. And let me see if there's any other questions on the background. Just give us a moment there.
So are you?
Yeah, more additional comments. I think that's it, Jan. So thank you very much. And what time are you? I'm from Ireland, so I'm in Ireland at the moment. And what is it? Are we in the same time zone or different?
I suspect we are maybe one hour later here. It's 5:18 now here.
Yeah, so for me it's 4. So enjoy the rest of your evening then.
Yeah. So to anybody still listening, if you have any more questions that will not be covered in the chat here, or just want to reach out and connect with me directly, please just reach out to me on Twitter or LinkedIn or something, and just tell me that you saw the session, and I will happily help with any questions you have with managed identities. So with that, thanks for me.
That's perfect. Thank you very much. And so guys, we are we are ending this one, but we have some more content, and the next speaker is already online to talk to us about all things in Java in Azure. Let me see if I got that right. And I just placed the link for you so you can do your check-in. So yeah, all things Java on Azure. Java used to be one of my my good subjects in college. That's things I was always terrified of. Hopefully we have some other Java professionals in there, or even people who are into the subject as well. And just so you know, Rory is also from South Africa. So there's some people in there. When I asked to people say hello and just raise hand to say where they are from, I could see some people from South Africa. So you have also your fellow citizen here with us. So you can register. We're going to start in a few minutes, and I'll place him in the background for you. Hi, Rory.
Hello. Hi. Great. You from what country? Portugal?
No, I'm from Brazil, but I'm living in Ireland completely.
In Ireland. Wow. Okay, that's just
yes, far away, far away. I left a tropical country thinking about a nice weather, but
you're not in a tropical country now.
Definitely not. But I'm enjoying ever since. So I'm very happy here. And I wish one day I get a chance to go to South Africa, though.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful. I haven't, and especially if you're from Brazil, it's very similar in culture. There is a slight echo that I hear, though. I don't know if you hear an echo.
I'm good. I can hear you well, actually. Just keep eyes on the audience to make sure everybody...
Must I switch the echo cancelling off on my side? Because I know that the audio here... I'm going to switch the echo cancelling off from StreamYard. Yeah, now it's better. I think it was StreamYard doing that. Okay, so that's better. Just say something.
Hello.
Yeah, nothing now. Okay, that's better. That's better. Yeah, and I've got 40 minutes, and if you can count down also, if you could just tell me closer to the time, then I'll do that. I've got a big demo, so if I'm running out of time, I can just cut certain things off in the demo.
Okay, perfect. So, Rory, before we start, just a quick question. Why Java?
I've been doing Java since 1998. And I've tried to leave it a few times, and now with... it's still echoing, but I don't know if we can solve that. Now with Microsoft, I'm actually a cloud advocate for Java at Microsoft. Now, I know that's ironic, and I've got a Macintosh here also, and I'm in South Africa, and I'm not the normal, stereotype. And it's just really because it's like my mother tongue. It's like, what Brazil is Portuguese, right?
Yes.
It's like, you can never move away from Portuguese, and that's really what it is. It's my mother tongue. I know the people, I know the ecosystem, it feels like family. And also, it's a great time to do Java at Microsoft, because Microsoft is one of the biggest open source contributors. Java is open source, and it makes it natural then for Microsoft to be the biggest Java contributor, one of the biggest Java contributors.
And Azure is the next topic we are going to talk about. And actually, I don't know since when I've been hearing about Azure, and I know a lot of people are trying to get certificates or everything into Azure, and what this audience could expect from this subject when we're talking about all things Java on Azure. What can they expect on the next couple of minutes?
Well, I did this talk because I wanted to show them the wondrous experience that is Java. I'm as a developer, and I want to make sure that developers have a good time. They want to be able to use the product easily. They want to be able to engage and be productive. And we go where the developer is. So I've created this demo in these slide decks to be able to show that it is really a wondrous experience. You come out of the experience feeling, invigorated and exciting. And that's really what the talk is about, to make you invigorated and exciting, and to go back and to say to everyone, wow, it's Java and Azure is really the place to be.
Great, that's great then. So people will enjoy. So I'll let you stay with Rory now, and I hope you enjoyed the session. If you do have any problems to hear us, just please drop us a message. I'll be watching all the time. And if you run into any trouble, we can stop at any minute to verify what's going on with the audios or video. So Rory, the stage is all yours, and you guys enjoy this next session.
Thanks so much, Marcia. Okay, great. So hopefully you guys can hear me. There was a little bit of an echo, but we'll proceed with that. And it's all things Java on Azure. You can follow me on @RoryPrady. I've got some really great Twitter tweets that I do. So all of this material that we do, we've just finished. I'm one of the co-authors for the Java Learn Path on Azure. So if you know Microsoft Docs and Learns, we've got a really great experience. You can get points for it. You can get a badge. You can put it into your LinkedIn profile. And all of it is available on aka.ms/Java-Learn Path. We have 14 modules there that cover the entirety of the Azure experience. Everything from Azure Spring Cloud to the Maven plugins to IntelliJ and App Service. Most of the demos I'm going to show you today are actually coming from that there. So you can get all of that in aka.ms/Java-Learn-Path. Okay, so let's start here. So first of all, it's not your grandfather's Microsoft. We have huge community engagement. We're part of the Eclipse Foundation. We have OpenJDK. We have an Microsoft build of OpenJDK, which I'm going to show you as part of the demo. We're part of the Adoptium, which is the Adopt OpenJDK Foundation. We have a very strong partnership with Pivotal and Spring. We own GitHub, and which has got 3.6 million Java repositories. And we're one of the core contributors for Visual Studio Code, which I'm going to use extensively. And I'm going to show you so many new features with Visual Studio Code that haven't even been announced, really. And then we have so many support for popular Java standards and projects. So that's our community engagement. So understand, we really care about community. We go where the developer is. But we also have 500,000 Java virtual machines in production working in Microsoft internally. Now, I think you need to kind of grasp the entirety of that, though. That's 500,000 Java virtual machines that we're running inside Microsoft that aren't client-facing, so they're not our client workloads. And we use them in LinkedIn. We have them running on Azure, on Yammer, Minecraft, our Android apps. So you can see exactly, we have such a huge and heavy investment in Java at Microsoft. So it makes sense that we make it a really glorious experience for developers, because we are using Java at Microsoft. And the external loads, we also want to make that experience wondrous. And we do that by helping people modernize their Java applications on Azure. And then there's so many different options. So we get customers and developers who say, I've got some legacy VMs, Java EE, Jakarta EE, and or Java application frameworks. So we cater for all of those frameworks. We also cater for all of the different Azure services. So, infrastructure as a service, container as a service, platform as a service, and all of the different databases and also tools. So let's go through some of them, and you'll see exactly what we cater for to get your modernized Java application on Azure. Now, the topic is all things on Azure, but I'm going to do a lot of demos. Don't worry about this. This is just a few slides to get you started, and then we're going to go through, and it's mainly demos. So first of all, we get a lot of people who want to modernize with containers. And we've got a choice between Azure Kubernetes services, Red Hat, which sits on top of Azure Kubernetes services, and in partnership with Red Hat, provides a really great white labeling experience for Azure Kubernetes. And then we have Azure Container Instances, which is our version of Kubernetes. You can start off with the developer tool that you want. We go to where the developer is. And then we also have integration with all of the other Azure services, Active Directory, Key Vault, Cognitive Services, Service Bus, and you can even use it on-premise with Azure Arc. So if you've got a container already, it's easy to migrate it through to Azure. And if you don't have a container, if you've got a WAR or a jar, you can easily deploy it to Tomcat or Java Standard Edition, but we still have, and we've just launched JBoss on application service. What does that mean? It means that your normal kind of application service experience you can now use with JBoss. So you get all of those nice services. You get the admin console. You get auto scaling and built-in CI/CD for JBoss on Azure. And if you want to go big bang, we've just launched, and we've got the most mature and most powerful product in cloud for your Spring applications called Azure Spring Cloud. What it is, it's an actual Kubernetes instance, and we've partnered with Pivotal to be VMware to run all of your Spring services on top of there with using the Tanzu build services and the Tanzu containers. And it's a great experience, because what it means is that you just design your application. I'm going to show you a little bit later what I'm going to do with that. And you just deploy it to the cloud, and it can scale up and scale down and use all of the Kubernetes services that you want to use without having to worry to use and worrying about the control plane and all of the Kubernetes deployments and rollouts. If you want to use a database, and in the demo today, I'm going to show you MySQL database. You can use any of the database, Postgres, MySQL, MariaDB, Redis, Cosmos, Azure SQL or Azure SQL managed instances. And we've launched also flexible services, meaning that if you want to just kind of do pay-as-you-go, a lot of these instances are all pay-as-you-go. And you get high availability, limited scale, rolling backups and everything. It's really easy to use. And to get there, we also let you do build on your terms. And this is pivotal to us, meaning we need to go where the developers are. We can't say, here's a tool and you have to use this tool. We know that the developers are opinionated and they have have passion around the tool sets. They want to use IntelliJ, we have an IntelliJ toolkit that you can use. You want to use Eclipse or VS Code? You can. And we provide just as many services on Eclipse as we do IntelliJ. You want to use Maven? That's great. I'm going to show you a demo a little bit later with Gradle. Yeah, I know. Gradle, the Android tool. I'm going to show you how to do DevOps starters in 3 clicks on Azure. You want to use GitHub? I'm going to show you how to use GitHub Actions. You want to use Jenkins on Terraform? I'm also going to show you a little bit of a demo using Terraform. So we build on your own terms, and we also let you, with the IDE, automate with your own terms. You want to use your provision, build, and deploy? You can use Azure Pipelines, GitHub Actions, or Jenkins. All of these are available, and I'm going to show you a little bit later how to use Terraform and GitHub Actions, but it's easy to do that because we understand that a developer to go into Azure needs to have a wondrous experience. And that's really all things Java on Azure with a wondrous experience. So that's all the slides I want to show you. And now we're going to do a demo. So we've got plenty of time to actually do it. I did 10 minutes of slides. You can see there I'm really excited about the demo. So ak.ms/java-learn-path. You can open it up and you can see all of the, we've got 14 modules there. They're really great. I'm one of the co-authors for that. And that's all the slides I want to show you. And we're not going to come back to PowerPoint after that. So the first thing I want to show you is something that we've launched recently. And that is, if I go Java --version, check this out. I'm running it locally. And that is the Microsoft OpenJDK build 11. Now, this is running locally. What happens if I go to my browser instance here, and I've got my Azure Cloud Shell, and this is running across, and I've just opened up a new shell, and I go Java --version. What do you think it's got there? It's got the Microsoft version of the JDK, the OpenJDK. And we've launched it with Java 11, and we're going to eventually launch it with Java 16 and 17. And it conforms to all of the normal standards that you are familiar with the OpenJDK. And we're running it right now. So how do you get started with this? And that's my next demo. So we know that it's running in the cloud. You can choose to use it. But I want to show you how to go from 0 to hero to be able to use this in your development environment and show you the development experience, the wondrous development experience. And to do that, I've got a repository that I'm going to show you. And this, you can go in it. And this is the Azure Spring Cloud, the Pet Clinic Spring repository that we're going to take also, and we're going to pop it into Azure Spring Cloud eventually. And this is not our repository. This is I'm going to clone this directly from the Spring project, Spring Pet Clinic. And if you don't know the Spring Pet Clinic, you've got a list of owners and vets, and you can take your pet to a vet, if it's sick, and you can git clone this. And I'm going to do that, and I'm going to start from the scratch and show you the development experience here. So I've got that. Let's make that a little bit bigger here. And I'm going to go git clone, and I've got that there, and I'm going to clone it into my working directory. And it's going to clone a folder called Spring-Pet Clinic. So if I go ls here, and you can see I'm working on a Mac, because at Microsoft, we don't really have to work on Windows. We go where the developer is, and I like Mac, so I use a Mac. So I've got my Spring Pet Clinic there, and I can go to Spring Pet Clinic. And I've got my POM file there, my source folder there. Let's go ls-al there. And you can see there, I've got the normal folder for a Java project there. So I want to open this up in Visual Studio Code. And I'm going to show you code spaces a little bit later if we do have enough time. So I'm going to go code dot, and I've got the Java extensions loaded. So if you want to get the Java extensions loaded here, and it's going to load it up automatically, you can go into your browser and you can go Java Pack Visual Studio Code, and you can go download the Java pack for Visual Studio Code. You can see there, I'll just click through there, and you can go down the coding pack for Java, and everything comes installed for you out of the box. So let's go back here, and I do code dot, I hit enter, and it will bring up Visual Studio Code. Here's Visual Studio Code, and you've got the Spring Pet Clinic here. And you'll see there, the minute that I go into a source file and I go into the owner's controller there, let's go into the owner's controller here. I'll make that a little bit bigger. you'll see in the owner's controller here, it'll start to actually bring up my Java language server. And that's a server that is running outside my IDE that is based on the Eclipse language server protocol that is going to tag and help me with the syntax, compile my source, and if it breaks, it doesn't break my IDE. And that's revolutionary because it means that I can do C#, Java, JavaScript in the same IDE at the same time. It just has a language server sitting in the background there. So it says everything's fine, and I can click on that Java there, and it will tell me what the language server mode is there. And I'm using Java 1.8. Now, I've said it that if I use 1.8, but I'm actually using Java 11, and I've set it as my default there in Java 11. So I'm using the Microsoft OpenJDK to do all of my development there, and I've got Java 11. I've also have Java 1.8 and Java 15, but I hate working in JSON or YAML files there. I want to actually get a nice view of my installed JDK. So I'm going to go into a new window that we just created into my command palette. And I'm going to go configure Java runtime. Now you can see configure Java runtime is there. My Spring Pet Clinic is using Java 1.8. You can even see how to add it to Maven if you want. I can install another JDK, and I can see the JDKs that are running there, tooling runtime. You can see the Java language server there. I'm using Java 11. I can even see the installed JDKs there, 16, 15, 11, and 8. If I want to do the default, I have to go into the settings here. It's not just there, but I can download all of that. I can even download, Azure, Red Hat, Amazon Corretto, Oracle, OpenJDK. Everything's available in the Java runtime. So it's one of the new pages that we've got that allows you to set that up, and then I can actually change my runtime. If I wanted to also start a new project, now remember we've got this cloned here, I can actually go there and go into the getting started page there. I can see there's quick start and how to create class, how to code edit, how to debug, and how to FAQ. But I also can get into a welcome screen. So if I go into command palette and then I go into the welcome screen, I can also get, let's just close that there. Create a new project, open an existing project, take a tour, configure the Java runtime, which you've just seen, open Java settings, extension guides. I can even get Spring, so start Spring there. And then if you're a student, you can get started there. And there's so many different nice little tours there. If I want to create a new project there, I can do it. And it has wizards there for micro profile, Quarkus, Spring, and also standalone Java. So everything's available. And this is all really brand new, only released recently, so to give you a nice overview. But I'm here to show you the development experience. I've shown you the welcome page, the setup JDK view, the settings, and now I'm going to show you how to get started on your project. So we've got in here, we've got a owner, a vet, and a visit, and then we've also got a model view there. So you can see that there's a person, and most things extend off person. You can see there person extends base entity, and these are entity classes from the Java persistence. Now the biggest problem with Visual Studio Code, and we spoke to people around this, is that they don't know what's potting because they don't have a project view. And they also don't have the ability to see the hierarchy of classes. So if I go into Java projects here, you can see we've just launched a Java project view, exactly like you would normally see in an IDE. And this is based kind of like, if you remember Eclipse, if you're a Java developer, this is very similar to that. It gives you your source folders. You can even see there that I've got my Maven dependencies, and I can view all my Maven dependencies, or I can see my Java source files here. And I've got now a Java project view. So that's the one thing that developers asked, and we've got it for you now. Second thing that they asked for is be able to see a type hierarchy. So if I've got a person class, and if I go into my owners, and I've got owner over here extends person, and I've got maybe owner extends another type of hierarchy, I want to be able to right click on owner and go show type hierarchy. Yeah, no. How cool is that? And now I get the hierarchy here, and I can get interfaces and all of the different covariants and countervariants of that generic class, and that class inside that class hierarchy. And that is brand new. So it gives you the same feel that you get in a enterprise paid for IDE. And we have it now to make that development experience great. And you'll see exactly when I push this through to Java. It's not only, to Azure, it's not only the development experience, but it's the Azure experience also. So I've got owner.java here. And the next thing I want to show you is, wait a second, maybe one of the classes, I've done the wrong thing. So in vet, I've got speciality over there. And I want to drag speciality because I actually think that a speciality exists into that package. Now, I can go into speciality and I can right-click on speciality and I can go source actions, refactor, and I can refactor it there. But I just want to drag and drop it. So I'm going to take speciality and I'm going to drag it into that folder. What do you think is going to happen? It's going to say, are you sure you want to move it? I want to go, yeah. And now normally you have to go change the classes and you have to change everything there. So I'm going to go move, and it's going to give me a preview. Look at that. It's going to say to me every single thing that could change with that speciality and everything that I might want to do. So I can actually go confirm that, or I can close it. So I'm going to confirm that, and then I'm going to move it back, because once I did this and it actually broke. So I'm going to confirm that. And then it's done. You can see speciality there. And now it's got the nice package, the correct package owner. And it's changed all the other classes also. And I can go back there and I can move it back. And go move. And show preview. And I want it back there. And I can tell you now that it is worked. Because if I go into source control, remember we did that get thing. Nothing should have changed. And nothing has changed. So I've moved it and I moved it back. And it's done everything perfectly. And it feels like a wondrous experience. Now I can work in a team and I can know that if I move classes up and down, I won't have to worry about refactoring or not being able to refactor with this experience. Remember, this is all free. You can download it right now. There's no charge to it, and it has some of the features of enterprise IDEs. And the next feature that I want to show you is the Maven lifecycle. So if you go into, and this is a Maven project here. Let's minimize all of that. And if you've got the Java project there, we also have the Maven lifecycle. And this is brand new also. So if you go into lifecycle and I want to do a install here or a package, so I can click on that install and it's going to bring that up. And this is all kind of very easy to use because you can just now build. You can see there's Spring Pet Clinic, and it's going to run through the build process and build my jar file for me. And then I can actually just deploy that jar file to Azure. Which I have before in the law of demos, always before deploy it before. So it's going to run through my tests. And that, what do you mean tests? So I've got tests. Rory, can you handle some test explorers? Yes, I can actually. It's the next thing I want to show you here. The new test explorer view. So we've got tests here, and you can see all of the tests are available here, and you can run them singly. So test find all. So this is the integration tests. I want to go to my owners, and I want to go owner controller tests, and I can run each one of those tests there. So I can run each one of those tests, those views there. And this is also very new, and you can see there, it's going to run them there. And I can debug a test. Now, before I go into the test explorer, I want to show you how easy it is to create tests. So if I've got my class here, and I've got my source test, Java, owner controller tests, I can actually generate all of these tests if I wanted to, just by, you can see there before each, just by right-clicking there. We want to go, there should be a test, generate test here. Can't remember where source action, I think that's source action, and then there's, there we go, generate tests. And I can go generate tests, and this is brand new. This is literally only a week old. I can go all of those tests there, and it'll generate all of those test methods that you want in your classes if you wanted to start from scratch. So source action, generate test, right new, and then I can actually go into the test explorer and execute those tests. I've got my tests there, and it's all running. And I want to test it locally. Before I take it to Azure, I want to test it locally. And normally you would, on a Visual Studio, you'd go into your terminal and you'd go mvn spring spring dash boot or something like that, run or something like that, and you'd have to run it locally. But we've just recently launched the Spring Boot dashboard. Now this is going to scan all of your classes to find your controller, your startup class that you can see there. This is normally a paid feature, and you can just start it up. And that's going to start up my Spring Pet Clinic. This is just gone from 0 to hero. Where were we? It's in the terminal. I don't want to be in terminal. I want to go output problems. No, I think I want to go output. And then I want to go into my, okay, let's stop that again. I think I've lost the terminal there for a second. And I want to go Spring Pet Clinic, and I want to go start. And it should have actually started the debugger version there. Let's go. I think I'm debugging it actually because I did a debugging version before that. So let's see what happens. Let's wait a few seconds there and let me go into my localhost here and I should be able to see, I've lost the view to see it starting up, but I should be able to see 8080 there. There's my pet clinic. If I go find owners here, it's using an internal H2 database here, but it's started up there, and I can edit the owners and everything is started up there. And if I wanted to debug, Rory, is there any new features for debug? Yes, there is. So let's stop that there. Let's go back into the debug, and this is really outstanding when you see that. I'm going to just stop this and start this because for some reason I lost that screen there. So let's go back in there. Let's go code start again, and it will start that up again. Sometimes I do that quicker than to find out where did my window go. And I've got my Spring Boot dashboard here, and I want to go find a controller class here. I want to go controller class here. I want to put a breakpoint, and these are really new features here on not the owners here, not the test. I want to go into main, Java, into owner class, into my owner controller, and I want to put in the find all. So process form, no, let's just see init, process updates, show owner. Yeah, let's put it here. So I want to put it, I want to get the owner there. So I'm going to put it on pet. So I've already got the owner there. Let's put it there so I can step into it. Now, one of the things that make IDEs great is something called inline debugging. And it shows you the parameter that you're looking at without you having to go inspect it. I know. And you're used to that with IntelliJ with Eclipse. I'm going to show you how to do it now. So you've got that there. And I'm going to go into my Spring Pet Clinic dashboard there. And I'm going to click on debug. And hopefully now it should show me there we go. There's my window. You see, I don't know where that went originally though, but it just kind of disappeared. Now I've got my debug window there, my debug console, and I can go into my port 8080. And let's go back into there. Let's go 8080, and let's go into our pet clinic. And I've got my pet clinic here. I can find my owners. Found all my owners there. I'm going to go to George Franklin, and it's going to stop there on my breakpoint. It's going to break. But what you'll notice on the breakpoint here, just launched, literally this week, is now I get the inline variables of my my objects there. And I can step over here, and I can see that the owner, you can see the actual toString here. And you can go now on your local variables, and I can right-click and go show as hex, show qualified names, show static variables, disable logical views, disable toString object view. I can click that off, and this is brand new here, and it will actually disable it and enable it. And it gives you the same look and feel that you have with an enterprise IDE right now that you can go and download whenever you want, though. And I can run that all the way through, and it'll bring me back George. Let's go back there. It actually did a hot reload, so let's go there. And there's George. Yeah, demo worked, yeah. And yeah, so that's the inline debugging. And the last thing is let's push this to Azure. I have pushed it before. I have it running already. So it's as simple as just going into your Azure App Service here. And then you can either go through your app service as your app service view here, and you can see here I've got my Azure dashboard, I've got app services, I've got my functions, storage, virtual machines, databases, and a little bit under there I've got Spring Cloud, which you're going to do a little bit later on. I'm going to show you how to do. I'm going to push this pet clinic to Azure Spring Cloud. So I've got my pet clinic here. We're great for time, and I can just right click on there and I can go deploy to Azure. It does take a few minutes. So I have actually done it beforehand. So you can right click in there and you go deploy to web app, and it will give you some options there. It will say, okay, what is the jar file you want to deploy, pet clinic, and what is the port that you want to do. And it will say to you, do you want to overwrite existing there? And I'm not going to do that just yet, because when you download the Spring Pet Clinic, it uses the jar file of the project name, and you need to call it app.jar. So when you do push to Azure, if you go deploy here, so if I go yes here, and it's going to deploy it there, you'll see here that in my, let's go a little bit higher here. Let's make that a little bit bigger. If I go into my VS Code settings here and I've got launched JSON, it will have a there we go, settings.json. It'll say there, what do you want to deploy? And then it'll deploy there, and it'll say deploy the subpath here. So you do need to, if you're going to do a jar deployment, you're going to have to just do a deployment file here. But if we do go into our settings here, and we go browse and portal, I've already got it kind of, well, it's busy at doing it as we speak, but I've already deployed it previously here. Let's go back there, and let's go back there. I already got it there, running there, and we'll come back to it. And I've already got my owners here, and this is running an internal H2 database. So what about MySQL? So I do have it running on Terraform with GitHub Actions. So if I go to github.com /RoryP, and I've got MS Learn Simplified. This is one of the projects that you can actually do and get started with. I've got some GitHub Actions here on the Spring Pet Clinic, and I've just run it recently today, and I've got Terraform running here that builds it into my you can see there Terraform into my Terraform init plan and apply, and it builds my MySQL database. And then I've got another GitHub action here that will go in and deploy it. So I've got all of that, and that's in the Microsoft Learn path here. And if you go into that, I have deployed it there, and this is the exact same one that is running there, Spring Pet Clinic, and we want to run that. Let's go back into there because I can't remember its name. We've got it here, Spring Pet Clinic there. And if I go browse the website here, this is running actually with a MySQL database. Let's bring that in here, and we want to go here. And this is now running. Let's close that and close that. This is what, there we go. This is running with a MySQL database now. And you can see that it's running on MySQL database, because if I go into my portal on azure.com, and this is, remember, this is running with GitHub Actions with Terraform. And if I go into that, all I've done is I've gone and created app settings on the app services here. So let's go into our little Terraform settings here. So this is the exact same Pet Clinic, except I have added a little app settings here. So if we go to configuration, and this is really what you need to change here, and you'll see that the app settings here has a Microsoft database URL of my MySQL instance here. You can see my data source URL, and I've got the JDBC Spring Pet Clinic for MySQL, and that's it. So that's all you need to do that. But you said to me, Rory, we're going to do Azure Spring Cloud. I've got a little bit more time for that. So you can take your instance here, and now I can take my Pet Clinic instance here, and I can chuck it onto Azure Spring Cloud. So if I close all of that, and I go into my microservice version of Azure Spring Cloud, we want to go, let's go more, and microservices there. Let's go services. Spring Pet Clinic microservices. So I've got my microservice version of here, and this then takes the owner services, gives an API gateway, customer service, discovery service, vet services, and chucks it onto Azure Spring Cloud. Now I can see the Azure Spring Cloud in my Azure instance here, and you can see there I've got my Azure Spring Cloud instance here, and Azure Spring Cloud is your Kubernetes instance here, and it runs well, all of those services here, and I can right click in there and go stop, start, and I can also scale it. So I can scale out my Kubernetes, because it is Kubernetes. I can also access the public endpoint here. So let's go into our API gateway here, access the public endpoint, and there we go. Let's go here, and I want to open up that public endpoint. So this is my, let's just close all of those here, and this is my Spring Cloud public endpoint here, and this is exactly the same service here. So now I've taken the exact same product, broken it up into microservices, and I've got find owners here. Now I want to show you how fast this is here. So you can see here I've got Spring Cloud and I've got my owners, and I can do that by going into the Spring Cloud view here. So we still have a few minutes. I think I've got 10 minutes left with you. So we still have the Spring Cloud view here. So I can go into my Spring Cloud view here. I want to show you how fast the database is, because we want to show you how you can use distributed tracing with your Spring applications. And really that is something that developers have asked for. So if I go into my application insights, and this is enabled by default for free as part of your Spring Cloud subscription, your Azure Spring Cloud, I can go into application map. Now, we've just hit this in the last hour, but I can do this in the last 24 hours also. Let's see if it picked it up. 240 calls here, 180 calls that I've done in the last hour because I have been hitting it here. And I can do this into a spider web here also, or less. And I've got my customer service. I can go into my customer service here. I can view in the logs there. I can investigate the performance, or I can actually see what is the, no, I'm actually an admin server here. I want to go into customer service. So let's zoom out there. I want to go into customer service here. I want to go and investigate the performance, but I want to show you how to do a trace here. So I can go, wow, okay, so that's the service that we just hit now. I want to go view it in there. And then now I can see, wait, it's got, in the last service, I haven't really done any SQL, but I can go into dependencies. Now I can actually see the SQL calls here. I can see the transactional calls here, and I've already set it up beforehand with some SQL calls here. So let's go into application insights. I want to go into transaction search. I want to show you an end-to-end transaction here. See all the data in the last 24 hours. And now I want to go find an HTTP GET for the customer handler too. Let's go here, native request, Spring Cloud. I think I just passed it here, actuator. So let's go here and let's go Control F and we go customer. Okay, no, I did not find it. So I'm thinking it is, there we go. Azure Services here. Let's go see here. Let's see if we get lucky here. End-to-end transaction. Okay, that wasn't the end-to-end transaction. Let's see if we can find it. But it gives you the ability to see your database calls. So let's go find another database calls there. Let's go into application insights, performance, and let's go to see if we can find in the last 24 hours a database call. So let's go into dependencies. I want to see how fast my database call is here. HTTP GET, and I can see all of these calls here. And I want to go into HTTP GET. I can go into my samples here, and you can see here, here's all my samples, and I can see how fast each one of them is here. 4 milliseconds, 6 milliseconds. I can click on that, 200, and I can see my end-to-end transactions here around that, and also linked into my database. So you can play around with that. That's Azure Spring Cloud, and it gives you your dependencies. You can see all of your transactions there. And the last thing I want to show you, and I think I still have a little bit of time, I know that I've got until 6 p.m. for that, is that you can do all of this, what I've just showed you now. If I go into Spring Pet Clinic, let's go to GitHub Actions, github.com. All of this is available if you do that via CodeSpaces. Whatever I showed you today with all of the auto refactoring, Maven lifecycle, the test explorer, the Spring dashboard, all of that, if I go into the actual dashboard there and I go to code and I go to open with CodeSpaces, and I go new CodeSpaces here, it's the same experience. And I've dealt with the product team around this, and we made sure that we get the same experience there. All of what you've seen there, and you can just push it live. This is the Terraform example there. You can even open it in Visual Studio Code and have that local view of there. And then you get all of that experience there with the project view of the outline and all of that to run exactly what you want. There's the Maven view here that you get of the Pet Clinic, and yeah, project view, all of that there. And you can use the Microsoft OpenJDK for everything in this experience. So that's everything I wanted to show you today. And hopefully we have some questions. And just to prove that it did work in the beginning, let's go back to our original site, our app service there. We did do that deployment. And I wanted to show you a little bit of a trick there that you can actually do for your services. So open recent and Cloud Lunch and Learn here. If I go back into my original settings here, you can see there it's deploying the dot. Let's see if that worked there. Else we did have that working beforehand. And yeah, so that I just right-clicked and deployed for that. Let's go find that original one that we did deploy and see if it actually did deploy. Let's go. And that's the service that we did deploy to. Open in Portal there. And let's let's go here. No, we're not open in Portal, and we want to open that in browser. So open in browse website. And yeah, so any questions before we end? And yeah, so that is opening in the browser, and that is your Pet Clinic example there that is running great there. Thank you so much for today. I hope that you've had a great time and seen experience. That's a really whirlwind tour of everything in Java, from the development experience to the deployment to microservices on Azure Spring Cloud to tracing and traceability, using so many different services with the newly launched services and the Microsoft OpenJDK. Thanks very much, and I think I'm perfectly on time.
Rory, you are perfectly on time, and thanks for this great session and actually good feedbacks on the background. People are really happy, and they said basically we're on fire here. So if you were to consider changing careers now, maybe Java would be the word. So any questions, guys? Rory is open for question before he heads up. If you do have any questions or comments, please drop in the chat so he can answer that right away. They're just saying, Rory, you are amazing. Yes, you are. That was great. Good. That's very good. That's good feedbacks on the background. Yeah, so we are now on time to start our next one. Rory, thanks again for this lovely session, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. And if people drop any more questions or any more comments, I will make sure you get those so we can post it later on the YouTube, because guys, all this stream live is going to be saved on YouTube, so you can rewatch it, and any questions you missed during the session will be respond to there. Actually, there's a question for you there. Can we use Code Space today?
So it's in private preview. They are planning on going generally available soon, but nothing has been launched as such yet. So you do have to sign up for the private preview, and then you will be able to access if you get in there. So unfortunately, it's not generally available right now. But all of that experience you can do with remote containers and Visual Studio that I've shown you, and you're going to get all of that in Code Spaces. The costing is about 3 cents per minute for the lowest container, and about 30 cents per minute for, these are US cents, per the upper container. And if you think about it, that's like $3-4 a day for a 8 gig RAM 4 CPU instance. That's power that you're going to have for Azure Code Spaces, and you're going to be able to just click, done. We're going to live on the web. It's just going to be brilliant.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. I think that's all for now. Thanks again, Rory. And let's raise. You do have a time if you do want to run very quickly to grab some coffee, make yourself at home, because in a minute you're going to be talking about Power BI, and we have our next speaker already online with us, and she's speaking from London, and I'm from Dublin. So hello, and we have people connected from everywhere. Do we have anybody from London or UK in general here? Let's see. It's a bit of delay there. That might be. Hello from Kansas, the United States. Hello there, how are you? Different time zone, so it's morning there, so good morning to you. We have some people from Brazil as well. I myself, I'm from Brazil, but I'm just living in Ireland. Got people from South Africa, Brazil, USA, where else? That's a really nice, yeah, that will be a nice session. Portugal. Hey, Adriana. So before I just pass this stage to our next speaker, just a quick reminder, guys, if you could just check in and remember all the subscriptions, all the inscriptions will be converted for a charity. I just placed the link there for you. So make sure you check in, and also you can win some prizes at the end of the marathon. I'm not sure if I'm gonna get your name correctly, so I think best way. So I'm afraid to pronounce it, make a mistake in there. You may introduce yourself. You are muted there. Hang on.
Okay.
There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So my name is Pragati Jain. And yeah, today I'll be taking this session on data analysis using Power BI for beginners. So yeah, let me know when I can start, Marcia.
Perfect. We have people from Berlin. So, Berlin, I've been there. Really nice. So welcome. I'm not sure if you were logged in with us before. And I hope you guys enjoy it. Yeah, I can see there's some BI professionals here.
Yeah, hopefully they like this session.
Yes, so will I, even though my focus was more business analysis, but it's quite close.
Yeah, exactly. You're very much close to data analysis.
So I'm pretty sure I'll benefit from it. So yeah, I'll let the stage with you, and I hope you guys enjoy it and have fun.
Okay. So can I just share my screen?
Yes, you can share your screen.
So can everyone see my screen? And can they hear me properly? Okay, so welcome to my session, everyone, on data analysis using Power BI for beginners. So before I start my session, I'll just like to give a quick introduction about myself. So my name is Pragati Jain. I'm based here in London, UK, and I've recently been awarded with Microsoft Data Platform MVP. And I'm also one of the super user at Microsoft Power BI community. If any of you guys are active on Power BI community, you may have seen me there active most of the times. And then in all, I've got total nearly 10 plus years of industry experience. And my initial years were, I have worked as a database developer, but now currently I'm working as a senior data analyst here in UK. One fun fact about me, not sure whether it is fun fact, but I'm a painter and I proudly call myself a techie artist. Any of you guys who want to connect with me on social network, then I have showed my blog. I have got my own blog, datavibe.co.uk. You can go there, message and email me. I've included my LinkedIn handle, Twitter handle, even my Power BI community link is here, and my Instagram handle. So before we start with the session, I would, like to just show you the agenda, like what we are going to do in today's session. So today's session is basically a one slide and all demo session. So everything I'll show practically in Power BI, okay? And what I have done, I have just, divided my session into 4 different sections. So in first section, what we'll do is we'll just go through Power BI desktop tool, and I'll show you a few basics around it, which are, very helpful when you start with reporting in Power BI. The second section will be more around analyzing a sample travel insurance data, where we'll try to highlight and, try to uncover some insights from the data. And mainly, I'll try to show you top 5 key insights, which are really important from that data. Then the third session will be, I have got a ready report on the travel insurance data analysis, because due to the limit on the time for the session, I can't show you everything. So in the end, I'll show you a quick view of the final report that I created using this data set, and maybe you'll get to see a few new charts and different kinds of interactions we can build in Power BI for report. Then in the last section, I'll try to take any questions if there are any. Okay, so let's start with the session, everyone. Okay, so this is basically Power BI desktop tool. Once you open a Power BI file, then it ends up like this. Now, before just going into Power BI Desktop, I would like to highlight two things. So like Power BI has got two different environments where people can interact and build reports. So Power BI Desktop is basically considered as a developer tool where a developer can create a report. And there is another environment which is known as Power BI Service. Now, Power BI Service is a cloud-based environment. So once you create your report in Power BI Desktop tool, you can share it or publish it in a Power BI workspace, which is in cloud. Now, Power BI workspace can be helpful when you're trying to share reports with different stakeholders or different customers. So there, the main role of Power BI Service comes into picture with, and there are amazing functionalities you can build in Power BI Service by giving different security rights and everything. But today in this session, we'll be focusing on Power BI Desktop tool. So before I start with the basics in Power BI, what I'll do is, the first thing I'll do here is I'll load the data set. The reason why I load the data set first is because once the data is in Power BI, it will be really helpful in showing you the basics and how you can start creating reports and how you can start uncovering different insights from the data. So when you open Power BI, this is what a blank canvas appears here because there's nothing here. Now, on the top ribbon, you can see there is something called Get Data. Now, this option you can use when you want to bring in or import some data set in Power BI. Now, in Power BI, there are multiple different data source and connectors supported. So in this session, what I'll be focusing on simply flat files, but I can just go through some few data sources which are most commonly used. For example, Excel, then we've got text or CSV flat file, we have got Parquet, we have got SharePoint folder, we have got some database connectors like SQL Server database, we have got MySQL, PostgreSQL. Then here on the left pane, if you see that there are many connectors that support Azure platform as well. So for this session, I'll be focusing just on simple files, flat files. So for example, my data set is a simple CSV file. So I'll choose this data source type. And when I click on connect, Power BI will ask me to browse for my file name. Okay, so I'll select my file and I click on open. Now, once I click on open, Power BI is trying to read that data. Now a new window appears here, basically. What you can see here in the window is Power BI gives you a quick view around your data. What I mean by the quick view is it just shows you top 200 rows. Then it shows you all the columns that are in your file. So I can see I've got all these columns in my data set, right? Now, once I load it, now Power BI loads the data. It's trying to build a connection by creating a data model. And on the right, you can see under Fields pane, this is called Fields pane section, where you see all the data that you import into Power BI. You can clearly see my travel insurance data is loaded. Now, once I expand it, I can see all the columns within this travel insurance data. Now, I'll load one more small data set. The reason why I'm loading one more data set is because I want to show quick relationship creation in Power BI. So that's why to create a relationship, I need more than one table in my Power BI imported. So let's just quickly create another data set. And my second data set is an Excel file. So I choose Excel. I choose my file. I click open. When I click open, it tries to bring in the data. Now, any one of you guys who are coming from some Excel background, you must be familiar with Excel works on sheets principle. So one Excel file can have multiple sheets. Now, in my case, my plain accidents Excel file just had one sheet. So that's why I'm just seeing one sheet here. But suppose if your Excel file has got multiple sheets, then Power BI will show you all the sheets here. And then it will ask you to choose which sheet you want to import at this level. So in this case, for example, I choose my sheet and Power BI shows me the data. I'll again load the data. Now Power BI loads the data and I can see that plain accident data is loaded in Power BI. Now here, if you see, Power BI somehow has detected some weird columns. So I'll tell you in a few minutes basically how you can handle these things. Now, as part of best practice, what it is suggested is whenever you download your data set first time in Power BI, you should always go and do some kind of basic things around it. Like, for example, just view the data, whether the columns are right, whether the data types of the columns are right. Do you want to change their display format, or is there any error in the data, right? So in Power BI Desktop, there's a very good environment which you can use to do this kind of basic high-level analysis on your data. So on this top ribbon, this is transform data. Once you click on it, Power BI opens a new window. Now, this window is known as Power Query Editor. Now, I'll point out again, for people who are used to working with Excel, this Power Query Editor will seem very familiar to them, because Excel supports the similar kind of Power Query Editor functionality, and Power BI has taken the similar things from Excel. So this is called Power Query Editor, which opens up, which shows all your data sets and their structure, and then what kind of values they have got. Now, let's first start with our plain accidents data, where we saw a few weird columns that Power BI read by mistake. So what we'll do here is, like, you can see there's a country column, there's accident column, and then there are these 4 columns. Now, for example, if you click on column 3, it just says null value. Column 4 just says null value. And next column just read it as source. And the next column just read it as a link to the source. Now, what I want is, in this data set, these columns are not relevant to me, and I just want to delete them. So what you can do is, in Power BI, you can click a column, and if you right click, there's an option to remove that column. But now I want to remove more than one column. So what I can do is, on a Windows machine, I can use my control key, and I can just select all these columns, okay? And I can just click on remove. So once I click remove columns, those 4 columns are removed. Now, in Power Query Editor, whatever changes you do, they are reflected under this applied step section. So for example, I removed columns, so it is showing me as remove columns. Now, one other way of removing columns could be, for example, if I just revert back my change, so I remove that step, so I see these columns back. Now, suppose if I just want to remove these 4 columns and I just want to have these columns. So the other way could be, you can use Control key to select the columns which you want in Power BI, you right click, and what you can choose is, you can choose remove other columns. So what it will do is, it will remove other columns except the selected column. So these are like 2 ways of removing columns in Power Query Editor in Power BI. Now let's go to the main data set, which we are going to use for our data analysis. Now, this is the travel insurance data. Now, before we do anything further, let's just try to see a few high-level things on this data. Now, on the top ribbon, there's something called view. When you click on view, Power BI shows you some metrics. So for example, we'll start with column quality. Now, what column quality is? Let me just minimize my left and right pane so we can, see the data complete. So if you see what column quality shows 3 different metrics to you. One is valid, second is error, and third is empty. Now, valid tells you whether all the values in this column have got valid identity, or maybe they have got whether those values are valid, basically, or right. So basically what happens is, whenever you load data in Power BI judges the data type on its best judgment. So what it does is, it tries to check whether all the values in this column are based on that data type. Then the second metric is called error. So error just tells you whether Power BI detected any error in that column. And third is empty. Now, empty tells you if there are any empty, blank, or null values in that data set. In that column, sorry. So for example, I'll take one example here, this gender column. If you see my gender column, and when I hover over it, it shows me that my gender column has only got 11% valid values, okay? There are no errors, but there are 89% empty values. So you can clearly see in this column, obviously it is gender, so M is for male, F is for female, and then there are blanks. So if someone doesn't give their gender information, then it came as blank here in this data set. So what we can do is, I'll say that again, as part of best practices, it's always good to have your data in the most complete state in Power BI. Because what happens if you don't have your data complete. By complete, I mean if you have got empty values or you have got nulls, or if there are some errors, then once you start creating report and analyzing your data, then you can end up with some redundancy or wrong results or wrong conclusions. So it's always better to have your data at most completeness you can have. So what I'll do in this case, I just don't want these blank values. So what I'll do is I'll replace these blank values with some value here. So it is easy to do in Power BI. You just right click on your column, you select replace values, a new window opens, and the window will ask you what value you want to search in this column and with what value you want to replace the search value. Now, in my case, I want to replace a blank cell value. So I don't give anything here because it is blank. Now I want to replace it with a value called U. Now, just to have my third value in the same way I had the other value, I have the other values in the column, like M for male, F for female. So I'm just taking U as unknown. So unknown is something which I don't know, right? You can use any other character or any other word, like for example, not applicable or N/A, not available. So those kind of things. It just completely depends on the requirement or how you want to represent information on your report. So it's completely up to you. So in my case, I'll replace with, and I'll just click OK. Now, what you see is in this column, all my empty values are replaced by U. And you can see the stats above, like my empty is gone to 0%. So it looks right. Okay. So we have completed our data, and rest, if we see, no other column has got any empty value in it. So we don't need to, we don't have to deal with any other data incompleteness here. So our data looks right. I'll just bring in back the panes, which I just, had hidden. So now I've got them back. Now the other stuff, what we can do in Power BI is like, in Power BI, you can do certain, in Power Query Editor, you can do certain kind of transformations as well. For example, you can do some group by, you can, transpose the data, you can pivot and unpivot the data. Then if you want to split a column by delimiter, you can do that. You can extract or parse data. So these are all different kinds of transformations, and even you have got support for running R and Python script within Power BI in Power Query Editor. So that's an add-on thing that's a facility given to you. Then the other section is you can create columns here in Power BI, which is pretty easy to do. Like you can create index column, you can create conditional column, you can even invoke a custom function in Power BI, you can create a custom column. Then you can do some date time transformations. Then there's a support for text analytics in Power BI where you can use text analytics API to connect to your data and use it here. Similarly, you have support to connect to Azure Machine Learning Studio here. So you can basically run predictive models in Power BI. So that's the kind of, different things you can achieve in Power Query Editor. But now, for now, what I'll do, I'll just try to save my changes, what I just did. So for that, what you can do is there's something called close and apply under home, and you just do close and apply. So it is very important to do this, because if you don't do it, Power BI won't save any changes that you have done in Power Query Editor. So for example, one thing, we removed the extra weird columns read by Power BI in plain accidents file, but they are removed now. So that's the one thing we can see, okay, our changes are applied perfectly. Now, before I start with the report build, let me show you a few more things in Power BI. I'll start from the left pane. Now, on the left, there are 3 icons, if you can see. Now, the first icon is called report. Now, report is what we are already in. So if you drag and drop any visual, or if you create anything here, you'll see that in your report view. The second one is the data view. Now, data view is more around, you just get to see the data sets. Like, for example, by default, it's showing plain accidents. If you click on travel insurance, it will show you a travel insurance data. Now, the third section is known as model view. Now, model view is more around if you have created some kind of data model in Power BI. Now, by data model, I mean, if you have got any multiple data sets which are related to it themselves by some way, by some relationship. So that's what a data model is. So just as part of the exercise, I'll try to create a simple relationship here. So you just get an idea how you can, link 2 data sets by creating a simple relationship in Power BI. So in my plain accidents table, I've got a column called country, which is similar to the destination column, which I've got in travel insurance. So I'll try to show you how you create a relationship. Now, there are two ways you can navigate to the create relationship window. One is manage relationship, which is here at the top. And the second way is if you click on 3 dots on our data set, then you can create manage relationships. So you can choose either one of them. I'll choose this one. Now, once I choose it, a new window appears. Now, what this window is showing me, it's showing me that there are no active relationships defined yet in Power BI. That's why it is empty. Now we are going to create a new relationship. So I click on new, another window appears, and it asks me to select tables and columns on which I want to create a relationship. Now I'll select my plain accidents. And now if you see in the second option, Power BI by default, selected travel insurance. The reason why Power BI selected the second table by itself is because in Power BI, I just imported only 2 data sets. If suppose I had more than 2 data sets here, then Power BI would have given me option to choose one from multiple tables. Okay, now we just select country from plain accidents and we select destination from travel insurance. Now, one good thing about Power BI is on its best judgment, it just, detects the cardinality of the relationship on its own. Okay, so we'll just go with Power BI's judgment and we'll just create this relationship. So I just hit OK. Once I hit OK, in this window, I can see my active relationship, which I just created. I close the window. Once I close the window, I see a relationship is created. So that's how you can create a simple relationship between 2 data sets in Power BI. Now let's go to the data view, because I want to give you a overall view around what this data is and what kind of analysis we can do further. Now, this is a simple travel insurance product data. In this data, I've got certain travel insurance products that are being sold by different agencies. Now, agencies could be an airlines or travel agency. So I can either go to airlines to buy insurance product or to a travel agency to buy insurance product. So that's what I've got here. Then I've got different kind of products they sell. Then I have got destinations, so like which customers bought which insurance products against what destination they travel to. Then I've got net sales generated by the selling of these products. Then I've got commission attached to sell of these insurance products. And then I've got some information around gender and age. Now, before we start going further, what I'll do is I'll try to show you like how you can handle certain data types or display formats in Power BI. So, for example, in this data set, you see I see net sales column here. Now, net sales column is something. If it is represented with a currency symbol, it just gives a better view to the end users to see that number in a better way, which they're used to seeing it. So, what we'll do, we'll just convert this net sales column value to have a currency symbol in front of it. So for that, what I'll do, I select the net sales, and on the top, Power BI by default opens what data type it has got and what format it has got. Now in the format, I want to display it as a currency. So what I'll do, I'll choose the currency of my choice. In my case, I'm choosing United Kingdom, so it will show everything in pound. So I select that, and you by default see a pound symbol is appended before my net sales value. So that's just a better representation of that number here in net sales column. And now also, if I don't want any decimal places, what I can do is I can just remove my decimal places and set it to 0. So I just see a whole number here. You could have done that by changing data format to whole number also, but it's up to you how you want to approach this thing. Same thing I'll do for commission also, because commission is also a currency value. So it's better to represent it that way. So I'll just choose the same currency, and that's how it shows. And I'll again make it to 0 decimal places. So now we have got our data in a good shape. So let's now start with some data analysis. Now we go to report view. Now just a background around this. Now this is a blank canvas page. We generally call them page, or some people say them as tabs also, but I'll stick to pages. So this is my blank page. And on the right, if you see this format painter icon, if you click on that, there are multiple formatting options attached to this page. For example, you can modify page size. So currently I have taken default, but you also have option to customize your page size. It shows you some kind of page information. So page information is whether it's what the name of the page. So currently it is page 1, so it's showing that. Then you can add a background to your page. You can add alignment to your page. So I have put it to middle, but you can select top if you like top. So those are the different kinds of page formatting options you have got here. Now let's see the visualization. So in Power BI by default gives you these visualizations, which you see here. But Power BI also supports some free custom visuals, which you can import from online marketplace. So for that, if you click on these three dots, Power BI asks you if you want to get more visuals. So once you click on that, Power BI takes you to their online marketplace where they have got amazing multiple custom visuals, and you can import those visuals here in Power BI as well. But for today's study, I'll stick to the default visuals in Power BI because for most of my reports, I have done everything using these default visuals, and they prove to be pretty strong while generating stories and analyzing data. Now I have shown you what the data is about. So let's see what kind of insight we can do. Now, for example, this is a travel insurance data against different agency types selling different insurance products. So let's start with a basic chart where let's see like how many products these different agencies are selling. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll take the simple clustered bar chart. When I click on it, on the left, I can see this visual is here. Now I'll start moving the fields to it. Now, for example, I want to see how many products have been sold by different agencies, right? So what I want is I just want a count of product name. So I move product name to the field values. Now, one good thing about Power BI is once you move a text column. Okay, so in Power BI, when you expand a data set, if there's a summation sign, this is known as summation sign in mathematical terms, then that column is a numeric column. But if there's no sign against any column name, then those are the text columns. So once you move a text column to the value section, Power BI by default gives it a summarization, whether you want to count it or you want to do a distinct count. But in my case, I just want to see total volume of products. So that's why I just did a count. And I can see like, if I hover over the chart, it tells me travel agencies sold 45,869 travel insurance products and airlines sold 17,457 travel insurance products. Now, just one thing what we'll do is, under Format Painter, there are multiple formatting options at visual level also. But for now, I'll just do one thing. I'll just switch on the labels, okay? You can choose however you want to display it. Like, for example, if you want to display it as thousands, you can display it at 1,000, okay? But I want to show you one more thing what you can do. Now, for example, this number is showing 45869. Now, when you're trying to, show this report to business users or the higher management people in your company, then, those people are, very much comfortable with the numbers when they're represented in the right format. So, for example, if I represent this number with 1,000 separator, maybe it will be good from readable point of view to them. They'll be, accepting it in a better way. So what we can do is I'll just try to show you create a quick measure here, okay, for total products or volume of products. So what I'll do in Power BI, when you click on a data set, you have got three kinds of calculation you can create. One is measure, one is column, and one is quick measure. Now, quick measure is something Power BI has got default calculations which you can use, and then column and measure. But for our case, we'll create a simple measure here, okay? So I click on new measure and a formula bar appears at the top, okay? Now it's asking me to give a name to my measure. So let's just give a simple name like total products. And what I want to do now, total products is count of my product name in the data set. So count is a function. So see, when I start typing things, Power BI by itself gives me suggestions. So that's a good thing about this environment. And you want to count product name. So I just click that, I do that, and I just hit enter. So once I hit enter, Power BI creates a measure here on the right. So if you see on the right here under travel insurance data set, I see total products measure is created. Now measure is denoted by this small calculator sign. So you can see it's created. Now let's select this visual and move this total products to the value section again. So I've got two things showing. Now my total products, this dark blue, okay, let's just change color because it will just make, things clear. So you can, easily differentiate between two colors. Now we can see the number is still the same, but I want to represent this number with 1,000 separators. So what I can do is I'll click on my measure here on the right. Once I click on the right, a window opens on the top. Now window gives me an option to convert this number with comma, as 1,000 separator. If I click on it, then this number gets converted to a better numeric format. So these are the small things when you're trying to develop the reports, but they can actually enrich your report when you're sharing it with your users and customers. So yeah. So what I'll do, I'll just remove the other total product name thing and just keep the measure, because that gives us the better thing here. Okay, so now we have now we have got the first insight that most of the travel insurance products are sold by travel agencies, but not by airlines. Now let's see if there could be a reason behind it. Let's try to find the answer to it. Now, as I showed you the travel insurance data here, there was something called commission. So whenever a travel insurance product is sold by these agencies, a commission value is attached to the total price of that product. So that's the commission they earn basically by selling a single product. So let's see how much commission each of these agencies, get while they sell a insurance product on average. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll select another clustered column chart, maybe. Let's do clustered column chart this time. Now we want to represent average commission value our agency charges while they sell a product. So what I'll do, I'll move agency type to axis. I'll take the commission value to values, and I want to see the average value, because I want to see on average how much they're taking as commission. So I'll just click on average. Now see, when you move it, Power BI by default gives it a summarization to sum, but you can change it to whatever you want, okay? So that's what you get here. And I'll just switch on the data labels, because data labels sometimes, make just things more clear. So if you see, airlines charge on an average £16 commission when they sell a single travel insurance product, but travel agencies just charge £8, which is basically 50% lower to what an airline is charging. So I think this is one of the key reasons why travel agencies are selling more products, because they are taking less commission. So obviously, as a customer, I'll buy it from travel agency because I'm saving £8 on my insurance product. So I think this is a very good insight, what we just found out, like why travel agencies are selling more insurance products. Okay, now let's move to a different kind of visual called slicers in Power BI. So what I'll do, I'll just move these charts to the bottom of the page. So in Power BI, if you're using a Windows machine, you can just use your control key to select multiple charts. And so for example, I select this, I use control key to select it, and I can just move them, drag them using your mouse anywhere you want it to be, okay? So that's how we can move the charts. Now let's talk about slicers. Now there is a visual called slicer under visualization pane here. Once you click on it, a new visual appears. Now by the name slicer, it is like very intuitive, like slicers can be used to basically, slice and dice your data when you are interacting with a report. So let's quickly move a column here in the slicer so we can check how it works. So we just move it. And let's move destination to it. So once I move any column to a slicer, so what it does is by default, it shows me the slicer values as a list. But if you see this small down arrow, so it asks you to select the type of slicer. When you click on it, you have got option to make this slicer as a drop down as well. So you can make it as a drop down. Now suppose, I think drop downs, I would suggest, are a better way of representing a slicer when there is less space on your report. When you have got multiple visuals, then drop downs work really well. But if you have got ample of space, you can go with the list. Okay. Now let me select a destination here. Okay, let's select China. Now when I select China, both of my charts just change the numbers. So everything now shown on these charts is for China. So that's how you can use, different slicers to slice and dice your report. Now suppose if I want to add another slicer to it, okay, to this page. So what I can do is, now you can, if you are familiar working with Windows machine, now Control-C, Control-V, that is copy paste, works everywhere in Power BI. So you can just click on your slicer, click Control-C. So that's you're copying the slicer, click somewhere outside the page, hit Control-V, and that same slicer is copied. I mean, you could have created a new visual from here also, but I'm just trying to show you other way of doing things. So here, suppose, let me move gender maybe. So now I've got another slicer for gender. So for example, if I want to see for male, how the statistics are here on the chart, then I can slice and dice data. And if I want multiple filters, then I can use them as multiple filters also. So for example, for gender M, I'm seeing the data for destination as Austria. So that's how, and obviously this is a clear selection icon. Now this small icon is very intuitive because when you hover over a slicer, it by default comes up and it looks like a small eraser icon. So it's very intuitive to understand. If I click on it, it will clear my selection. So if I click on it, it just clears my selection and shows me the overall numbers. So that's how you work with slicers. That's how you can use them in Power BI, okay? Now, what you can do is you can rename your pages also. So like, for example, on this page, we did an analysis against different agency types. So I'll just rename it and I'll just give them agency type analysis. So this kind of, small things can help you just going on the analysis in a flow. So for example, now this tab has got agency type analysis. So in future, if you want to bring in any new visual or analysis for this agency type, you can add it here. Now, similarly in Power BI, what you can do is you can use this plus icon to add a new page to your report. Or what you can do is you can duplicate your existing page as well. Okay, so when you duplicate it, a new page is duplicated. But what I'll do, I'll stick to the new page thing. Okay, now let's do some kind of analysis around different products, for example, let's try to find out what are the top 10 most popular travel insurance products. Okay, so I'll do one thing. I'll again take up this clustered column chart. I move it here. I'll just make it bigger. Okay, and I want to find top 10 products, right? So what I'll do is I'll go to access, move product name, and obviously I want the volume of products. So that's how it tells me all the products and the proportions and the volume, like how many of them were sold. For example, cancellation plans. So in this data set, we have seen 18,630 cancellation plans being sold, which is followed by two-way comprehensive plan, rental vehicle, and so on. Now, if you see, it was quick. So in Power BI, this small icon, which is called focus mode, when you click on it, it just brings your chart to a bigger vision, basically, bigger view, basically. So you can see the numbers and you can see how your pattern is on the chart. I'll just do one thing. I'll just, switch on labels because I just like to use labels because they just make things clear. So now I've got this. Now you can see after certain value on the x-axis, the values are very similar, right? So maybe let's just try to apply some kind of functionality here. So this chart just shows me top 10 insurance products. So before going into top 10 insurance products, I would like to explain one key concept in Power BI. So Power BI has got 3 different kinds of filters, okay? One is visual level filter. Then second is your page level filter. And third is your report level filter. Now, if you see on the right, there's something called filters. When you expand it, Power BI shows you 2 sections. One is filters on this page, and the other is filters on all pages. Now, let's try moving something to filter on this page. Let's move agency type. Okay, so when I move agency type, I can see that this has been added as a filter on this page. So for example, if I click airlines, then my chart just filters for airline. If I click a travel agency, my chart just filters for travel agency. But this is a filter on this page. Now, suppose if I go to my previous page, which we just created, I don't see that filter added to this page because that's just filter on this page, filter on that page. So it's a filter on this page. Now, suppose I want to add a filter which is at report level. Now, report level means filter on all the pages. So suppose if I add a filter like destination here, okay? Now I can see this destination is on my page 1. If I go back to my agent type analysis page, I see that this destination filter is shown here as well. So this is what filter on all pages or report level filter means. Okay. Now let's come to visual level filter because we are talking about just getting on this chart top 10 insurance products, right? Now, visual level filters are something that will only be applied to the certain visual you apply them to. So for example, for this visual, I want to get the products which are top 10 by the volume. So what I can do is once I click on it, a new section opens up in my filters pane, which is known as filters on this visual. It is also known as visual level filters. Now I just want to get top 10 products. So when I click on this arrow, I expand it. There are 3 different kinds of filtering you can apply on a column, okay? Now, I just want top 10. So I select top N, and I want top 10, so I give 10. Now, on what basis I want it? I want it on the volume of products. So I move my measure volume of products here. And once I apply filter, my chart just gets filtered and just shows me top 10 insurance products that are sold most by these agencies. So that's how you can make use of visual level filters in Power BI. Now this is like very important thing, because like what are the top 10 most favorite products your customers are buying from you. So for example, cancellation plan, then two-way comprehensive plan, followed by rental vehicle access plan, and so on. So it's a quick insight, because it's like a high level insight for you. Okay, these are my top 10 products which are mostly sold or bought by the customers. Now, similarly, let's create another insight. Let's try to see how much, sales these different products are generating. Okay, so for that, what we'll do, we'll take another chart, a new chart. Okay, so we'll take this line and clustered column chart. I select that chart from the visualization. Once I select it, an empty chart appears here. Now I want to see products. Okay, so before going into it, now this type of chart, line and clustered column chart, can be helpful when you're trying to represent two different metrics on the same shared axis. Okay, so here in this chart, I'll try to represent total volume of products along with the total sales they generate. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll take the products on my shared axis. On one value, I mean in one section, I want to represent volume of products. So I'll move total products to my column values. And on the other section, I want to represent net sales they have generated. So I take up this net sales, move into line values. Now Power BI by default gave me a summarization of sum. So that's what we want. Let me just change color. I just, generally prefer having different colors, especially when I'm having two metrics on a chart, because it just gives you, quickly like what is what. Okay, and we'll just turn on the data labels as well. Now, if you see in the chart, this chart, it tells you like if we compare this chart with the top chart here. Now on the top chart, cancellation plan is the plan which is sold most. But on the bottom chart, cancellation plan is not the product which is generating most sales. It is two-way comprehensive plan, which is actually on second number after cancellation plan as the most bought product by customers. So, I mean, obviously, I'm not a travel insurance domain expert, but I may, just lead to a vague conclusion, like maybe two-way comprehensive plans are more expensive than cancellation plans. That's why they're generating more sales when they are sold. So that's how you can, uncover different insights when you're trying to analyze data. Now, what we can do is, if you want to apply the same filter here, like top 10 products, you can just click on the visual, do the same thing. I mean, use the visual level filter, apply top 10, and you can move your total products here. And then this chart also gets converted to the top 10 visual. Basically, it's just showing you the information for the top 10 products. Okay, so this is a good thing. This is a good insight we just uncovered. Now, apart from this, let's try a few more things. Let me just rename this page to product analysis, because this is a product analysis. Now, the other thing what we can try to do is, like, there are different kinds of chart as well in Power BI, like, for example, pie chart and donut chart. Now, these charts are generally used if you want to show some kind of distributional analysis between different categories that are in your data. So, like, for example, let's just select a donut chart from here. Once you select it, a blank donut chart appears. And let's do like by gender, how many products are bought by different customers. So what I'll do, I'll move total products to the value section, and I'll move gender to my legend, because I want to split my volume by gender. So you can see like on this chart, you can easily see like female have got 14%, male have got nearly 15%, and most of the data is dominated by our blank value thing, which was flagged as unknown in the data initially. So this is how you can use donut chart. Similarly, you can use a pie chart. For example, if I move pie chart here, I just want to split volume of products by different agency types. So that's how you get a split in pie chart. So in that way, you can use a pie chart. Okay. Now, okay, we are on time. let's quickly see one more insight. Okay, so we'll end up basically with more than 5 insights now. So let's just take this clustered column chart. And in the data, we had something called age. Now, age can be a very big factor, to know like what kind of products different age group people are buying, right? So what I do is, let's see like what's the volume of products by age. Now I'll move age to the to the axis of the chart, and I'll move total products. Okay, so when I hover over this chart and see like age 36, people who age 36, they buy most of the products. Okay, that's an insight. Okay, that's good. But generally when we have a data like this, demographic or sorry, not demographic, if we have certain metrics like age or gender, I think and this age is not grouped in a better way. So what we can do is, for certain kind of analysis, it's always good to go with creating some kind of buckets. Like maybe if I can create some age groupings, then that may help me in identifying quick insight. So what I'll do quickly is I'll just create a quick calculation here, okay, for you. I have copy pasted my calculation, what's in my final report, but I'll just show you how this can be done. So I'll show you how to create a column in Power Query Editor. So let's go to Transform Data. Here, a new window opens. Now I want to create a column in my travel insurance data set. So what I'll do, I'll go to Add Column on the top ribbon. I go there. I click on Custom Column because I want to create a custom column. So I go on that. Now a new window appears. Now this is asking me the name of the column, the new column. Then I just give it like age group. You can name it anything, age bracket, age bucket, anything. And I'll just copy paste my calculation here. So this is basically a simple if else condition. If any of you is coming from a coding background, then it's the easiest thing for you. It's just a simple if else condition, and we are just grouping different age values into age buckets. So I just click OK. And I can clearly see that Power BI has created this as a new column. Now I want this column to be a text type. So what I do, I click on the column. Under Transform, I can change the data type here. So I'll just go here and I change the data type to text. Now my column is ready and in the right format I want it to be. So what I'll do, the last thing, I'll just close and apply my changes, because as I said in the starting of the session, it is very important to apply anything you do in Power Query, otherwise it won't be in here. So what I'll do in the same chart, I'll just replace this age by my new age group. Okay, so I'll just remove the age and I'll just replace the age group. And what I'll do is, okay, now one thing here is Power BI just didn't sort my age groupings in the right order. So for this, what we can do is we can, create some kind of custom sorting in Power BI. So what I'll do is I'll just show you on my next report, because it will ask me to create another calculation. So what I'll do is I'll just go to my ready report. Now this is my ready report, which I just created 2 days back using this travel insurance data. Now on this report, I took an approach where I have a home page and I divided my analysis into three different parts. So one is travel product summary, one is travel agency-wise summary, and one is travel gender-wise summary. Now on this report, I have used some functionality like bookmarks and buttons, which can be used to navigate to different pages. So it's a good thing to show you, because with the limit of time, I can't show you how to create them. So let's start with age-wise summary analysis first, because we were talking about age groupings first. So I'll just click on this. It will take me to a new page where I'm showing, I have done some kind of charts based on different age brackets. So if you see this chart, it shows you volume of products by different age groups, and you can clearly point out here that age group 31 to 40 is the most buying these insurance products. Okay, and it is followed by age group 41 to 50. And similarly on this chart, I've also represented a proportion of claims they do after they buy the products. And similarly, at the bottom, there's another chart which shows us total net sales and commission value by different age group. So obviously, if 31 to 40 is the group buying most of the travel insurance products, then they have to be the group generating most of the sales, because it's a logical thing. These sales should always be in line with the total purchases done, right? So that's what our top and bottom chart tells us. Then on the right, I've just created a donut chart, which is just telling me like how many different destinations different age group is basically traveling to. So that's a small distribution shown. Then on add-on, this is using the second data set we had, and I tried to link it and came up with this chart where I can see like which age group is actually reporting most of the accidents after their travel. So we can see like age group 31 to 40 because that's sensible. They are the most fun traveling. So maybe they're reporting most of the accidents. Now here on the left, I've got a KPI. Now this KPI is something which I've kept on all the analysis tabs. The reason for having this KPI is when someone is, interacting with the report. So these certain numbers as KPI or high level summary numbers can always help them to compare your, final result with the actual number. So that's why it's good to have these kind of summary or KPI numbers on top of your report. Then on the left, I've got different slicers. So I can, slice and dice data using them. For example, mail. And now I want to select agency type. So I just select the agency they have bought from. So you can slice and dice data using these slices. Then on the top, I've got a navigation to my home page. So that's how I have built my report. When I click on it, it takes me to home page. Then from here, I can choose the relevant analysis I want to go to. Let's go to product summary. Now I go to product summary. And similarly, I've got KPI, I've got some filters here. Then I've got on the top chart, I'm showing top 10 most popular insurance products based on the purchases. And also I've represented the claims they are doing. Okay. And on the bottom chart, I'm showing net sales and the commission by the top insurance products. So we see the same thing here. Okay. And and this bottom chart just shows me total claims basically made by different insurance products. So for example, I think I just forgot to add that chart, show you that chart. So what we can do is we can make use of a visual level filter. So I click on it, and suppose if I just want to see products that were claimed. So what I do is I just move total products by different claims. So you can see like here, let me just change the colors again to make things clear for you. So claimed are pink. Okay. So we can clearly see only 2% of products are claimed in total by customers who bought these insurance products. Rest of them are not claimed. So that's what you see here. Then quickly, I'll show the third analysis as well. So I'll go to the gender-wise analysis. Now I generated the similar chart by gender-wise. Now on this chart, if you see, male and female distribution is mostly same on every chart. They don't differ much. Now, the reason is most of our data is dominated by this blank value thing, which we just replaced with unknown. So this is the reason why you need to, clean up your data or make it as complete you can, because this can, just help you avoid, basically it can just avoid you leading to wrong conclusions, because this chart clearly shows me that gender-wise comparison is not relevant because most of my data is dominated by blank or null values, and male and female, they mostly have similar kind of trends everywhere. So that's why it is important to do that step, which we did at first as a first step in Power Query Editor initially. So yeah, this is what I wanted to show you guys today. And yeah, I think one last thing what I would like to show is before we go to Q&As, I have basically got a slide where I have listed a few good Power BI resources. So if any of you guys in the audience, if they like to go through these lists, I'm happy to share these lists if you guys want. And I also have the same list on my LinkedIn as well as a blog. So if you guys just want to refer these blogs, because these blogs are very, very good. And I till now refer these blogs on my day-to-day life learning. So I think these are very good blogs, and they can help you in, just learning Power BI in a good way. So yeah, that's it. Thank you so much, guys, for coming for this session. And yeah, let me know if there is any QA. Any questions?
Thanks for that. And I think we have some questions here. Let's see. Let's check our audience. You provided great information on the BI side. I was definitely learning something myself. even though I wasn't really into BI before, but I found it really interesting. So thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Anyone have any question, guys? The audience seems to be a bit quiet. Well, all these sessions are being recorded, so you all can revisit at any time on the link or follow the Lunch and Learn team on YouTube or LinkedIn or even Twitter. We are posting the links here all the time to make sure everybody can follow us later or learn more about everything that the Lunch and Learn are doing. And they are always bringing nice content all the time to us. So this will be recorded, and we are ready to start our next session in regard to the PowerShell. So thanks again, Prati, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Yeah, thank you so much. I enjoyed the session. Hopefully it was helpful for everyone who attended. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Hi, guys. I'll be posting here the link for our next session. And actually, there's a nice, I get myself, but so excited with so many contents. I don't know which one I would be really into, because there's so many. Before it was Power BI, and now we're talking about a little bit of PowerShell. So that's a lot of things. So my brain will be on fire. So I hope you guys can learn something as well. So Barbara, welcome. And she's talking from Netherlands. Is there anyone from Netherlands logged in with us today? We'll find out in a minute.
Yeah, they're gonna let you know. And curious, if you're not from the Netherlands, where are you from?
I'm from Brazil. And I know some people in here. I'm from Brazil, but I live in Ireland. And I know some of people logged in with us. They are in Brazil, South Africa. Where was the other part? Yeah, United States as well. I think it was Kansas, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, some different parts of the globe, which is really nice. Well, in the meantime, Barbara, you can introduce yourself to us. So where you're talking from and why PowerShell, what are we going to be learning today?
Yeah, well, I'm calling in from the Netherlands, and I just realized we've been talking from doing this stuff from home for over a year now, and this is one of the first times where I actually have an issue that there's a thunderstorm running outside here. So I hope there's no lightning or anything, or if there is, then it's at a good timing where it actually might enhance the session a bit. So we're going to talk today about how you can start using Git for PowerShell. And this is specifically for people who think, I've heard about this Git thing. I hear people talk about it and it seems so cool, but there's so much going on and I can't get into it because I have felt like that before. So that's the reason why I made this talk and this sort of lesson on how you can very practically get started with using Git for your PowerShell scripts.
That's nice. And just an observation before you continue on, you said you are working from home. It's been a year.
Something like that, right?
Something like that. The year is going to be almost, yeah, it's going to be
longer. It's like
years.
March last year.
Yes.
I think
are you
last
experienced?
Yeah, the last conference I had in real life was the Scottish Summit at February 29, 2020.
And are you enjoying it? Working from home?
I did, but I'm missing real life conferences at this point.
Yeah. I think we all are. I really enjoy working from home, but I think that would be nice to have a balance. Well, there is no other comments on the background. I think you are good to go. If you could share your screen, so then I can place here so they can see it.
One sec.
There we go. So now, guys, I'll leave Barbara with you. And if you do have any questions or comment during the session, feel free to raise the questions on our chat. I'll keep eyes on it to make sure she gets all the comments or any questions you may have, and enjoy the session.
All right, thank you. So like I said already, what we're going to focus on for this session is if you are working with PowerShell scripts just on your local computer with your colleagues, you don't consider yourself a developer, but you're just working with scripts and you think, well, I hear people about this Git thing, but there's so much going on. And I just can't get into it because I have been there. I think about 2 or 3 people have tried to teach me Git and they'd say, well, you get Git and then you get this functionality and this functionality and this functionality and throw it all on there. And I was like, okay, this is too complicated. I'm out. And I kept going my own way until I started taking it slowly. And that's what I want to do today. I want to go in a very practical pace. Maybe even you can follow along. But I might be going too fast for that. But in the end, if you pause it, watch it back and watch it slower, you might be able to follow along. And just get started with Git. You don't have to know every functionality that Git has to offer to start using it. So I am going to skip some stuff that Git can do for you. I'm going to focus on the stuff that can really help you and see why you want to use Git. So let me change my screens up a little bit. Okay, first things first, let me just quickly introduce myself again. My name is Barbara Forbes and I am from the Netherlands. I am a Microsoft MVP in the Azure category. I am a Microsoft certified trainer and a GitHub star. And in the bottom left on every slide, you can see my Twitter handle. This is also my handle on GitHub. And you can find my blog, Forbes4.nl, where I write about Azure and automation. There's 4 links in here, and if you want, you can take a real quick screenshot of it, or maybe someone can put them out in the chat. These are some softwares that you need for what we're going to do today. So the first link is installing Git, basically. And the second list is using Visual Studio Code. We're going to use Visual Studio Code a lot for this session. Both of them you can pretty much next finish. I do recommend reading the menu, especially on the Git one, because the Git one actually explains really nicely what all the options are. But there's no problem in just using next finish. If you feel a bit insecure, spin up a VM for it to see what it actually does. And in this case, we're going to use GitHub. And what GitHub is a Git provider. When you use Git, there's always a cloud component in there, and you can use a GitHub provider. Or you can use a Git provider, or you can create one yourself. I must say, you are able to host one yourself. The biggest names that are out there are probably GitHub and GitLab. And Azure DevOps is used a lot as well. But for this example, I'm going to use GitHub, and you could create an account in there for free to start using GitHub. So first things first, why should you care? Why will Git make you happy? Let's just paint a picture. This is you on your work bench. This is your desk with your computer, and you write code on that. So you write PowerShell scripts and you create awesome script.ps1. And then what happens if you want to change something in that script, but you're not sure where you're going to? If you want to make some pretty big changes, you'll probably create an awesome script 2 right next to it, right? And then maybe you want to change something as well and make awesome script 3 and awesome script B, and then you end up with this. With especially the awesome script final 2, final, and now this one is really final. And in the end, probably the script you're looking for is 3B or something like that. So it can get really tricky to keep track of your scripts as you're further developing them. And what you're missing here is some kind of version control, where you can just step back in history and see what has happened in your script. And when you make a change and you make it all worse, then there should be a way to just go back to where you were, which you're trying to create here. But there must be a better way. Well, there is. But let's make this just a little bit worse. Say there's another computer. Now, this computer can be from your coworker or from your customer, or it could be just that you have two computers you work on. Me, I work on my work laptop and I work on my home desktop. And you've started working on one of your computers and you want to start working on the other one. Or you want to share this script with your colleague and say, maybe you can start working on it. So we want to get that script from one place to another. What ways are there to do that? Well, talking about a bad way to do it, you can send them through email. And I think everyone has experience, everyone who works with PowerShell has experience with changing the extension to something else, because PowerShells are not allowed to be sent through email. They will often be blocked by spam filters. So you change it to .txt and the other person has to change it back. It works. It's not very clean. Okay, this is worse than email probably. Put it all on a USB. I mean, that's hardware and we have a cloud. We don't want to work like that. And then there's also the option to put it on OneDrive or SharePoint, which I suppose works, except when you have it on SharePoint and you and your colleague are starting to work on that script at the same time. Good luck with finding back where you were. So this is also something where you would need something that can combine, that can help you work together on the scripts. And Git can help you with that as well. So it can help you with storing those scripts and sharing them in a safe way, either with yourself when it's a private one or publicly with the internet if that's what you want. Be careful with what that one though. So this is where Git can help out with version control and with sharing your script and developing with multiple people on one script. I can tell you this, but I'm going to show you how that works. I have prepared a virtual machine and I have done a few things on that one already. Like I said in the first slide, I installed Visual Studio Code, and the PowerShell extension. I installed Git and I ran the code you see here. This is something you have to do after you install Git. Git config global user email and then your email address, and git config global user name and then your name. And this has to be with that email address. It will link you to your account. So it will link you to your GitHub account, for example, if you have registered with that account on GitHub. So let's just see what's going on in my virtual machine. Okay, there we go. And I also did that. I logged into GitHub. So here I have a GitHub repository. All the things that you do are stored in repositories. And within a repository, you can create a file structure. And if you want, you can put all your scripts into one repository, but it can get messy. What we often see is that you have a repository for each project that you do. But for your own script, you're pretty safe in, for example, putting things together categories. But I still have a repository with stuff I'm doing today. So just the scripts I'm working on to store them. So it's finding out what works best for you. So this is a repository, and what you see here, let's just walk quickly through the stuff in the screen. And this is a lot alike if you do this in Azure DevOps or in GitLab or Bitbucket or any provider. It will be a lot alike. So hopefully you can make the translation if you work with these providers. So this is my username, and this is where all my repositories are stored. So this is my personal profile with all my repositories. And this repository is called example. So that's with the information on the left here, I can tell two things about the repository, what it is called and who it is from. I can also see here by this little bucket that this is a public repository. That means that you can type this into the your browser window, and you can find this code. You can read this code. You cannot change it unless I approve it, but you can access this code. So this made it a way for me to share with the world. Don't know why you would want to see this, but anyway. Now there's a lot going on here, and I'm going to pretend does not exist, because we just need to get started, need to get to that first stage. And what we are going to do is use this button. As you see, I have one script in here and a README file that explains what the repository is about. And what I have here, if I click on code, I get a link for which I can clone this repository, which means that I can get a copy of this repository quickly on my local computer. Notice that there's also the option to just download a zip file. So I can download a zip file, get all the code in a zip file, if that's what I prefer, or if I'm on a computer without Git or something like that. But we wanted to use Git. So here we have that code button, and let's copy this URL, because this is going to help us clone that repository. And we'll move back here to Visual Studio Code. I haven't opened anything yet. Nothing going on here. I made the ISE background here because I really like that color scheme still. And you will see that you have installed Git. If you type Git and press enter, then it will give feedback. That means your installation has succeeded. And I will type git clone and then paste that URL in there. And if I press enter, it's going to create a new folder and type example in there. So that repository, the files that were in there are now in a subfolder of Cloud Launch here. If I ask to see it there, I will see I have a new folder. So let's open this with Visual Studio Code. I'll go to this PC, Cloud Launch example. So here I have that script. Very nice script, I must say. A lot going on. So I have the script here, and I have the README here. So those are now ready for me to use out here. So even if I'm not interested in developing in any way, I can access the script here. I can run the script. I can work with it. So that's already a pretty nice way to share. And notice that I have not even connected to Git in any way. I do need the GitHub account to view it, I think, but I didn't need to log in any way. I'm going to do that later. So let's say I have this script and I want to do some development. I want to change something in this script. So let's say I want to make this. Hi, everyone. Make it a little less formal. Maybe even put an emoji in there. Yeah, looks good. So when I save that, you will see there's a little one here, this part of the screen on the left. This is the source control part of Visual Studio Code. So this is what can help you with Git. And if I click that, it will show that changes have been made in the script. And I even can see, if I click on it, what changes have been made. So I can very well keep track of what have I actually done. And this also makes it very easy to spot mistakes that you have made. If something has changed at a point where you would not expect it, maybe you made a typo somewhere. So let's just say I am happy with this change. And this is the new script that I want to be the definite script. I can start typing a message in here. Which will tell what I have changed. This is the commit message, as we call it, and it's good to have a message that describes what actually happens. So here I would say change hello to hi, add emoji. And officially it should be like this. So that's a pretty clear description of what has happened here. And this will make it easier to see the history later on. And now I can commit this message by pressing this button. I have already said that I will stage every change. And this is a warning you will get if you do this for the first time. It will ask you, do you want to automatically stage all your changes? That's because Git works locally on multiple levels. The thing is, I would recommend just put it on always, and you will find out what it is later. Because it's for what we're doing here, you can do without staging changes. So let's just commit this. And it now makes it definite. But at this point, this change is still only on the local machine. It has not been pushed to GitHub. If I want to see how my Git is working, if I'm doing stuff locally or if I have pushed it to GitHub, I can use git status. Status it is in English, I think. And it says my branch is ahead by one commit. This means that I have pushed more changes locally than I did to push to GitHub. And this is something that Git does, which I really love. It often tells you what you should do. So here it says use git push to publish. So it often gives you hints on what action to take. So let's push this change to make it actually appear in GitHub. I'm going to do it through this. You can do everything that I do through the command line, but I think it's easier to start with just the GUI. And I click push. And now it asks me, this is the time where it asks me to sign in to GitHub. It only does this once. Once I'm signed in, it will store these credentials in the credential manager. So it's not like you have to do this every time, but I haven't signed in yet. And I can do so with my browser. So I sign in with the browser. I open the browser and it has succeeded. When you do this, it will ask you for permissions to do stuff in your account, but I have already done it when I was preparing the demo on this computer, so that's why it's not asking me, but it might be asking you to show it. So let's look at the Git status. Like this again. And it says it's up to date. So now everything should be in my GitHub repository. Let's just take a quick look here. I'll refresh this. And here I see changes hello to hi and adds the emoji. So now my script is safely stored both locally and in the cloud. So even if something happens with my computer, I still have access to it. And I can see here, it actually says, hi everyone, how are you? But I can also revisit the history of this file. So I can see what has happened before. And this is quite an old repository that I use to get something to actually look at. Now you see this morning, I checked if this virtual machine was working. So here I can actually see every change that was made to this code. So this is pretty nice. I can see this morning that I have changed that question mark. And I can see on other requests that it started as hello world and it changed into hello world, how are you? Because I've been working with this hello world quite a bit already. So I can get a view of that complete history of my file and what's going on here. I can also see that this file has never been changed. And apparently I made this repository 2 years ago, which is quite long ago. This is the default README file. So this has never been changed. And it shows it like that. Now let's say I make a change. I want to make a change at another place. And just for fun, let's do it here in the browser. Let's just say I want to change here. I'm traveling somewhere. I don't have my development computer, but I do have a web browser. Log into GitHub. Don't do that on a kiosk machine, but anyway. And I need to make a change quickly because I got inspiration and I thought that emoji has to go because it's not professional. So I click edit here and I can remove that emoji. I can see what actually happens. So I can get a preview of that. And I can commit the change here. And it says update best script ever as default commit message. So I'll change that emoji. So I'll say I removed that emoji. I can add a description here, and I can commit directly to the main branch. So I'll put commit changes here. And now the emoji here is gone. And if I look at the example here, I see remove the emoji is gone. So now the thing is, on my local computer, the emoji is still there. Now, if I start working with this, it can get a bit complicated and a bit out of scope for this this evening, I think. But how do I get this up to date? Well, there is a commandlet for that, and it is called git pull. Pull means that I make a connection with the repository and collect all the changes that have been made. And if I do git pull here, you see it gets some info in here, and now that emoji is gone. So it has taken that file that I already had and changed it up and added that change that was added here. So this is a way to really easily keep track of your scripts. You can basically copy and paste all the scripts that you're using now in here and just deploy them to a repository. Would make it a private one. If it's a private one, it's only visible to you. Nobody can access it. And you can use that private repository on, I think every provider provides them for free at this point. So you can store your scripts that way. They are always secure. So you have sort of a backup. You have that version control, so you don't have to make 20 versions. And you might still do that because that's just what we do. I still find myself sometimes making a new version because it makes you nervous. But you don't have to do that. You do have that version control to keep track of it for you. And that way you can start making backups of all your things and start getting used to what Git can do for you, because there's a lot of more options in Git, but there's so much going on that it can really be hard to keep track of it. One advice I do have to give is to not put your scripts that you if you sync your scripts with Git, don't put them in your OneDrive or your SharePoint. They can really get in each other's way, especially if you have a very large repository. It can get messy. And it's not needed, because then you have two kinds of sync control doing the opposite thing, and you have that sync control already. So commit often and don't put them on your OneDrive or your SharePoint synced folder. Another tip, if you have this now somewhere at the SharePoint and you have Word files that you use for the documentation, you can just copy and paste them in here. You can, because of course Git is for scripts and it's optimized for scripts, but you can paste other stuff in there. You can put images in there. You can put Office files in there. It's not something I would strictly recommend, because I have said this before and then been quoted to say that I think Git is a great solution for Office files. I don't think so. I do think it's a nice way to speed up transition. If a Word document is keeping you from using Git, throw it in there. And it will be fine. Just think to yourself that you can create a markdown file later, because it's a better way of tracking the documentation in a Git repository. But don't worry too much about what kind of files you put in there. If you put large files in there, at one point it will become very unworkable. But some Word documents is just fine. Just, you're not going to get the great version control because it's not made for that. And so now we have a nice sync going on, so we can work locally and then push it to Git and push it back. One other thing I want to get into is branches and how you can use them. So here I'm working on the main branch, which is the default branch. It's sometimes called a master branch, sometimes called a main branch, sometimes called other names. But you can always see it as the default branch that pops up when you first open a repository. And you see here, I'm in the main branch, and back here, I'm also in the main branch. And what you can do with a branch is you make a separation of your code and you start working side by side. So at one side, you have the code that you know is working, and maybe you want to make some big changes, then you can make a separate branch and start working in that. This can be very helpful if you're working with coworkers. So you make sure that you're not working on the same script at the same time. It can be very helpful if you make very large changes and you feel a bit insecure, you think I might need another version. Well, just make another branch, then they are side by side. What it can also help a lot with is if you have something that is running in production, where production always needs to be working. Then you can have a working branch, which is the main branch, and you can have a development branch where you can develop stuff. And in the end, when you are done with your changes, you can merge them back together. So let's just create a branch real quickly and then see how we can get them back together. And again, there are multiple ways to do this, and I'm leaving out a lot of details. There's a lot more possible, but like I said, I've been confused before and I want to keep it simple. So here I can click on that main branch and I have the option to create a new branch. So I'm going to do that. And I'm calling this development. I'm going to develop some stuff. And now I am on the development branch. And I can start changing stuff in my script. So I can put another write output here. And we can say, oh. All right. So we have another line here, very big development, but let's just say I'll commit this one. So I say add cloud launch marathon. So I'll commit and I'll push. And it now says the branch development has no upstream branch. What they mean by that is that this branch only lives on my computer. The GitHub repository does not know this branch exists. Now, previously you had to do some stuff to create that branch, but Visual Studio just helps you out with this and says, it has no upstream branch. Do you want to create it? Well, let's do that. And I'll click OK, and it starts creating that branch in GitHub for me. And now if I move to get the GitHub here, it even says something has changed. There is a branch that has been updated. And here I can see that development is now a branch. And I can view development branch with that new commit that we did. But I move back here to main. And there's no sign of that commit. It's not part of main. So if this was some production scripting, there would be no issue if I pushed a mistake in there or if I'm still testing something. This would not notice it. They can exist side by side here. And they can do that on your local computer as well. So here I have development. If I move back to main, that line disappears. And back to development, and it's back. And I must say, I have no clue how this technically works in the background, but I just think it's really cool to have multiple versions of that file on your computer without you even knowing. So let's add some more. Let's create a new file here. Second best script ever. write output. Hello, Cloud Lunch Marathon. Put it here. So I'll add this as well. Just say add second best script ever. I'll commit it and I push it. And now it's also on GitHub. And still I can move back here. And if I move from development to main, it disappears. And it gets confused because it's still open. But so I have 2 versions of this repository now on my local computer. And I have those 2 versions on GitHub. So if I post git status, it says that they are up to date. They call that working tree clean. So let's see here. And it again says there has been some pushes. So here now I have the second script ever, the second best script ever, and here I'm still in the main branch. But now let's say I'm done with my development and I want to get this stuff back. I want to push this to the main branch because I say this is production ready. I want that second script to be added. And it already helps you with saying compare and create a pull request. If you want to get 2 branches together, you create a pull request. So here it says that it will compare the branch development with the branch main. So main as a base. And it says they can merge them automatically. And Git is really good with that. Even if the main branch has changed somehow, sometimes it can still put them together just fine without any help. So if I move down here a bit, I can see that I have done 2 commits to the development branch, and I can see exactly which has been changed. I added Cloud Lunch Marathon here and Cloud Lunch Marathon here. The second script ever is a completely new file. Now here I can give a name to this pull request. And I would call this Cloud Lunch Marathon Demo. And what I can do is leave a comment here on what's actually going on. Now, there's a few reasons for this. Of course, I just changed 2 files now, but these commits can these pull requests can get pretty large where a lot of files are changing. And this is a place where you can tell what is changing. And this will be kept in history. So you will thank yourself later, where you can say these changes are made for these reasons or this functionality is added. But also this can really help if you're working with multiple people on one repository, because now I'm creating my own pull request and I'm going to merge it myself. I'm going to approve it myself. But you might be working with someone else and it can help them to get a bit of an overview of what you actually did. But let's just leave it like that and create a pull request. And says it had no commits and that I have added it. And here I have the option to merge it. Now here I can merge it myself, but if you're working with other people, this would be a great place to say, hey, coworker, can you review my code? Can you check out my code? Can you do a review? Can you give comments on that? There's a lot of options to comment on the code, to give hints. You can add comments here, react to each other. So this can really be part of a working process if you are working with multiple people on pieces of script, especially if they're running in production environments and you don't want to make mistakes in any way. But in this case, it's only me. And I very much approve of the scripts that I made. I can get an overview of what files have changed. I can see very quickly, well, this is fine by me. I want to add this. So let's just see here. And as you can see, I can merge this in a few ways. Create a merge commit is the one which you will probably use most often. And if I use this one, it will keep these commit messages. The commits that I did will be kept in the history of the main branch. So that can really help with your history to have a complete overview. You might sometimes want to use squash and merge. And the reason I sometimes use that if I have made a mess of the commits. And I do that in branches sometimes because it's a branch and I feel free to do so. But sometimes you keep making typos or stuff like that, or you have a pipeline that you're working with and a pipeline never works on the first try. So you might be making more commits to that. And sometimes I decide to squash and merge it. But the default option is often the best option if that's possible without making a mess of the history. So I click merge the file, and it asks me to confirm if I'm okay with that. And it starts merging those files, and it now says I can delete the branch. And that feels very weird to just delete your branch without having any without really knowing if it has actually worked, but you can safely delete it, and I'm gonna do it. You don't have to, you can keep it there, but it will become a big mess. So I'll delete that branch. And now if I go back, I'm back in the main branch, and I got the best script ever and the second best script ever. And I can view them here. So this is now part of the main branch, the production branch, and I can start working on this further on and again. And the history is here. You see it's 2 different commits. And if I push commits here, I can see all those commits. And notice here, I can go back to every commit that I've done. And I can see how the folder looked with every commit that I did. So let's just see here, for example. I can use browse files. And this is what my repository looked like at this point in time. I can download it, I can work with it. So I don't lose that history. I can see everything that has happened before. So now there's one little issue here. And that was that I was in the development branch, but I just deleted that development branch. I'm now in the master branch, or in the main branch, sorry. And where's my second best script ever? It's not there because I didn't do a git pull yet. So let me just first see git status. And it doesn't see anything. And that's because it hasn't checked on Git yet. Now what you can do is allow Visual Studio Code to regularly do a fetch for you. And with a fetch, it checks the remote repository for new branches and new updates. It can do it on its own, or you can use this button here, synchronizing the changes, or you can just do git fetch. And it now sees that original and main, and it should see. Yeah, so now it can see my branch is behind. There are 3 new commits in on the remote repository that are not on my local computer. And it actually tells me use git pull to update. So this is why I think git status, for example, is one of the most important commandlets, because it will most of the time tell you what you need to do. So I will do git pull. And all my scripts are in there again. So this has given me a very safe way to run with scripts in other repositories, or with the scripts that are on GitHub. And I can start working with those. And the fun thing is I can actually also just collect someone else's repository, because we have been focusing on our own scripts. And this is what I recommend that you do if you have never worked with Git before. focus on getting into the habit of constantly working from a repository and committing to that and getting it back on your local computer. Just get in the habit of always doing that, and you will be thankful at some point when your computer crashes and you still have your scripts on GitHub or GitLab or Azure DevOps or whatever. And I think that's the best place to start. You don't even have to start with branches when you first start out. You can leave that for a later time, just for your own scripts. Because like I said, there's a lot going on when you start working with Git. Now, we have been working in our own little safe repository, but you are able to work or to clone, for example, all these public files and interact with public repositories. And let's just go to the PowerShell repository. Because if we're talking PowerShell, this is PowerShell. PowerShell is open source. And this is all the code that makes up PowerShell 7 and higher up. So now this repository is a little bigger than what we have been working with. This is, of course, a large project because it's PowerShell. It is pretty big. But I am still able to just clone this if I want to. I can just copy this link and say I'll move back one folder, git clone. And this will take a bit more time because this is a large repository, but it will put all the files right there on my computer and I can start working with it. Now, if I do it like this, I can't interact with it on GitHub because it's not my repository. So that makes sense. But this can give you a way to work with some code that someone else has made very easily. And if I look for a different example, and I'm gonna find my own. No, I wanted to find my profile. So here I have an example of all different kind of code that I have created for function apps that I have made available. You can clone this repository if you want and have direct access to all the PowerShell scripts that are in here. So you don't have to worry about copying them or copying and pasting them from the internet. You can do that. You see, I can just copy and paste them from here. I can take the raw file and copy and paste this, but I can also use git clone. And this one is now done. And let's just open that repo. And I have access to all these files. So this can make it very easy to work with stuff that is available on the internet. So you can do that clone thing with any repository that you can find. Of course, you can't interact with it then, but it can be very handy to get access. There's one other thing that I want to mention, and that's issues. And this is not for your own stuff, but this is if you're talking open source. If you're using some code that you find somewhere in a Git repository, and you find out that something is not working, you can create an issue for that and let the code maintainer know that something is not working on that repository. And I will tell you, as someone who maintains some PowerShell modules myself, it makes me very happy when people let me know that something is not working. And you can do that by creating an issue. So here you have issues, and you can create new issue. And this is the same on every repository that you can see. You can create a new issue, you just give it a title, leave a comment in there, and that way, when you submit this, the owner of the repository will receive an email and be able to do something with it and maybe change something. Or change that code and keep track of what issues there are in the code, because every code has issues. So that might happen at one point or another. So if you want to contribute to open source, but you're not sure how it all works, this is one of the most approachable ways to do it. You can create an issue and help out someone by telling them, hey, I have tried your code and it's not working, and I think this is wrong. If you do that, do try to leave as you can. So give out complete error logs, tell something about what environment you were using, what version of PowerShell, what you had expected that would happen, what actually happened, stuff like that. So do leave enough information that someone can work with it, but they will really appreciate it. And with the larger repositories, you will find there's a template there that you can use. And a good example is the ARM template what if module. Here you see a lot of issues available, and if I would click new issue here, I actually get some options for templates on that I can use. And that actually makes it easier. If I say get started, see, it gives me sort of a template on what it wants me to fill out. So these are people that really want you to create issues with them, and maybe you have found a bug in the code that someone can change. So still a lot going on, and I wanted to go back to examples. Yeah, there we go. Like I said, Git is, there's so much going on and there's so much possibilities. What I really recommend is just starting with changing stuff in your local repository, and after you do, always commit them and push them. Just start with that. And if you want, you can open that repository on a second computer and work in both places on those files, which really can be very handy. But what I would recommend is start with doing that and do that for a few months and get comfortable with that. And you will find the need to work with branches at some time. And then they'll try out how you can work with branches. So you don't have to rush it. With Git, I always say, just find out when something is troubling you, when there is something that you still don't understand, and then try to learn it and try to Google specifically for that, how you can fix that. And I will say, I've been working with Git for years. I think 4 or 5 years now, and I don't think I understand half of what Git can do. Honestly, I don't think I do, but I work with it daily, and I have found my way into it, and I still learn. You will still do. It's just the risk that if you do this too fast, you might get discouraged because there's so much going on. Happened to me, so that's just my advice. Take it slowly and learn what you actually use. Don't start learning stuff that you won't use because you might get overwhelmed. Just stick with what you can use. So that's a very quick overview of what you can do with GitHub. And I should have plugged in, but I'll do that in a second. Now, I have written 2 blog posts with all the steps that I have just talked you through. So if you want to read this all back and try it out and follow along, you can look at my blog, and I have linked here the category Git. In there are 3 posts at this time. One that is for getting started, a second post on branches, and one that shows you all the basic of Azure DevOps, if you're interested in that, but a bit outside of the scope of here. But you can find out everything about it on my blog. If you still have any questions later on, because I'll go to questions in a sec, but if you have questions later on, you can leave them on my blog, or you can just message me on Twitter. That's no issue at all, at BA4BES. And if you want to see what my public repositories are, you can find me on GitHub at BA4BES as well. And I think that's all I have. Just the thank you slide with a thank you from the sponsors. Show your love on Twitter. We always like that. And you can follow Cloud Lunch Learn, Cloud Lunch and Learn on Twitter or on YouTube.
So I'm back online. Thanks, Barbara, for this great presentation there. That was a very interesting one. Does anyone have any question? If you do have, just place that on our chat. We'll be happy to reply to all of those. Just a quick reminder.
Gonna plug in the laptop real quickly because I forgot and the battery is low.
Yeah, no worries. And this live has been recorded, so you guys can revisit at any time. And if any questions you may ask afterwards, and if Barbara is no longer online, you'll be able to see the response on comments below that. Our next speakers are already online with us. We're going to be, our next talk will be about Azure Bastion. So embrace yourselves. There will be a nice content. The two of them will be running this presentation. And I guess there's some lots of people interested on this subject. I've been asked questions on the background as well. So that will be really nice. Any other questions for Barbara before she runs away? And how's the weather? It's still raining very heavy there, Barbara?
Yeah, it is actually. It was such nice weather today. And then it started raining and it hasn't stopped.
So that would be good to take a good nap.
Yeah, I wanted to go for a walk.
That would really be helpful. Yeah, so no comments for now, but I just told them any questions they ask afterward will be saved in here. They can revisit the link and the responses will be there. And you guys can also follow us on Twitter, YouTube, LinkedIn, and everywhere, actually. I'll be posting the links all the time, so nobody will miss anything. Thanks again, Barbara, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Okay, thank you. You too.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, guys. So we're gonna take a quick break before we start the next one. You guys have 5 minutes to grab a coffee, run very quickly to the ladies or to the gents, and to make sure you're gonna be online for the next 2 hours talking about Azure Bastion. So I'll see you shortly. Hi, guys. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Perfect. So we are now live, and we do have 13 people watching us at this moment. Where are you guys based at?
Belgium.
Belgium.
So over here it's 8 p.m. in the evening. So
wow. Yeah, so you are an hour ahead of me.
Yeah, but I think for a lot of people it's still early days probably, and in Belgium it's even a holiday today, so we're even doing a session on a holiday. I think it was the same for Barbara because she's from the Netherlands, and I think Belgium and the Netherlands both have a public holiday today. So, but yeah, community first, I think.
Yeah. Are you guys on lockdown as well, or?
Yeah, still in lockdown. Yeah, but in Belgium everything is slowly opening, and we'll see where it gets, but let us hope everything can stay open now, and that we don't need to go back to the previous lockdowns where they closed all the shops, all the restaurants again. Yeah. So we're slowly getting there, hopefully.
It's starting to look better now, so yeah.
Is it? So soon enough we'll be back to actually not be back to the normal, because there will be the new normal.
Hopefully a little bit of live presentations, in-person event, because it's fun doing everything with your camera and with your headphones, but I think it's more fun just before a public, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true.
But it depends. Sometimes
I kind of miss the interaction with the audience. You don't see the people who you're talking to. You don't see the smiles or sleeping.
What are they saying? Yeah.
Yes, that's the thing of the live trainings on presentations, because you can't see how the audience is reacting to what you're saying. So that's the challenge as well.
So you just now start talking, and if you have people in front of you, you can see if they're reacting, they don't getting it, and then you can focus more on the thing you're talking about. But now you're just saying your story.
Yes.
and answering questions most of the time completely at the back of the session.
Feels like a monologue, doesn't it?
Yeah,
indeed. Yeah.
Feels like a monologue. Well, this is the first time I'm doing this, so I already apologize to them. I'm just new here, and if
you're doing really good, I think.
Thank you very much. If I do get in trouble here with the screens, I'll promise you I'll do my best to sort it out as soon
normally, we will switch. So I will do a part. I will probably interact with Micha from time to time, but we don't need to switch cameras. I think it's just we do a bit. So normally it should work. Shouldn't be a problem, I think.
That'll be interesting. So that'll be a double presentation in one. Just before we start, would you mind just to tell us a little bit of your background with Azure, just so people would know what you're working at? And it doesn't need to be a big presentation, just so people understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. Micha, you first.
Actually, we already have it kind of bit in the presentation where we do a small introduction as well. So I don't know if you like it now up front and then we can skip it in the presentation, or we do it in the presentation.
Okay.
In the presentation we have 2 slides presenting ourselves and what we're doing, and how they can reach us if they have a question afterwards or something.
All right. So if you could share your screen, so then I can.
I will start
on the
Let me see. Share screen. Which one? So normally my screen should be showing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me share my slide deck. Wait a moment. There it is. First slide, I think.
There you go. I'll be here on the background. I'll just switch off my camera, but I'll be here on the background. Need to switch things. You just give me a buzz, and I'll be at your service.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you, and I think we can start, Micha. So hello everyone. Thanks for joining, and welcome to our session titled Azure Bastion. One does not simply walk into my VNet. We think with the title and the picture, the topic and the theme will be rather clear, and we hope that at the end of this session, everyone who is not yet using Azure Bastion starts using it. Before we start, we want to thank the organizers and everyone involved for setting up this event and for allowing us to deliver this talk. And of course, also a big thank you to the sponsors, because I think without them, organizing such a huge event probably would not be possible. So on the agenda today, the things we're talking about. First of all, we will look at all the common VM administrative access methods, different ways, the good and the bad ones, on how you can connect to your Azure IaaS VMs before Bastion then, followed by a demo. Then we will talk about what Azure Bastion is, and we will dig a little deeper in how you can deploy, configure, and start using it. And of course, we will also show some demos in between. After the last demo, we will look at the future roadmap, and we will also go through the key takeaways to really focus on the things we think you really should remember when you start using the Azure Bastion service. And I think before closing off, we hope we still have some time for a Q&A where we would love to answer any of your questions. So, and here's our introduction. So let me first introduce myself. My name is Wim Matthijssen. I live in Belgium, where I work as an Azure technical advisor at a company called Proximus. As a Microsoft certified trainer, I also deliver all kinds of Azure workshops and trainings. Community-wise, I'm a founding board member of a Belgian user group called MC2MC, which stands for Microsoft Cloud and Client Management Community. In that community, we mainly focus on Azure and Microsoft 365, but we also keep an eye on security, Hyper-V, and I think the complete Windows Server landscape. Next to that, I also have my own blog, https://wmatthijssen.com, and since July last year, I'm also awarded as a Microsoft Azure MVP, which was and still is a real honor. And like most IT professionals these days, I'm also on Twitter and on LinkedIn. So if you ever want to reach out, ask a question, you can always contact me through my Twitter handle, @wmatthijssen or LinkedIn, or even more simple, you can just scan the QR code at the bottom of this slide. So I think, Micha, I think you can introduce yourself.
Yes, so my name is Micha Wets. As Wim, I'm based in Belgium. It's sunny over here right now. So we brought the good weather with us. I'm an independent contractor, so I have my own small firm. I work for Aspects, which is a CSP in Belgium, as a technology strategist. I also work for NXP in the Netherlands as a WVD solution architect, and also some smaller things that I do for Microsoft. As Wim, I am a proud member of the MC2MC user group. Always a shout out if you want to submit sessions, check out the website and submit them. We do a lot of meetings as well, so never forget to submit. And I'm a Microsoft MVP on Windows Virtual Desktop. Super proud to be that. Became MVP at the end of 2018, and still very proud to have that awesome award right over there. So always awesome to show that. Back to you, Wim.
Okay, thank you, Micha. And yeah, the sun is still shining, although it was raining earlier today. So I think we can now focus on our first topic, namely common VM administrative access methods. So as most of you will know, the easiest way, but also the least secure one to connect to an Azure VM is through the use of a public IP address, a PIP. In this way, you can connect to the VM through RDP or SSH, depending if the VM is a Windows or a Linux VM. You just need to associate a new or even an existing PIP to your VM's network interface. And if the subnet where the VM is part of is protected with a network security group, an NSG, which should be best practice-wise, you just need to create an inbound security rule to allow TCP port 3389 to allow RDP, or TCP port 22 to allow SSH to get it working. But let us say this way of connecting to your Azure VMs is good when you're studying for an Azure exam and you need to test things out, or when you need to do a quick test in your own or company's dev test subscription. But you should never, mark our words, use it in any Azure production environment to connect to any of your business critical servers or to manage a production workload on an IaaS VM. And this because you should know that whenever you are using this way to connect to your VMs, one or both of those management ports will be widely opened on the internet. And in this way, the VM can easily be attacked or breached by hackers or script kiddies, or like on this slide, by orcs, for example. Another way to connect to your IaaS VMs, next to that one, is by placing them behind an Azure external load balancer. Instead of the VM, the load balancer then uses the PIP, and when an RDP or SSH connection is set up, the external load balancer will redirect the connection to the VM behind it. I think Micha and myself already saw this method being used by customers maybe once or twice, but in our opinion, it's kind of security, true obscurity, like they say, because one or both management ports will still be opened on the internet. Only now there's an external load balancer in front. And again, yeah, not really a secure method to connect to your IaaS VMs in any production, pre-prod, or QA environment. And this because, yeah, whatever previous connection method you're using, you really can't prevent any breaches, because attackers mostly target those open management ports on internet-facing VMs, and with port scans, brute force attacks, or even DDoS attacks. And in case, for example, of such a successful brute force attack, an attacker can easily compromise the VM, and by this establish a foothold into your environment from where they can do whatever they want to do. Or let us think of another example. When you have an IaaS web server running in Azure with the RDP opened through its PIP, and let us say this VM is breached, then an attacker, for example, can install crypto mining malware and use that server for cryptocurrency mining. So yeah, they're not really good ways if you want to prevent any breaches in your environment. For example, on this slide, you can clearly see that if you have opened one or both of those management ports, like you see on with the one with priority level 101 is RDP, and the one with 102 is the SSH. So if you have those ports, both ports opened, and you open the associated NSG, like you can see on the slide, you will see that in the name field, the rule name is preceded by a hazard triangle with an exclamation mark, telling you that there is a security risk by opening these ports to the internet. And also, if you open Azure Security Center, under the recommendations, you will also see a security recommendation that telling you that those management ports should be closed on those virtual machines. And most of the times, Azure Security Center will propose a quick fix to quickly better protect these ones by using JIT, but more on JIT later on. Then, of course, the question we all need to ask ourselves is, how can we then securely connect to our VMs? Well, first of all, by using a site-to-site VPN or an express route. In this way, you can connect from your on-premises network to the private IP address of the VM, so you don't need a PIP anymore to connect to it. Next to those two, you can also use a point-to-site VPN. In this way, you can set up a secure connection to any of your VNets. But most of the times, this would be the hub VNet or a connectivity VNet. and this from your own computer, or if more security is required, from a privileged access workstation or a PAW, like they say. With a point-to-site VPN these days, you can use certificate-based authentication or radius. But these days, you can also use the OpenVPN protocol and even Azure AD authentication. Next to those, there's also another resource we can also see regularly being used in customer Azure environments, namely a jump box or jump host or jump server, like some people like to name it. You can see a jump box as a simple EA service, which is used to access and manage all the other VMs in your Azure environment. Most of the time, it's deployed in a separate security zone, management VNet or a subnet if the hub and spoke model is used. And you can simply see it as a control entry point into your Azure environment, which improves your overall security and reduces the attack surfaces of your other EAS VMs. So in a way, you kind of jump from that VM to your other VMs to manage them. To allow access from the internet, this jump box mostly also has a PIP, and most of the time we see it being deployed as a very small sized Linux VM. When you're using Linux, you're kind of going to tunnel your RDP connection through SSH. Another way to do it, instead of the Linux VM, and I think we also saw this one being used by customers a few times, is by using an RDS gateway, which also runs in a small size VM. I think it was a B series, if I'm correct. And by using this, that specific customer was tunneling the RDP connection through SSL. So you can see there are a lot of options, and a jump box is really a good alternative to create a secure connection. But, oh, that's one too fast. But yet, it's still another resource for you that you need to update, backup, or troubleshoot. And also, if you want to see, for example, high availability, you should at least have 2 jump boxes deployed. So in the case that when it's down, you still have a second one you can use to connect to your spoke VMs. Like we said, like I said, when the jump box also use, most of the times jump box also uses a PIP. And a way to protect that jump box, and also another option to more securely and control access to your EAS VMs, is with the use of just-in-time VM access, or JIT. JIT enables you to lock down your VMs at the network level by blocking inbound traffic to specific management ports, like, for example, RDP or SSH. And in the meantime, it limits the amount of time that those management ports are open, with a maximum of 24 hours. JIT is available when you use the Azure Defender On tier of Azure Security Center. And you just keep in mind that it only supports Azure Resource Manager VMs. So if you're still using classic VMs, yeah, there's still people using classic VMs. You can't control or access or better protect them with JIT. Also, always good to know, I think, is how it works. Well, first of all, user needs to request access to a VM, and then Security Center checks if that user has a specific role-based access permission on that VM. If so, the request is approved, and then Security Center automatically configures the NSG to allow inbound traffic to the necessary ports, and this for the requested amount of time. And when that time window is passed, Security Center automatically restores the NSG back to its previous stage, by which the NSG will no longer allow any inbound traffic on those specific ports. And good to know is that afterwards, all those requests can be reviewed in the activity log. So you can, as an administrator, you can check who had access, when, and even what he did. But maybe let me demo some things to make it all clear. So let me open my Azure portal. Let me close this screen. Yeah, it's showing. So let me first go to my virtual machines from the sidebar. So you see at the moment I have 4 VMs running, 3 Windows VMs and 1 Linux VM. Let me go to my Jumpbox, for example. If I click on that one, it will open. You can see it has a private IP address, but it also has an attached public IP address. So if I now would click on the connect button and I choose RAP because it's a Windows one, I would be able to connect to it. But if you do so now, you can see this VM is protected by JIT in the back. So first of all, before I will be able to download the RDP file to connect to it or to connect to any remote desktop manager, for example, I first need to request access. So I just click on the request access button. You can see it's requesting access. The request is approved. Most of the times it will take, I think, around a minute before the access request is completely properly set up. So if I now click on download the RDP file, I click on the open file, for example. Let me try it. I click on connect. Let me see if it's already in place. Probably it's still doing its thing in the back. So maybe I need to redo it, but we'll just wait for it. Here it is. So you just log on. I will first type in my super secret password. And let me lighten this one. You can see I'm connecting through the pip and I'm connected to that specific VM and I can do whatever I want. So I can manage it, jump to it from here to other servers, and yeah, I can do and work with it. So if we close this one, let me close it. Let me show how it works in the back. So if you go to Security Center, also from the sidebar, you can also use the global search bar at the top, type in security, click on the Security Center. Like I said on the slide, Azure Defender On should be enabled on that specific subscription where that VM is hosted. So if you want to change it, you can simply go under Management, click on Coverage. You can see I have 3 subscriptions. One is fully covered. This is where the VM is running at the moment. If I click on the Edit Plan, you can see Azure Defender On is already enabled, and it's enabled for all resources. Just keep in mind, if you enable it, you pay certain amounts of money for every resource you protect with a Security Center. But let me show you for a subscription that's not this one as Azure Defender On. You just click on Azure Defender On. You select which ones you need, and yeah, you just click on Save, and it will be enabled in the back, and you can start using JIT. But let me close this one. Let me drink. Sorry. If you want to look at JIT itself, just go under Cloud Security, click on Azure Defender. You should just scroll down to the bottom, and over here you can see the just-in-time VM access button. You click on it, you can see I have 4 VMs configured for JIT. One VM, the VM in my Sage Journey JMP 01. It's active now on port 3389, and yeah, it's me that's using it. So if you want to edit the properties, for example, you can click on it. You can see it's now enabled for port 3389. You can add some other ports. You can switch the time range. You can do whatever you want. So let me close this one and that one. If I close this one, and if you also right-click on it, you can see you can click on the activity log, for example, and then you can see who was access to that VM, when he asked the access, etc. So I think, Micha, you can now talk about the second part and about Azure Bastion, I think.
Yes, thank you, Wim. Let me share my screen.
I don't know about you guys watching it, but I'm already really enjoying it, especially when I saw, the Lords of the Rings stuff everywhere.
I'm still seeing you.
I'm a big fan.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's there.
Okay, perfect. So let's dive into the Azure Bastion and what Azure Bastion is and how it can help you. This is the definition from Microsoft, what Azure Bastion is, but we will dive into this. So it's a PaaS service which is provisioned inside your virtual network, and it's secure and seamless. That's the most important one. An overview, it is a PaaS service, so it is not a service that you need to manage. It's something that you can take from Microsoft. We also call it jump box as a service because Microsoft manages it for you, and it's provisioned inside your virtual network, inside your VNet. It gives you a secure RDP or SSH connection directly into your Azure portal, and it connects you to your virtual machine. There is no public IP required anymore on your virtual machines. It only has a public IP on the Azure Bastion host itself. So no public IPs need to be provisioned together with your virtual machines. Also, that's something really important. You don't need to install any additional software or agents or services on your virtual machines. It's completely agentless. As long as your virtual machine is available inside the VNet, then it is perfectly capable of being used by the Azure Bastion host. Inside the Azure Bastion service, it is a VM scale set. But again, it's a PaaS service, so you don't have to worry about that scale set in your Azure portal. You just provision the Azure Bastion host. Microsoft provisions the VM scale set for you, and you can simply use it as a service. It also protects you for port scanning, for any exploits, for any malware targeting, because it is a service that you put in front of your virtual machines. So you don't have to think about all those things on the virtual machine itself. It's all managed by Microsoft in the Azure Bastion host. How does it work? This is a simple diagram of your virtual network. You first install the Azure Bastion host in the portal or using PowerShell like Wim will show. It will be deployed inside your virtual network. So it injects itself a managed appliance in your VNet. The only public IP that you need is the public IP for the Azure Bastion. And the only port that you need to expose to the internet is TCP 443, so SSL or HTTPS. And that's the only entrance that you will need for your virtual network. As you can see, if you apply a NSG to your subnets containing your virtual machines, the only thing that you need to open up is the default RDP or SSH ports, so 3389 and 22, and that only needs to be accessible from the Azure Bastion host. So it uses the private IP for your virtual machines, and the Azure Bastion host is the only one with a public IP. As you can see over here, no public IPs are required on your virtual machines. It's only the Azure Bastion host that will be accessible. Before, this was still applicable a couple of months ago, where you needed a Azure Bastion host for every VNet. So at that time, if you had a typical hub-spoke model, you would need a Azure Bastion host in each of your target hosts. Even though they were peered, it was not accessible for the Azure Bastion host. Luckily now, VNet peering is supported. It's still in preview, but it is supported for the Azure Bastion host. So as you can see over here in this hub spoke architecture, you have your hub VNet. In that hub VNet, you deploy your Azure Bastion hosts, the only one with a public IP and with the HTTPS port allowed from the internet. And your spoke VNets are peered to your hub VNet. And the Azure Bastion host is now capable of connecting to any virtual machine in those spoke VNets. So no longer Azure Bastion hosts in each VNet, one Azure Bastion host in the hub VNet, and you will be using that one to connect to your other virtual machines, which can save you quite some dollars. Some use cases, as we see them in the field. If you don't have a VPN or an Express out, so you can't use that site-to-site, or you can't use that point-to-site like Wim explained at the beginning. If you don't have that one and you still want to connect securely to your virtual machines, then Azure Bastion host is a perfect fit. The jump box, it does not always fit the requirements for a company. If you have specific security requirements, then it could be that a jump box is not allowed, like port 3389. If that's not allowed, if you have a policy that's blocking that specific port, then a jump box will not be a good solution for you. It could be also more expensive, but we will come back to that later on. If you have a hard requirement for HTTPS, so you require 443 and 3389 is not possible or allowed, then yeah, Azure Bastion is a perfect fit again, because it's only HTTPS. If you have a requirement that your entry point or your virtual machines cannot have any management on it, then it must be PaaS. It must be a service managed by Microsoft. So you cannot use the RDS gateway, or you cannot use a SSH connection or a jump box, because then you have management to do on those virtual machines, because you need to do patches, you need to do specific maintenance. So for Azure Bastion, it's a PaaS service, so you don't have any of those management or maintenance requirements. Also, if you want to have a solution that is easy and quickly deployable and also removable, then you can definitely use the Azure Bastion service, because it's, as we will show, it's super fast to deploy in the portal, but also using PowerShell or any other automation. But it can also be removed. So if you don't no longer need it, you can simply remove it and deploy it if you require your connectivity. Temporary access to the VM is also possible. It's even combinable with JIT. That's something that Wim also will show. And also there's no additional services required like a VPN. And it's only available for your virtual machines. So no other services will be targeted or will be usable. Pricing, also something that can be important. The basic price for a Azure Bastion host in a zone, we will come back to the zones later on. This is an example of West Europe, will be around $140 per month. This is if you keep that Azure Bastion running 24/7. There are also some prices regarding throughput, so the bandwidth that you use. The first 5 gigabytes per month are for free, and then it just keeps on going. The more terabytes that you need, the less the price will be per gigabyte. Again, this will depend on how much traffic you put in the Azure Bastion host, but it could be that you are suited with only the 5 gigabytes, which are free per month. Again, this is the price if you keep it running for 24/7. If you don't need it and you can go for an easy deployment and easy removal, then you really should only deploy it when needed and remove it when it is done. And these are the zones. There are 2 zones right now, West Europe and a big part of the US and also France are included. The other zone is Australia, South India, Asia, those regions, they're all in zone 2. Just to keep in mind that there are 2 zones right now. Again, enough talking. Let's see how Bastion works, how you can connect it. Wim will show you how to deploy it, but I will show you how you can connect to it. This is my Azure environment. I create a small resource group with a VNet, and I deploy 2 virtual machines. One is my Linux VM, and one is my Windows VM. Important to keep in mind is that my 2 VMs don't have public IP addresses, so there is no pip attached to it. If I look into my Linux VM, you will see it only has a private IP, no public IP, also no load balancing in front of it, anything like that. And the same with my Windows VM, no public IP addresses attached to it. If I would click on connect and I would use RDP, then you can see it presents me a private IP address connection only because it doesn't have a public IP address connected. So if I would download this RDP file and I would try to connect, it would not work because I don't have the VPN connection, no site-to-site, no express route available. So it would definitely fail. So what do we want to do? If we click on connect and click on Bastion, it still pops up to this item, to this level, but actually you should click on Bastion here and at the operations part, and it will ask you to enter your username, so a username to connect to your virtual machine, and also a super secret password. And you can click on open in new window, so it will open a new window right over here. And as you can see, it connects me to the Azure Bastion host, and it's launching from within my Azure portal. So I don't need an RDP connection. I don't need any other connection. It just opens up in my browser, and I can simply connect to the virtual machine. As you can see, it runs really smoothly. I can open up browsers. I can really manage my virtual machine. I can actually do the same thing as I would do connecting to my virtual machine. No difference in between an RDP connection or this connection, except for my disks. My local disks are not accessible, of course, because it's running in my browser. Clipboard is available, but that's something that Wim will also mention. Next to that, it's not only Windows that is available. As you can see over here, Windows works perfectly. We can also do the same with Linux. So if we go for Linux and we also connect to the virtual machine, typical on Linux, it's not only password, but also SSH private key, which is either accessible from your local machine or from the key vault. So if you have your private key in the key vault, you can use it over here as well, and you can select the key if you would like. Let me connect to my Linux VM. So I have a Ubuntu running. I'm not a Linux specialist, definitely not. But if you have Linux operations to do, it's perfectly capable of doing it over here. So if you want to make a directory, you can simply make one over here, make one for Vim, and it will be available, things like that. Also, something I always show. It's really a good connection. It works really nice. So if you go to curl and then parrot.live, it gives you the awesome dancing parrot demo, which I always use in a Linux demo. So it's the most awesome thing to show, of course. If you have your connections over here, I don't know, Wim, do you want me to show the management, or are you going to show the management for the sessions?
Maybe you can show the copy and paste. You can show it. You're already connected to it, so.
Yes. So if you want to use copy and paste in a normal RDP connection, it's easy as 1, 2, 3. You can simply go to your own machine, copy something, paste it into the VM because your clipboard is mapped through the RDP. In Azure Bastion, it's not entirely the same. Let me show you this. So clipboard mapping. If I copy and paste this and go to my VM, and I would paste something, that is accessible because it is mapping my clipboard right over here. So if you want to copy and cut text into Azure Bastion, you can use the clipboard manager, which is always indicated with the arrows right over here. So this is where you can manage the clipboard. To my machine. If I copy this, you can see it ends up right over here in the clipboard manager, and it should also be available right over here inside my VM. So using the clipboard manager, you can go copy paste text from your local machine to your virtual machine through the Azure Bastion service. At this moment, it's only text, so no other thing can be transferred yet, but we're pretty sure that this will be resolved later on. And I think this is the best way to show how you can use Azure Bastion. Back to you for the next part, Wim.
Yeah. So let me share my screen again. So it would be sharing now, I think. Yeah, there it is. Let me take the slide deck again. So after that second demo, thanks, Micha. Always enjoying seeing that parrot dancing. Let us now take a deeper look on how you can deploy Azure Bastion, because that's quite important. My slide deck is moving. Yeah, there it is. First of all, like with every new deployment in Azure, it's best to check if the resource or service, in this case Azure Bastion, is available in your region, or the region where you want to deploy and use it. Currently, Bastion is available in almost all regions, but there are still some regions where it isn't available, so please check that one first. And after you validated that, and in the case you have a governance strategy in place or a specific Azure governance plan you need to follow, you should follow it, especially for the naming of the Bastion host and all related resources like the pip and the resource group. And you should also follow the tagging convention to apply all necessary or required resource tags. For people who don't know, with resource tags, you can add extra metadata to any Azure resource. And a tag itself always exists out of a name and a value. And for example, a good tag to use in combination with Azure Bastion is, for example, one that describes the VNet. In this way, you can easily find in which VNet, most of the times now it will be the hub that Bastion host is deployed. And when you validated that and followed your Azure governance plan to make your design or to make your visual drawing, you can start deploying your Bastion host. But you can do specific things in advance. As example, you can create a specific subnet that's used by the Bastion host in your VNet. This subnet always needs to have the name Azure Bastion subnet and should at least /27 or larger. A thing you should also check is that you have the necessary address space available in your VNet, because I think Micha and myself also already saw a few times that the complete address space in the VNet is already used, and then you can't deploy a Bastion host because you can't create the subnet before changing the VNet address space. And in most cases, and especially when it's a production environment, that's not directly possible or not without some downtime. And when you deploy the Azure Bastion subnet in advance, you can try to better protect it via an NSG. But when you use that NSG, you need to be sure that all the necessary inbound and outbound security roles are in place to allow the necessary access. Otherwise, your Bastion deployment will fail. Also keep in mind that if you're using Azure Firewall or any other network virtual appliance, that you don't associate the Azure Bastion subnet in the route table. Otherwise, you end up with blocking traffic required for the Azure Bastion to work. Next to that, also know that the use of Azure Bastion with Azure private DNS zones is not supported at the moment. So make sure that the virtual network where you plan to deploy your Bastion host is not linked to any private DNS zone. Then the Bastion host itself requires a public IP address, a static one. If you also want to create that one in advance, be sure to use a standard public IP SKU. And after all that, you created your subnet, you attach an NSG to it, you already created your PIP in advance, then you can start deploying your Azure Bastion host through the Azure portal, like Micha already said, through Azure PowerShell, CLI, or even via ARM or Biceps these days. Like I already said on the previous slide, to harden the Azure Bastion subnet, you can use an NSG, and this to only allow the necessary inbound and outbound traffic. For the inbound security rules, you should allow TCP traffic, like you can see on the screen, on port 443 from the service stack internet. You should also allow TCP traffic on port 443 and 4443 from the service stack gateway manager, and this to allow management traffic. And if you're using any load balancers for the health probes to be able to work, you should also enable port 443 for the Azure Load Balancer service stack, and this will allow them to detect connectivity. And after those 4 rules, you can then deny any other traffic with priority 900 or any other priority higher than those. For the outbound security rules, you should allow TCP traffic on ports 3389 for RDP and 22 to the server for SSH to the service stack virtual network, and this to allow management on your VMs in the different subnets on the VNet. Next to that, you should also allow traffic on port 443 for the service stack Azure Cloud. For who doesn't know, the Azure Cloud Service Stack holds all Azure Data Center public IPs, which among other things are required by the Bastion service to connect to various public endpoints within Azure. And finally, on all your Azure VM subnets, you should allow inbound TCP traffic on ports 3389 and 22 for your Azure Bastion subnet IP range. Like you can see on this slide, when you try to add an NSG to the Azure Bastion subnet, you will receive an error if not all those required inbound and outbound rules are included. So if you're missing any of those, you will not able to associate the NSG. Or, for example, when you try to change the associated NSG by removing or changing the required inbound or outbound rules, that delete or change will also fail. So keep that especially in mind. As an Azure admin, from time to time, you also need to be able to troubleshoot your Azure services. And just like with all other services, you can also use log diagnostics for Azure Bastion. So when users connect to workloads or any other admin using Azure Bastion, Bastion can log any diagnostics of those remote sessions. And you can then use those diagnostics to view which users connected to which workloads, at what time, and from where. And in order to use diagnostics, you just need to enable diagnostic logs on Azure Bastion itself. That's it. And you should, if you want to store it in Log Analytics workspace, you should also have a Log Analytics workspace, but you can also store it in, for example, a storage account. Like Micha already said, what about JIT VM access in combination with Bastion? Well, good to know is that you can combine those two. The only thing that you should be aware of is that you still need to request access first under the RDP or SSH tab, and then wait until the request is approved, and then you can go to the Azure Bastion tab or the Azure Bastion under management, and then you can connecting to your VM. So the request access button is at the moment not integrated under the Bastion window to connect. Of course, there are also some RBAC rules required when connecting to Azure Bastion. If you want to foresee access control, it's best to use them. First of all, the reader on the virtual machine and on the NIC with the private IP of the virtual machine is required. Next to that, you also need to have the reader role on the Azure Bastion resource itself. And if you're working with peered VNets, and I think most people are these days, also at least a reader role on the VNet is required. And maybe also something good to tell is that next to connecting to your Windows and Linux VMs through Bastion, you can also connect to all VMs in a VM scale set and even to DevTest Lab VMs. Just keep in mind that when you want to be able to connect to your DevTest Lab VMs, you need to enable a browser connection on those lab VMs, I think, which you can configure under the configuration and policies. So that's also good to know. I think Micha already demoed this in the previous demo. So you can copy and paste text between your desktop and the Bastion connection, but you still can't copy files between them. A thing Micha didn't show you is that now you have the tab view, but you can also put your screen in full screen view if you want to enlarge your work environment. And maybe also something good to know is, and especially for compliance regions or any GDPR-related questions you can get from people inside your company or customers, is that Azure Bastion doesn't move or store any customer data out of the region that it's deployed in. So that's also a thing you should really be aware of, because probably those questions will pop up. So I think it's time for the next demo. Let me show my... So you're all seeing my Azure portal again. I already connected through Azure Bastion to one of my Windows VMs. The thing we also wanted to show you is if you go to your Bastion, just type in Bastion at the top, and you see it, you can come in there, and you will see all your Bastion hosts. At the moment, I have one running in my hub spoke. So if I click on that one, and I'm an administrator, for example, and I want to know and see who's connected to which VMs at the moment, you just go under settings, you just click on sessions, you will see it loading. You can see that VM is connected, who's connected, the username, and even as an administrator, you can simply kill that connection. So the network connection to the Bastion host appears unstable and that person can't work anymore. If you want to configure the diagnostic settings, it's on the same window. Just click on it. You can see at the moment I have it configured. I've connected it to my log analytics workspace. If you want to edit the settings, previously it was only the Bastion audit logs that were available. Also now we can log all metrics. You can also archive to a storage account or to Event Hub. It's quite easy to configure. But let me quickly show you how you can deploy a Bastion host. So for example, let us suppose I don't have a Bastion host at the moment. I can simply click on Add. Let me take my sandbox environment. I think I already have a specific resource group for that one. Yeah. Cloud Launch and Learn. Bash, we'll name it like that. Just type in the region. Select your virtual network. I already created the Azure Bastion subnet in advance, so I can select it. It's already there. I can create a new PIP or use an existing one. Let me see. Yeah, I already created one in advance. You can add that one. You just click on tags. You can specify your tags, like for example, it's my sandbox environment and all other tags. Then you just click on Review and Create. Your validation is passed. You click on Create, and then it takes around max 5 minutes before the Bastion host is deployed, and you can start using it. Micha and myself are already writing a specific PowerShell script, which all steps. Normally, it should be available in our GitHub in the coming weeks. So if you want to use that one to deploy everything until the NSGs, just visit our GitHub page and you can download it from there. Let me go back to the slides. Let me share this one. Micha, can you tell us something about the future roadmap, maybe?
Yeah. So Azure Bastion is still in development, so Microsoft keeps on adding items to it. Some highlights perhaps is the full session recording. So if you have a specific audit requirement and you want to have full session recording, this will be added. Private IP for Azure Bastion host, which is really awesome because then you don't even need a public IP for the Bastion host. You can use the site-to-site connection, express route, point-to-site connection, and connect to the Bastion using that connection as well. Also PIM integration as a Zoe integration that will be there as well. As Wim here highlighted, there is a feedback page. So if you have things to be added or you want things to be added, you can always use the feedback page.
And then before closing off, we just want to give you some key takeaways. 5 things Micha and myself think you should really remember about our session today. First of all, Azure Bastion is a PaaS service that you provision inside a virtual network and which gives you secure and seamless RDP SSH connectivity to any of your IaaS VMs, is it Windows or Linux, and this directly in the Azure portal over SSL. When you need Azure Bastion, there is no need anymore to use a PIP for connecting to your VMs. So that's a quite important one. With the new preview enabled, you only need one Bastion host to manage your hub and spoke VMs. So you only need to deploy your Bastion host in the hub. And then if you have peer connections to all your spokes, you can connect to any of those VMs in those spokes. And of course, you can harden your deployment with the thing I just showed you within NSG, and this allowing the necessary inbound and outbound traffic in NSG. And you can also, for example, combine Bastion with JIT. And last but not least, it's always important for everyone, I think, keep an eye on your cloud spend, because if you need to deploy several Bastion hosts, still some people do it, this can become quite expensive. A good tip and a good use case Micha already showed you, you can also deploy the Bastion host whenever you need it and then drop it afterwards. It's a way to manage it and to keep better control over its cost. So we also have some references. I think the slides in the video will be made available later on. So if you want to read specific things, you can go look over there. Like we said, we also have our own GitHub pages and our own blogs. We're going to make available that specific script that can help you to easily deploy Bastion. So that's it from our side. So we want to say thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions later on, yeah, you can always contact us through our Twitter handles. They're on the deck. QR code to our LinkedIn page is also there. So yeah, that's it. So thank you, I would say.
Thank you.
Guys, you've got good feedbacks on the background. We are just running out of time. We're kind of overlapping here, but we've got some comments there, good ones in regard to your presentation. So well done. I think people were really excited not only about the content, but also about the Lord of the Rings at the same time. We don't have any additional questions in here. So our next speaker is already ready to start. So thanks again for this great presentation, and best of luck with the lockdown there for the next couple of months.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So, guys, we already have our next speaker in here. So we are going to be talking about a practical guide to migrating monitoring solutions. And some people are just posting some comments in regard to the links for the check-in. That will be available at the end of the event. So I'll make sure I'll post it at the end, so I won't have a broken link to do the subscriptions. Hi, Grant. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm fantastic. So yeah, I'm sorry about that. The guys were really excited in there, and we just missed a little bit of a notion of time. But you're ready to start. Before anything, which part of the globe are you?
I'm located in Massachusetts right now in the United States.
Okay, so is morning there or is afternoon?
It's 3 in the afternoon.
3 in the afternoon. Okay, so here is the evening. It's almost dinner time. And there are some people from US present with us as well. I think the guy is from Kansas, if I'm not wrong.
Kansas. Oh yeah, I grew up in Oklahoma, so I know Kansas.
And yeah, we have people from Kansas, South Africa, Brazil, and so on. Well, I'll handle the stage to you, and I hope you guys enjoy this next hour.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. All right, well, let's get going. Let me get the screen going. All right, so the agenda today, we're going to talk about migrating monitor solutions. Sorry about that. Moving from one monitoring solution to another, or even trying to launch a monitoring solution. There's a whole bunch of challenges, some interesting stuff going on, and we're going to walk through it. So let's get going. My name is Grant Fritchie. I work for Redgate Software. I'm a Microsoft Data Platform MVP. I'm also an AWS community builder. So I do a lot of work on the cloud, both Azure, AWS, even a little bit of Google Cloud Platform. This is my contact information if you want to get in touch with me after today. If you have any questions on the topic we're discussing, or other topics, especially in and around DevOps or databases, I'd love to have a chat. So anything you got, I'm game to have a talk on it. So please do take advantage of this stuff. Reach out, talk to me, and let me know what's going on. That's it. We'll get going now. So let's talk about monitoring. That's the interesting thing is, and I am kind of focused here on data monitoring, database monitoring. The interesting thing is that there's a lot of different ways we can do monitoring, and what you're going to find is everybody does a little bit of everything. Now, I know some people have no monitoring at all. They don't even bother looking to see, what's going on with their systems, whether they're up, whether they're down, are they slow, are they fast? I don't know how they get through the night. Personally, I would not be able to sleep myself if I didn't have a good sense of how my systems were behaving. But I know that people do that. So it's one possible solution is just don't. Probably not the best solution, but it is a possible solution. Another way is that a lot of people will build just enough. They'll build a little bit of monitoring. If they know that there's possibly some performance headaches, maybe they'll put some little bits of monitoring to collect a little bit of information on a regular basis, so they can get some work done. Maybe. Other people will go crazy and they will build an extensive, complete monitoring solution. They will do everything they possibly can. They will build something that honestly probably should be sold. It's so good. But then they're spending a lot of time maintaining that thing, growing it over time. So there's a lot of work there that could be involved in keeping your own homegrown monitoring solution running. Another one that you may see is people may have a old or inadequate or even a partial third-party solution installed, but they're not using it at all. They're not looking at it. It's not a part of what they do and how they do things. And that's almost as bad as not having a monitoring solution. In some ways, it's actually worse than not having a monitoring solution, because then you're possibly paying for that third-party solution, but you're also paying for the overhead of monitoring. Monitoring, no matter how good the tool, monitoring is not cost-free. There is an overhead to monitoring. It adds a load on your servers. It requires additional storage for the information that you're collecting. It may require additional processing power to look at and maintain that stuff over time. And so, it's a deal, right? I mean, and so then the other option, of course, is a third-party monitoring solution, one that actually is working, one that you are engaged with, and one that you are using. Now, I recognize I work for a vendor, but I didn't used to work for a vendor. And when I didn't work for a vendor, I would say the same thing as I'm going to say now. I would buy a third-party monitoring solution. Building your own is entirely possible. I can show you exactly how to do it if you want, but it's difficult to maintain. It's difficult to troubleshoot. It's difficult to upgrade as new versions of whatever database monitoring you're doing come out. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of labor, and it's labor taken away from your primary reason for existence, which is growing and maintaining the business that you're supporting, or the organization that you're supporting, if it's a nonprofit or something more fun than just a straight up business. But the whole idea is that you can do so much more if you focus on the areas you need to focus on and let other people worry about things like building a monitoring solution and maintaining one over time. So that's something I've always said, even before I started working, wearing red all the time. But just so you know. All right, so let's talk about moving your monitoring solution. Friend of mine, Anthony Nocentino, great person. You should get him in here to do a presentation, by the way. He's amazing, great presenter, really smart. And he asked the question, does your monitoring solution help make your environment better? I mean, just the simplest possible question. So if you've got a third-party tool and you're either not using it or it's not answering questions for you, if it's not helping you make your system better, it might be time to move. I mean, it's that simple. So hang on. Oh, yeah, good. Sorry. The issue you're going to run into is there's a lot of challenges. Now, the first is that maybe you've got monitoring in place, but you're just not using it. You either don't know enough about what it's supposed to do in order to implement it correctly, or you're not comfortable with it, or you've looked at it, you've turned it on, it's caused problems, but it, or it's just issues are coming up with running it. This is one challenge that may motivate you to want to move to a new monitoring solution. The other is that you may have organizational demands. A lot of times an organization is going to be saying flat out, look, don't worry about monitoring, just do stuff, build new things, deliver new content. I did have an experience with an organization who told me flat out, me and my team, do not spend any more time on maintenance or monitoring. Stop that stuff. Focus on software delivery. It only took a week before we hit a problem that if we'd had monitoring on, we would have caught, and it caused a 2-day outage. But it took us a while to recover because it was a bad problem. Guess what happened right after that? Right after that, the order to don't do any monitoring ever was rescinded, and it was, please do all the monitoring now. So it's don't go down that road. Try to avoid it if you can. Use me as the negative example. You may also be hitting a situation where you don't have separation of duties, where the development team is also the admin team, is also the coffee makers, and they also run out and get the food at lunch. I've worked in that organization, and it does make things harder. I mean, these are very common challenges. This is not something that's unique to any given organization. It's actually a common thing. A lot of people wear a lot of hats, and therefore it makes setting up monitoring much more difficult, much more challenging to do, because you've got so many different things pulling you in so many different directions. You may be in the situation where, yeah, you've set up monitoring, you've got it, but you've created a rule for the alerts. So all the alerts from your monitoring solution get ruled into another folder, so you can look at those once a week or something and clean them out, maybe in the morning, maybe once a day, and clean them out. And you might notice that there's important stuff in there, but a lot of it's just noise, so you just delete it every day. At which point you're going to miss the important stuff. You're going to miss the thing that's telling you, hey, you know what? If you go now, you can save your server. Whereas if you wait an hour, 2 hours a day, your server's going to go down. So this is another challenge that we present ourselves with. Instead of spending the time to ensure that we've got a very high signal to noise ratio from our monitoring tool, that it's telling us the stuff we need to know now versus the stuff that would be nice to know, or maybe even stuff we don't care about, that's also going to present a challenge for us. Or we may even have a monitoring tool that's missing information. I have a story that is related to this. I'll tell in a little bit. But the idea here is that monitoring can miss information. And so you do need to have a reliance upon the monitoring tool to be able to capture all this. So these are the common challenges for getting monitoring going in systems, or these are also common challenges for moving off of a monitoring tool that's just not adequate for you. Any one of these things is going to step on you and get in your way. So it's really common. By the way, I'm keeping an eye on the comments. I've also got a coworker who's helping me out watching the Discord. So any kind of questions you want to ask, go ahead and fire them off, and we'll do our best to keep up with them. So don't hesitate to toss them out there as we go. Don't feel like you need to wait till the end. I'm more than happy to interrupt. After all, this is your time, not mine. I'm happy to share with you anything I can. All right, so why do you want to move? Why would you want to move from one monitoring solution to another? And there's a bunch of possible reasons. One of them is your existing system just isn't cutting it. It's not giving you the information you need. That's shockingly normal to find out that, we're not seeing the information that we need. I will tell my other story now. We had backups running automated, of course. You set up automated backups. You ensure that you've got them running. You set up a way to test your backups to ensure that the backups that are being done are good and will work for restore. And that's all great. And we had monitoring in place to ensure us that when backups failed, we would be alerted. Now, what we didn't have was any kind of indication of, well, is there a way to check to see if backups have happened at all? Not if they failed, because in this case, our backups were running fine. But what had happened is that a junior DBA had come along and misconfigured our monitoring solution, our backup solution, and they had placed a database into the exclude list. And so it was not getting backed up, and it was not getting backed up for about 3 months. And we discovered that it was not getting backed up when, yes, you guessed it, someone accidentally dropped the table in the database. So we then needed to go to the backup to retrieve the data. And sure enough, that data is 3 months old and therefore useless to the organization. Oh no. Yeah, it was a bad day. It was a bad week actually, because there was a lot of meetings and scrambling. How can we prevent this from ever happening again? Those kinds of things, and it's tough. You may be looking at your existing system, your existing monitoring system is just wrong. It's not feeding you the right information. It's bad, but I have seen third-party monitoring tools mask data, hide information from you. And that can be very, very problematic. It could be that you're doing a homegrown system and you're finding that maintaining it is just too much. The upgrades, changes, service packs, all these additional things coming in, or heck, if you're monitoring the cloud, whether AWS, say RDS, or Azure SQL Database, they're changing under the covers. You may not know when that change happens, and you're going to have to maintain your stuff. So you may just want to become more proactive. You may want to move away from spending your time building monitoring solutions and spend your time building the tools that you need to build and let someone else do the monitoring for you. So then you're going to make that move. Anthony, again, I do have one more quote from Anthony, just because I liked his quotes. His idea is that gaining knowledge, eats away at reactive demand. So if you know your systems and if you know what's going on your systems, you can then ensure that you are proactive, not reactive. Because the more you know that, hey, disk R over there is filling up, maybe we need to go and buy some more disks, do some data truncation, do some data cleanup, whatever it is that we need to do. We may need to get in there and make some changes. So let's go do that, right? Let's get ahead of it and be proactive. But the only way you can be proactive is to have knowledge. So knowledge eats away at reactive demand. Great quote. Anthony's just an awesome person, so I don't mind stealing his stuff as long as I make sure his name is on it. So we've decided we're going to move, right? We're going to do it. Okay, so what we now know is that developing existing systems is a challenge, right? We've got to work on building all these things out while keeping going. Further, maintaining systems is a challenge. If we're spending tons and tons of time on our monitoring solution, then we're not letting the monitoring solution do the work we need it to do. Instead, we are messing around with it instead of doing the work we should be doing and letting the monitoring tool handle that stuff. Now, we could be looking at a situation also where your monitoring solution is either too broad or too narrow. Now, I've used tools that are fantastic tools. It's like, find the one query that's problematic. Show me that query. Show me what's wrong with that query. Help me fix that query. Great set of tools, right? Exactly. Just wonderful. Cool. Yeah, okay, cool. How are our backups doing? What's going on with the consistency checks? What's going on with uptime? How are the servers behaving in general? How are the disks? How's the space on disks? Well, that tool doesn't have all that stuff. It's very, very narrow. Or you could have tools that are very broad. For example, System Center from Microsoft, great tool. But if you need detailed information about, say, the behavior of SQL Server, it's just not there. Yeah, they've got a plugin for SQL Server. Yes, it's got some broad strokes information in it, but it doesn't get to any kind of detail at all. So if your servers are up, great, you know it. If the servers are having some pain, great, you know it. What exactly is causing that pain? No idea. It's just not there. That information is not available. So this is another driver for why we want to move. The simplest actual need is that you want to get to a place where you're being proactive, where you know that the information that you have on hand is meaningful, actionable information, and that you are able to make decisions based on information, and those decisions can be accurate and meaningful and proactive, so that you're not simply running around with your hair on fire all the time trying to guess at what's happening on your systems. You can, in fact, deliver stuff, because the whole idea here is it just boils it right down. Time is money. The more time you're spending mucking about with these things, the less time you're getting your job done. And your job, unless you're a third-party vendor making a monitoring tool, your job is not monitoring. Your job is dealing with the systems, the machines, the data, the databases that are being monitored. So that's where you should be spending your time. That's where your focus should be. So that may be a reason also to make that migration. Any questions coming in so far? Nope, nothing I can see. Excellent. Again, feel free. Please, please, please take a look. So now you've decided to make the move. Great. You're going to move from whatever monitoring solution you have today. You're going to move to a new monitoring solution. Wow. Okay. That's not a small task. I will not lie. There's a lot involved. You are going to have to think things through. You're going to have to do some planning. And further, you're going to have to pick the new tool. And picking the new tool could be problematic. There could be a lot involved there. And so you're going to need to build a confidence in that solution. And so I want to talk to you a little bit about how you go about doing that. It's not simply a question of getting the demo, installing the demo, looking at it, going, yep, great, it works, awesome, buy this tool. You really want to kind of think about, what is it that we need? Do we need something that's going to show us the specific query, and exactly what's wrong with that query? Or do we want a broader picture? Or do we want a little bit of both? Do we need as much detail as we can get when we need it, but otherwise have a broader overview of the system? A more, hey, look, green is good, red is bad. Let's go deal with the stuff that's green or red. And if it's yellow, that means that's gonna be red soon. Let's get in there now, right? That's the kind of approach you would like to get to, and then be able to fill in those details. But it is a question of your needs. What kind of systems do you have? What kind of problems do you get? I like telling the story is that one of the things I do a lot of times when I'm troubleshooting a system, especially databases, is if it's just completely unknown to me, I've never really looked at it before, I'm looking at it for the first time, obviously you'll look at CPU, obviously you'll look at I/O, memory, the traditional bottleneck areas. You look at those and see what's going on. With databases, of course, it's all about the queries. It's always all about the queries. But I've been bitten several times, and I know several other people who've been bitten the same way, with an issue with recompiles. And recompiles on query plans, on execution plans, whether we're talking MySQL, Oracle, SQL Server, they all recompile execution plans, and the recompile process can be somewhat CPU intensive, and a little bit of memory, but not much, and a little bit of I/O, but not much, but CPU for sure. And I have been bitten many, many times with problematic recompiles. And so I know that one of the things I'm going to want to look at on a system is I'm going to want to take a look at those recompiles. Just because I've been bitten by it so many times, it's a question of experience leading me down a certain path. Now, most of the time, are recompiles the issue? Nope. but I've had bad experiences, so I take a peek at that one counter to see what's going on, just to make sure, okay, no, that looks fairly low. I'm not seeing a whole lot of stuff going on. Great, I can ignore that and try to really focus on where the problem is, follow the evidence. But you want to assess your needs. If you have had a bad experience with disks filling up, TempDB overhead, whatever it might be, you may want to make sure that that monitoring solution is going to meet the needs that you have. Next, you're going to ask the really simple question: does that monitoring tool answer your questions? Now, a question did come in, and that's perfect timing, by the way. How can you be sure that a new monitoring solution fits your needs and not bring us to the same issues that we had before? That's a great question. And I think the really simple answer is does it answer your questions? If the old tool was not telling you, hey, you've got a problem with recompiles, does the new tool tell you? If the old tool didn't tell you that you had a problem with backups, does the new tool tell you? If the old tool didn't tell you that disks were filling up until they were full, does the new tool have some mechanism for being, proactive there and let you know that? Great question, by the way. Thanks for asking. It's almost like I paid you to do that. By the way, I didn't. The next thing you're going to want to do is you're going to want to assess whether or not the tool is accurate to other measures. And by that, I mean, when you're assessing the tool, when you're trying to build that confidence in the tool, you're probably going to need to do a little bit of manual monitoring yourself so that you have counters to compare to what the monitoring tool does. Now, I told you that I could show you exactly how to build your own monitoring tool. That's because the information is out there. A lot of third-party vendors won't tell you this. I'm going to be really upfront and clear. You can do it yourself. It's just work. It's just time. It's not hard. All the information is available. Where to go to get the performance counters, where to go to get the Linux counters, the WMI counters, how to pull stuff out of Oracle, how to pull stuff out of MySQL. It's not hard. It's very doable. The hard part is all of the work entailed in pulling it all together, putting it into a meaningful form, then setting up alerting on, building a monitoring solution is the hard part, not the actual monitoring. So when you're trying to build your confidence that the solution that you're looking at is good or better than the previous solution, you are probably going to need to set up a little bit of custom monitoring yourself. I wouldn't go overboard. Don't go crazy. Don't check every possible metric. Check the ones that you know have been causing you pain. If you've been running into a lot of CPU issues, you've been running into a lot of query issues, focus on the CPU, focus on the queries, and capture those metrics using whatever tool that you need to use. Amazon RDS has some core tools, Azure SQL Database, Azure Managed Instance. They've all got core tools. VMs all have core tools that let you see what's going on. So there's ways to get in there and capture those metrics, compare them to what the monitoring tool does. If they're not close, if they're not the same, are they close? Because the fact is, a lot of tools and a lot of metrics can be interpreted more than one way, and you can gather some metrics more than one way. And even though you may say, hey, look, percentage CPU is percentage CPU, if you capture it through a different mechanism, there could be time delays. It could be, you could be seeing differences so that, at 2:15, it looks different than it did. Understandable, right? If it's close, it's probably accurate. And by close, I mean, within a percentage or two, not 10, 15, 20% close. No. That's not close. I want it real close. If not dead on accurate. Dead on accurate's better, but real close is good enough. All right. Finally, you are going to want to test with some additional measures. You're going to want to look beyond the stuff that you know. What else is this tool telling you about your systems? What other things is it giving you that you've never even thought about before? It's presenting, some piece of information, weight statistics, for example, right up front. Well, gosh, we've never really worried about weights. Why are we sweating weight statistics? Well, because weight statistics are an important measure of performance. They're a guide towards what's going wrong with the system. Why is the system under load? What's causing it to slow down? What is it waiting on. Oh, cool. Well, that's a new piece of information I've never looked at before. Now I've got new data. That's adding trust to me or for me in the new solution that I'm looking at. So this is a big part of driving down that road, of getting to that place where you have that kind of trust in that new system. All right, let's get to the next slide. Come on. So overcoming worries, because that's going to be the next thing. Because like if you're making the move, you know, it's time, right? And time is money, time is effort, and we want to make sure that we're able to ensure that, yes, in fact, moving to this monitoring tool is both good and it's worth us doing. So the three things that I would talk about is, first up, going back to that data again, make sure the data is valid. I can't emphasize that enough. It's a shock to me that there are tools out there that will give you bad information, but there are. So, like I said, validate that data. Make sure that you know that, you know, again, you don't need to check every single possible counter, but hit the ones that are important to you. Those, it's really, you know, it's worth doing. The next thing is how easy is it to bring your systems on board? Does it require you to go into a GUI and click next, 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 finish over and over again for the 300 servers that you have to set up? If so, maybe that's not a good solution. Maybe you want to be looking at a solution that has some kind of programmatic mechanism for adding things to be monitored so that you can quickly and easily bring them into the fold, quickly and easily onboard the systems into your monitoring solution as you go. Because it's not just when you migrate, and it's not just when you move between systems you need to do this. You're going to get requests from the team. You know, hey, we're bringing in 5 new servers, make sure they're monitored. Hey, we've just fired up some new VMs out on Azure, make sure they're monitored. You're going to need a way to programmatically quickly bring those things in. You might even want a mechanism of discovery from the tool. A lot of people ask for that. Another story, I worked for an insurance company that had a big testing facility. And in the testing facility, they would literally build a realistic building and then set it on fire as part of the tests. And they had sprinkler systems and other things they were testing, and, you know, fans and all kinds of neat things that they were, you know, testing. But they would burn down a building. I was going to go get to see a building burn down one day, and sure enough, walking out to get on the bus to go out to see the building burn down, my pager, yes, this was several years ago, my pager went off, and sure enough, Slammer had hit. And even though we had all our systems under monitoring, we had all our systems patched, we had appropriate passwords on all of our administration logins, all of that is true of the systems that we knew we had. We also had about 40 or 50 database servers that we didn't know that we had those database servers, and they were unsecured and they got hit with the virus. And so I spent the day troubleshooting and trying to fix these things instead of watching a building burn down. It's a very disappointing day. So you don't want to miss the building burning down, guys. Make sure that you know what systems you have under load and which server systems you have under management. Another thing that you're going to be worried about is the load caused by the monitoring tool itself. Now, most monitoring systems will provide you with a ballpark load that they're going to put on the system. Now, those ballpark loads, don't get mad at them. Don't get mad at the vendor who tells you, well, it's, you know, about 5%. 5% of what? Well, they have a hard time getting that number because it completely depends on your systems. There's not a hard and fast number that they can say because maybe you have a very low transaction volume. And so the monitoring tool is sitting there going like, yep, everything's up, no big deal. And it's putting no load on your system at all. Maybe you have an extremely high transaction volume. Now your monitoring system might be more active. It might be collecting additional data. Maybe you've added custom metrics to your monitoring so that it's adding collecting more and more information. Well, the third-party vendor can't tell you that when you've added these custom metrics, what the load on the system is going to be, because you wrote the query, not them. They can't measure the stuff that you did. They can only measure the stuff that they did. So they're only going to give you a ballpark. But get that ballpark out, set up a test, run that monitoring tool against the test system, and see, again, using your own either your existing third-party tool or your own custom-built tools to validate that the load that's putting on there is in fact the load that it has. So you're not being surprised and completely run out of the gate with, hey, by the way, the monitoring tool, it takes up about 20% of the CPU anytime you turn it on, regardless of any other load. And yeah, I've seen that happen. It's not fun. So it's something you're going to have to keep an eye on. So, it's just, if I suggested at the beginning of this process that any of this was easy, it's not. It's everything's work. Everything is work. There's a lot involved with something like this. All right. Next up, you've assured yourself this is the right call. This is a good tool. My worries are alleviated. I know that the system's going to behave the way I think it's going to behave. Now I need to convince people. Either I'm in management, I've got to convince, all the people beneath me on the org chart that this is a good idea. Please, let's implement this. Or I've got to implement the people above me in the org chart. Hey, this is a good idea. We need to implement this. Or even I need to convince the people who are even with me on the org chart, hey, this is a good idea. So you've got to go through some processes to talk about it. First up, you've had issues. You've had problems. Does this tool answer your questions? And better still, does it answer your questions quickly? If it answers your questions quickly, this is something you can demonstrate to others. You can show the management team. Sorry. Oh, my eye. You can show the management team and let them know what's going on. You can show your peers and let them know what's going on. Hey, remember when the TempDB had a problem? This tool shows us what's going on at TempDB. We could have solved our problem like that. We could have solved it in no time if we'd had this great tool in our hands. We don't. Let's go get it. That's the story. It's the simple way to do it. Show them how it alleviates active pain. If you're hitting issues with disks, show people how this will solve that problem. If you're having problems with queries that the developers don't know, okay, fine, things are running slow. Why are they running slow? Where are they running slow? Where should we be focused? Show the developers how the tool can help them find those issues. Also, make sure that you're communicating to everyone who's possibly involved. Don't just think about this as a technical solution. Think about it as a business problem as well. Because if you're spending time either down because you didn't know you were filling up a disk, or you're spending time, messing around with, queries and all this other stuff and building out monitoring solutions when you should be building new functionality for your organization, bring in the business people to show them, hey, here's where we're spending our time. We just want to get rid of that so we can focus on the things you want us to do, not this other stuff. We know that we don't want to spend time over here. We want to spend time on the things that you think are important because we think they're important, but we need some help to get there. So you're going to walk them through it too. Make sure the business is engaged. Make sure the development teams are engaged. Make sure about all of it. And when you're doing this communication, expose the tool. Let them see it in action. Let them see it reporting information. Let them poke at it a little bit. Don't let them violate HIPAA or the GDPR or any other laws or rules. Don't do that. Of course not. But expose the aggregate information, generate reports for them, show them the stuff that you can show them legally without getting into trouble. but get them on board with the idea that, yes, bringing in this tool is going to, in fact, help us get better at what we do. And then finally, tell stories. I like telling stories when I'm giving these things out. I like, the story about the backups, the story, about the recompiles, and I've got some other stories I can tell. And the general idea is that the stories set people up, because maybe you're hitting issues and maybe you're not. Maybe you haven't hit any issues at all. Maybe everything's fine. And you're going like, well, why do we need this monitoring thing? Well, tell stories. Tell my story about the backups, how we knew the backups weren't failing, but we didn't know the backups weren't actually being done. That's a great story because it illustrates the importance of layers of information, not simply, one piece of information. So take those stories and tell them to the people that you're trying to convince that, yes, in fact, we need this tool. Yes, in fact, this tool will make a difference. Tell them a story about why. That's going to convince them a whole lot better than simply, sitting there going, well, it gives us a 30% improvement over all of our CPU. Why do we care? I mean, unless you're running in Azure and then you're like going, wait a minute, that means we move down a tier and save actual money. Woohoo! But honestly, it's going to be hard to convince people, that little percentage number things, those don't tell stories. You've got to tell a convincing story about real stuff that they can understand. And I'm not saying that they're dumb or stupid. It's just that you're focused on a lot of technical stuff and they might not be. So just don't use all kinds of technical jargon to tell the story. Tell a story. Hey, backups, no restores, data was lost. Oops. That's it, right? That's all you got to do. Okay, keeping going. Yeah, my last quote from Anthony. Promise it's the last one. Don't get hung on the new shiny. Really, really, really. Don't get hung on the idea that, this is the new thing, cool, let's get it. Here's a new tool, let's get it. Here's this new thing, let's get it. It's about solving your problems. It's about fixing the stuff that's broke, or better still, catching it before it breaks. That's what this is about. And it's not about, who's got something that's prettier than someone else's. It's who's answering my questions, who's giving me guidance and walking me up to the problem and helping me solve it. That's the issue. It's not the new shiny, it's solving the problems. Okay. So I'm just keeping an eye on my partner in case there's any kind of issues from the other thing. Okay, before we get to a demo, I do want to also tell people when you're successful. Make sure they know, and make sure they know in a way that they can understand. Don't come in there going like, yes, well, we have a 2% enhancement, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. Demonstrate the positive impact for the business. Hey, look, we would have gone down. I'm not even sure how long we would have gone down, but we had this new tool. It let us know the drive was filling. We were able to get in front of it. We cleaned it up before the drive filled up. Hey, look, we're all online. Yay. This is a good thing, right? Let people know. Measure your work that you're doing now for maintenance. I was on a call with a client and they were telling us, well, we don't really have any maintenance work we're doing. Oh, by the way, hang on a second. I just got a call. I've got to go take this. They're gone for 15 minutes. They come back. Yeah, we had a problem on the server. I'm like, oh, okay. How often do you get calls like that? Oh, we get those all the time. Okay. Are you in fact measuring your time responding to calls, or is that not happening? Measure all that time. And then when that time goes away because you're being proactive, communicate that out to people. If you're spending all kinds of time building monitoring solutions instead of, just working on the stuff you're supposed to work on, measure that time and let people know how much time you've saved with this new solution. Expose the data to the team. Let the team see what's going on. Again, don't violate FERPA, HIPAA, GDPR, CCPA. Don't or CPPA. Gosh, they keep changing the name. The California Privacy and Protection Act, or is it the California Citizens Privacy Act? They've changed it on me a couple of times, and I still can't keep up. Anyway, don't get hung on that stuff. And finally, use the mechanisms that you have to communicate across the enterprise the good stuff you're doing, the things that you're preventing, the stuff that you've stopped. And I know that stopping something before it happened means that it didn't happen, and therefore, why are you telling me this? You got to let them know that before we had this tool, it would have happened, and we have no idea how long we would have been down. You've got to be able to communicate this stuff out and let people know. Celebrate your success, communicate your success, express success, tell people about it. All right, it's just a huge deal. Okay, demo time. You'll pardon me, I'm not ignoring you, but my monitor is here, so I've got to look over this way. This is Redgate's SQL Monitor. Now it monitors instances of SQL Server. It monitors them locally. It monitors them in Azure. It monitors them in AWS. It monitors managed instance. It monitors SQL database. It monitors pools. Pretty much all the cool things. So you've got an immediate screen in front of you that gives you that high-level overview. Remember, we want both high level and detail. Here's your high level. This is the stuff that's up. This is the stuff that's down over here in red. And the stuff in yellow, there's something going on maybe we should take a look at. Over here on the right, we've got a whole series of alerts. These are alerts that have come in on various machines. We've had some that are unreachable, instances that are down, monitoring errors. This is, by the way, some of these are simulated machines where we intentionally do all kinds of horrible things. And some of these are actually real machines. And all of this that I'm showing you right now, you guys can go to monitor.redgate.com and look at it. So you don't need to wait on me. You've got a fully exposed demo running right now. Some of it against real machines, some of it against fake machines, but all of it actually running for real, our full-blown monitoring system. And it's all there for you to go in and play with. So please feel free to get in there. So if we take a look at it, we've got a bunch of different things. We've got the overview screen, which is where we're at now. We've got the alert screen, so you can go in and see, the alerts over time. Give this a second. My internet's always a little slow when I'm streaming videos and stuff and then trying to bring things down. But you can see there's been deadlocks, blocked processes, various things are happening, and you can see which servers they're happening on. You can even drill down to a particular server and say, only show me the alerts for this server. So that's a great way to go. You've also got an analysis screen. This brings in all the different metrics and allows you to lay them out in a nice little line graph, and so you can start to do some analysis and decide what's been bad, what's been good, what's going on. If we looked at CPU queue length, for example, on let's see, I always forget which one is the bad one. I think it's that one. No, it's not that one. Anyway, but you can see there's been a little bit of CPU queuing, not a lot. There's a lot more to this I'm not going to get into just yet. We also have reports, and the whole idea on reporting is this is where we can start to expose information. Now, we've got a couple of examples. We've got an example report coming out of the gate, and you guys can customize this, or you can create your own reports. This one just shows you the least uptime, fastest filling disk drives, alert summaries, longest running queries. Okay, cool, nice stuff, but not that exciting. And then we have the estate management tab. Now, if you're dealing with lots of stuff on Azure, local, a lot of people are in hybrid environments nowadays. If you are in a hybrid environment, if you are dealing with lots of different stuff, you may want to look at this because it does a whole bunch of things for you. First up, it gives you all of your installed versions. Have you patched these or not? These are CU24, CU17. You can decide which ones are up to date, which ones aren't. So we've got one machine that's completely patched. All the rest, here's a second one. All the rest are potentially looking at issues. You can also see when mainstream support ends for the version that it's on. That's a lot of great stuff. The one thing I like, though, on this is the backups, because I brought this up multiple times, mainly because I don't know about you, but if you've been managing data for any length of time at all, you're going to find that backups are a giant pain in the bottom. Most of the time they're there when you need them, and that's great. But every once in a while, there's issues. And this particular screen is very much about the issues. It's very much about, okay, you're not hitting errors, but how much data can you recover? Because what it tells you is the recovery point objective for each database. So we can see that we have 44 databases that have a less than 15-minute recovery point objective, meaning chances are high, I won't say it's guaranteed, chances are high they will never lose more than 15 minutes of data. That's not bad. It's not great. It's not bad. We've got 137 less than an hour, 83 at less than 12 hours. But we got 6 databases that are greater than a year, meaning they haven't been backed up ever. Now, this could be a real problem. Now, we can turn off system databases, and maybe this will change this grid a little bit. Nope, sadly, not at all. There are 6 databases that haven't been backed up over a year. Probably we're going to want to look at those databases, figure out what the heck's going on, and get them backed up. Because if there's a data outage today, well, that data's gone, right? There's just no way we're getting that back. These ones that are less than 6 months or just less than 3 months, maybe our SLA, our service level agreement, allows for that, but maybe it doesn't. So there's stuff we're going to have to do. So one last thing, because I know we're running low on time, and we're going to have to go to the Q&A period here in just 1 second. That's all the overview stuff, right? There's a whole lot to it. By the way, we are completely programmatically. You can add these things in, so it is fully easy to onboard systems. We also give you the detail. So what I've done is I've clicked on a particular server. It's going to go down now and bring back all of the metrics about that server: CPU, IO, wait stats. It's going to load those all up, and I can see them over time. I can change the view of them over time. And, come on. There it goes. And I can get into the queries. I can see the queries that are running, which ones are running longest, which ones have been executed the most, which ones have been used up the most CPU, and I can drill down and I can get details on those queries. I can get recompile information if there was any. There isn't any on this query that I picked. Of course not for the demo. There's probably other queries that we can get, but anyway, you get the idea. We've got a whole bunch of metrics all available. We can get into the details, say the TempDB, and get in there and say, like, what sessions are using TempDB? What's doing the version store? What login is using TempDB? We can go down to the databases and per database say, okay, wait a minute. On this database, what queries are being run on the database? So we can see the top queries on that database. Everything is available in a lot of detail. So you can do the high level, you can do the low level, both. And that's the key. All right, so I am done with my demo. Let me switch back to my slides. Excellent. The last word I will say is, first, identify your chronic pain points. A lot of us have chronic pain. I have knee problems, for example, and I kind of don't think about it. I just go and I work, and yeah, they get sore after I work out, but whatever. I just keep going. We have the same kind of deal with our systems. Our systems are in pain. It's chronic. It's always going on, but we kind of stop thinking about it. It's that whole doctor, it hurts when I do this. We have to think about that pain and focus on that, alleviating it or eliminating it as part of the monitoring solution. So keep an eye on that. Automate your onboarding. Make sure that you've got the ability to do that. If you don't have that ability, go get a different tool. Remember that data and behavior changes over time. That is a huge deal, because you can look at your systems, they're working okay, but as the data changes, behavior changes. And even though you've tuned that query, it works fine, it's all good. you change the data, that query may be different. So you need to keep an eye on that. And finally, make darn sure that you have the ability to compare before and after. I didn't get to that part in the tool just because we ran out of time here. But make sure you've got that before and after ability to compare, because that gives you knowledge that you wouldn't otherwise have. And that's it in a nutshell. A little quicker than normal since we were low on time. But if there's any questions, now's a great time to go ahead and plug them in. I'm not sure how much time we have left. I think I'm 2 minutes over, for which I apologize. But sure tried to get us back on track. Any questions?
I can't see any questions, any posted questions on the chat. Let's see. In Discord. Yeah, there is nothing posted there either. People are a bit shy today.
Yeah, that's okay. People are frequently shy on these virtual events. I get it.
Yeah, there is no further question.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for the time. I really appreciate it.
Hi, Grant. Thanks for your presentation. I was just mentioning here, there's one of my friends, he was a bit late. Just a feedback there. He said it was a great demo. I think it's part of your area as well. And actually, there's some last question coming in. Can you see the question there? So what I see, there is no 100% efficient monitoring solution.
Nope.
For example, SQL servers monitoring. And if I need the backup of this missing six database.
If I need the backup of these missing, well, if you need the backup and it's not there, sorry. There's, I mean, but the issue is that what the solution did for you though is it let you know that there are no backups for those databases. So it's not that your backups failed; it's just that they've never been run. So it's two different pieces of knowledge, and it's easy to get the one. Almost everyone gets the one. Did we get a backup or not? Did it run? But then the other one is did we even try to run it? And that one's something that clearly, at least for those 6, if those fail, they're gone. There's the monitoring tool is letting us know in this case that, hey, you've got 6 databases that nobody knows what's going to happen.
So you basically just pray and cry.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry about the joke there. That was a good question.
Oh, no, it's a great question.
Thanks, Grant. Daniel is already online with us. He's just waiting to get on stage.
Bring him on in. That's great stuff.
Just a quick reminder, any questions or any comments you guys make afterwards will be saved in here. All the session has been recorded. You can revisit at any time, and you see any placed responses afterwards.
Great. Thanks a lot. Appreciate the time.
Enjoy your afternoon there.
Thanks.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So, hi, Daniel.
Hi, Marcia.
We are up running a bit late. That was my fault. Sorry. I delayed a few sessions before, and all the things overlapped here. Which part of the globe are you speaking from?
I'm speaking from Germany, so it's nearly shortly before 10 p.m. So kids are in bed, so I'm fine.
Oh, okay.
Nothing to worry about the delay.
So I suppose you already had your dinner?
Yes, for sure.
I haven't, not just yet. And I hope the weather there is a little bit better than in Ireland anyway. So we are about to start. I'll just be sharing the link in here so you guys can do your check-ins to make sure you subscribe. And that will be your chance to win some prizes in the end. And I'll just hand over to you. I'm not going to take much of your time. And you guys enjoy this presentation. I'll be here on the background if you need anything.
Perfect. All right. Yeah. So welcome to my session, Operating Azure Kubernetes Service, Learnings from the Field. just a bit about me. My name is Daniel Neumann. I'm working as a staff software engineer for LeanIX in Germany. I'm a Microsoft MVP for Microsoft Azure, and I'm working with the Azure Kubernetes service, I guess, for the last 4 years. And today I would like to share a bit about learnings from the field, best practices. There are a lot of best practices, and I guess we won't cover them all in 45 minutes. So I really set the focus on this kind of 4 objectives. So first of all, we will talk about business continuity and disaster recovery, high availability, patch and upgrade management, and last but not least, monitoring and alerting. And in the end, I have 3 more tips that don't fit in any of these particular categories. So let's get started. Business continuity and disaster recovery. The first point I really want to highlight is if you just deployed Azure Kubernetes service, you know it's a managed Kubernetes offering by Microsoft in Azure. Have a disaster recovery strategy in place. And what I mean with that is, give me a little example. What we faced this year was like, during our business hours. So I'm working in LeanIX in the platform operations team. So I'm responsible with my team for operating the underlying platform where we're hosting our software as a service solution on it. And it was during the morning time. I got a message from one of our developers that he couldn't deploy to our production environment. And so I just checked I would say the basic commands like kube control, get pods, describe pods, etc. And I mean, this was like working fine. And then I tried to fire a kube control logs, and this was like running into a timeout. And this was like, okay, so we might have some connectivity issue between the managed control plane by Microsoft and the worker nodes. And so what our DR strategy at LeanIX is like, we are opening a support ticket at Microsoft, and at the same time, we're starting our DR recovery. We're spinning up a new cluster in the same Azure region, bringing all the services, microservices we are running on Kubernetes online. And then, and that's the second point, where Traffic Manager comes into play with just switching the endpoints. So in this example, the Kubernetes service AKS was still operating, so we could serve customers. We hadn't any impact on our customer side, but we were not able to deploy to the Kubernetes cluster anymore. So in the end, we raised the severity A ticket. And shortly before I finished with my colleagues our DR plan, we identified the issues. So it was an issue with the so-called AKS link pods in the kube system namespace, which makes sure that the managed control plane can talk to the worker nodes. And we just simply restarted the pods and reestablished the connectivity to the control plane. So we were able to deploy it onto our cluster. And so we could stop our DR plan, deprovision all the new cluster, and we're back online with the existing infrastructure. And what kind of this kind of DR strategy enables is Traffic Manager in front of AKS doing the simple DNS load balancing, where I can bring up different endpoints in the same region, or even if I have a DR strategy that I'm spinning up, for example, I'm running my production environment in West Europe and spinning up in North Europe. So I can basically switch very easily between my environments. And this brings me to the third point on this slide, is like we at LeanIX, we running so-called, I would say, stateless services. So we don't store any state that sits in the cluster on local disks or even in memory, depending on the application. And we don't use any kind of Azure disks because, as you might know, if you are familiar with Azure Kubernetes service, detach and reattach times for Azure disk to a node could take some time. So we just focused on if an application, a microservice needs to store state, we are using Azure PaaS services, for example, Azure Storage, Azure Database for PostgreSQL, or if we need to store or cache something, we use Azure Cache for Redis, and you can continue the list with Azure Cosmos DB and so on and so forth. So just saying, as we use stateless services that store state in PaaS services and not like, for example, Azure Disk that got attached to a node, we are able to very quickly spin up a new cluster and switching traffic to it if the traffic on the first cluster still is functional. So this brings me to the next slide, showing you how, in this case, the traffic manager architecture looks like. For example, if you're hosting in the Azure region North Europe, you have the standard setup for an AKS cluster where you have a load balancer with a public IP attached, redirected the traffic for, and you have the traffic manager sitting in front of it where you can bring online different endpoints. So in the case that the primary cluster has some kind of issues that, for example, you couldn't deploy to it anymore, but it still serves traffic to the customer. What I already said, what we did, we spin up a new cluster, bringing it online, provisioning the microservices. And if this kind of operation is done and the newly spin up cluster is fully operational, we bring up the endpoint. And if it's online in the traffic manager, we just switch priorities and then delete the old endpoint to the old cluster. And this brings me to the first demo, and let me quickly show it in my Azure portal. So I have two AKS clusters, one called Blue, one called Red, and I have a traffic manager profile with two endpoints, the blue and the red one. Both are online at the moment, and as this is kind of a traffic manager profile with priority, we will always hit the blue endpoint. Just to demonstrate it, if I'm just calling the site, so it's a very simple Golang web application that's just showing an HTML page that it's blue. And so if I would now detect an issue, for example, with the blue cluster, as I already, like in in television, in a cooking series, I already prepared it. So I just switching the priority to 5 to bring the red endpoint in front of the blue endpoint. As what we can see is, for example, it should be still the blue one, as the DNS entry has a time to live of 60 seconds. Let me quickly check. Yes, it's still the blue one. So hopefully now we got the red one. And if I'm just using a new private window just to check in, that we definitely hit the other cluster. So that's very easily to switch traffic between clusters if you're facing any issues. That could be one part of a DR strategy. Some in the field may have different ones, but in the end, if you would have to a very simple switch mechanism in front of your clusters, traffic manager is the way to go. So this brings me back to the slides, and now we are entering the next phase, just talking about high availability. So I'm not talking about how you can improve the high availability of your Azure Kubernetes Service Cluster, as the recommendation is always, if you have availability zones available in an Azure region, use it, because it provides a higher availability compared to the ones with no availability zones. And this particular high availability is talking about Kubernetes primitives that you should use to make your microservices applications high available. So the first one is the so-called pod disruption budget for your applications. On the next slide, I will talk a bit more deeply about it. And then you have a long-standing configuration feature. It's called the pod anti-affinity settings, where you can specify that your application is distributed across different nodes, across different availability zones. So just to make sure if a node goes down, that you don't end up in the case where nodes host 2 or 3 of your replicas of your application, and the node goes down and your application goes down. So a pod anti-affinity setting ensures that at least if you have an application with 2 replicas, that both replicas are deployed on different nodes or in different availability zones. This kind of setting, I wouldn't say replaced, but was more enhanced with Kubernetes 1.19 or higher, and it's now called pod topology spread constraints, where you can distribute very easily your application across different availability zones. And on the next slides, I also will talk a bit detailed about the pod topology spread constraints. So let's get started with the pod disruption budget. So we have here our Azure Kubernetes clusters with node A, node B, node C, and the pod disruption budget can have 2 different settings. So one is the min available setting, where you can specify a fixed number, like saying, okay, min availability should be 1. So Kubernetes should ensure that always one pod is running. So if you have a larger application with more replicas, you can also set a percentage. So I have set like 50% here. So this means in this case, the application has 2 replicas, that at least one should always be running. And another setting is called max n available. So that means you specify how many replicas of the application can be down. So you can say, okay, how much should be alive and how much can be dead, for example. So in that case, node A went into scheduled maintenance, for example, or you're doing a cluster upgrade where the control plane just setting nodes into maintenance mode. And recently in AKS, you can set a number, how many nodes enter the maintenance mode. So what happens here is like that the node will restart the pods onto other nodes. And in this case, it will be on node C. So the pod is now in the startup phase. It's not ready to serve traffic. And when we now try to set node B into maintenance mode, at a certain kind of point in time where it reaches our pod of our application, the application won't get drained from the node. As we see on node C, our application is not ready, and we specified a min availability of 50%. So the replica on node B is the one that's available, so it won't get drained from node B. So when on node C, the application enters the ready state and is able to serve traffic, node B will continue to drain our application replica. So, and with that, pod disruption budgets protect the application from planned downtime, running maintenance mode, node reboots, etc. But it's not protecting the application from a node failure. For example, in that case, where node B stopped the draining, it could be that node B fails to any kind of reason and restarts. And in that case, our application would be unavailable because the pod on node C isn't ready yet. So the other kind of thing to protect the application against a node or a zonal failure is called pod topology spread constraints. And with the pod topology spread constraints, you can set a so-called setting max skew. We set it to 1, and I will explain to you right now how this max skew works. So max skew defines the drift between the deployed pods on different nodes and different zones. So we set a pod topology spread constraint to spread our application across different availability zones here. So if I now say, okay, 2 replicas are not enough for my application, I would like to have 3 ones. And I initiate the scale out. Now we will now the Kubernetes scheduler will check where it can place the additional pod. So in this case, we set max skew to 1, and now it compares, okay, could I place it on node A in zone A? And this won't work because if we subtract the 1 replica in zone A with zone C that hasn't any replica, we get the result 1, and this violates the max skew, because if I would place, for example, if I would place the pod on node A in zone A, I would have 2 replicas running, subtracting node C. Great stuff. The zone C from it, I would get the result 2, and that's violating the max skew. Sorry for confusing myself in the first part. Same counts toward for zone B. If I would place there the pod, we will have the calculation again, zone B, subtract zone C. It's violating the max skew. But if we would, for example, subtract zone B and subtract zone A, this would be the result 1. That wouldn't violate the max skew setting, but as all kinds of conditions have to match, the only zone and only node in this example where we can place the third replica is zone C here. The example looks a bit different when I set the max skew to 2. So in this case, I scale out my application to 3 replicas. It could be land in zone A. That's a possible scenario what we currently see, that zone C don't get it. Zone B could be another one. And the third option is like that we have the same setup as before with max skew 1, here with max skew 2. So this was the kind of example how you can leverage Kubernetes primitives to get the application more highly available than just using default settings. So another important topic, even if Azure Kubernetes Service is a managed service, so just saying the control plane is managed by Microsoft, receive patches, etc. So the nodes, the worker nodes, are Ubuntu systems, and the Ubuntu image is configured that it installs on a nightly schedule every day, security patches, updates, etc. Some of these security patches might require a reboot. So if I'm not rebooting my nodes regularly, those security, maybe important security patches, aren't applied. And there's a little helper tool. It's called Cured, the Kubernetes Reboot Daemon. It's developed by Weaveworks. It's open source, and it runs as a daemon set on every Kubernetes node in the cluster. And you can configure it like that you would like to check, for example, every 24 hours if a node needs a reboot. And you just can say, okay, I don't want to reboot my nodes during the week, so just do it on the weekend. And in the end, what Cured does is setting a lock that every other cured daemon on the other nodes knows, okay, I cannot reboot the node I'm running on right now because the lock is set. And now cured drains the node so that every pod that's running on the node is spin up on another node. So we this is kind of thing where the pod disruption, but the disruption budget can help to maintain the high availability or the availability of my application in that case, because this is some kind of scheduled maintenance I'm doing. And after the node is drained, the node will be rebooted, rejoin the cluster, and if the node is ready, cured will remove the lock so other nodes can reboot also. So this is pretty cool with the lock mechanism, because if my first node or any other node in this kind of reboot cycle got stuck and turns into a not ready mode, other nodes won't enter into a reboot. So I maintain a certain kind of state in the cluster where I don't get into the situation that after rebooting the nodes, that I end up in a cluster where 0 nodes are ready to host my application. So that's pretty nice. Another thing, if I don't want to use cured, but update my operating system images, what AKS offers is a so-called Node OS image upgrade. So new images are released every 1 to 3 weeks. It depends on. And with that, I just replacing my nodes like I'm doing it with an Azure Kubernetes service upgrade to a newer Kubernetes version. Just exchanging the OS node image, getting new package versions, new container runtime versions, also applying the at the time where the image was built, the latest security patches. This is another way to keep the node images up to date. And last but not least, the automatic Kubernetes version upgrade. This is a new feature in AKS where I can say, okay, I want to upgrade if I'm running, for example, 1.19.9 as a Kubernetes version in AKS, and Microsoft says, okay, we just released the patch version 1.19.11, for example, my Kubernetes AKS cluster would be automatically upgraded depending on the channel I have chosen. And this kind of automatic Kubernetes version upgrade, there's also a channel that says just only do Node OS image upgrades if they are available. The automatic Kubernetes version upgrade is, I would recommend it to use it because it prevents you from using an unsupported version on Azure. So for example, if I'm running currently on 1.19.7 in AKS, 1.19.9 is the current latest version for 1.19. And now 1.19.11 or 0.12 or whatever version is released as a patch release, and it's made available on AKS, 1.19.7 went out of support because AKS supports the last 4 minor versions, and in each minor versions, the last 2 patch versions. So 1.19.11, 1.19.9 would be supported, and 1.19.7 went out of support. And with the automatic Kubernetes version upgrade, if I just set it on the channel, apply the latest patch versions if they are available, I'm just preventing myself from running unsupported versions. And as you might have experienced, if you open a support ticket and the Azure support identifies that the AKS cluster does not run a supported version, they kindly ask you to upgrade to a supported version before they continue to work on the support case. All right. Now coming to our monitoring and alerting section. It's not like really monitoring, it's more like a diagnostic thingy. when you ever experience some kind of issues with your AKS cluster or AKS clusters, I highly recommend to run the diagnostic checks first, and we will see it in a couple of minutes in a demo. So I will show it you in the portal. These kind of diagnostic checks run best practice checks on your current AKS cluster, identifying some misconfigurations or any kind of issues that are covered by these checks. And this really helps maybe identifying the issues so that you can create a better support ticket, that the Azure support can has a faster response time, can better help you. Maybe it's always a good idea to run those kind of diagnostic checks in a regular schedule, even if you don't run into any kind of issues. Depending on which kind of monitoring solution you're using with AKS. So you might probably use Azure Monitor Container Insights, the Microsoft provided monitoring solution. If you do so, I also recommend to enable the recommended alerts, and we'll also take a look into the demo what kind of recommended alerts are available, so you don't need to think about, oh, I need to create alerting for the Azure Monitor for Container Insights right now. So Microsoft providing best practice alerts that you can just enable. Depending on the amount of pods you're running into a cluster, some of them might become really expensive. Just saying that. So this is some kind of best practices or learnings from the field using the diagnostic checks, monitoring, enable proper alerting. This counts even towards if you're using any kind of third-party solutions. Might be Instana, Datadog, whatever, or even your custom solution with Prometheus and Grafana. A good alerting and a precise alerting is key when it comes to any kind of issues. What gets mostly forgotten in Azure, and this doesn't count only for AKS, it counts towards for every virtual machine or infrastructure as a service thing that you run on Azure, is the so-called SNAT port exhaustion. So what does it mean? So when you spin up an Azure Kubernetes service cluster, the standard load balancer is set up with one public IP address that is used for outbound traffic, so that containers can reach any kind of external services or even Azure services that are using a public endpoint. So, and for each connection, I'm initiating to the same public IP, to the same port. I need an SNAT port to make this kind of connection unique, so that the load balancer knows, okay, this kind of connection belongs to this particular port. So if I'm targeting different public IPs, different ports, I don't need to use SNAT, one SNAT port can be used with different kind of connections, because in regards of the public IP that's different, and the ports that are different, that are trying to reach on the external service, I need a cert differentiation that makes the connection unique. So if I'm using a lot of connections to the same public IP, to the same port, it might be that I'm running into the SNAT port exhaustion. So one public IP in Azure, if I remember correctly, supports 64,000 SNAT ports. So, and this kind of thing, if I'm just deploying AKS using the automatic mechanisms, and it depends on the node pool size, how many nodes I have in the cluster. From 1 node to 50 nodes, every node gets assigned 1024 SNAT ports. If I have larger node pools, the SNAT ports that are assigned to a specific node are below 1024. when we will publish these slides, I have a lot of links where you can read this kind of information. So, SNAT connections, what counts in? So I already mentioned access to external services. And it might be confusing, but access to Azure Platform as a Services that aren't using private links, so having a private IP address in a virtual network, are also consuming SNAT ports. So this can be Azure Storage, Azure Database for PostgreSQL, Azure Cache for Redis, Cosmos DB, and so on and so forth. And yeah, as I said, depending on how many connections you're issuing to the outside world or even to Azure PaaS, it might be that you're running into the SNAT port exhaustion issue. But what's mostly forgotten is that even if you have services that are talking to the Kubernetes API from within the cluster, this is also counting towards to the SNAT port consumption. Because as you can see it here in the screenshot, if you're running AKS with its standard public API server endpoint, the API server endpoint is a public IP, so it's count towards to the SNAT port usage. So you can prevent that if you're running an AKS cluster as a private cluster where the AKS control plane, the API server, gets a private IP from a virtual network. But if you're using it with its public endpoint, even if I'm just what I simulated here, for example, a simple curl command targeting the Kubernetes service of the Kubernetes API within the cluster, even if it says it's virtual IP, that's a private IP address, it still maps to the public IP endpoint here and consumes an SNAT port. So if I have services, even it's not my own applications, like other services that needs to talk to the Kubernetes API server, this counts towards to the SNAT port usage. So, and now it's demo time again. Oh, sorry. So we just can keep it here. Just going back into the Azure portal. Just a quick check on, when I set up both Kubernetes clusters, on the blue one, I haven't configured the node image upgrade, so the automatic Kubernetes version upgrade, just setting the channel to the node image upgrade, so it's still on the run from end of March. And just shortly hit refresh. On the red one, I activated it, and as you can see, it automatically updated to the latest available version. So just keeping my cluster with all its kind of tools it's using up to date. Just to show it to you that it's really working nicely, and I don't need to remember, oh, I just need to update the node image to receive the latest updates, and so on and so forth. So now going into the blue one, and I set the AKS diagnostic checks. They are under the tab diagnose and solve problems. And I have different ones, cluster insight and networking. Networking is more likely if I'm facing networking kind of issues. Just starting with that, so I can say, okay, I have DNS issues within my cluster, maybe cluster subnet issues, but just let it the network and connectivity part. And so it does its analysis. So my subnet is not full, so I have enough space to spin up new ports, no DNS resolution errors. The Azure CNI subnet configuration is okay. And here I get information that the allocated outbound ports are the default ones. So as you can see, it's automatically managed, and they're giving the example, if the cluster has 50 or less nodes, every node gets 1024 SNAT ports assigned. So going back, cluster insights is more helpful when just checking if my cluster is working fine or if I need to consider anything to improve. So what we can see from the observations that Microsoft or the Azure platform did, some of my containers do not have any kind of resource limit set for the memory. So it's mostly like I installed the S2 service mesh, Calico for network policies, so that I kind of managed by AKS itself. And what I also can see, going back to the overview, that the managed AAD integration has no issues. Subnet capacity is fine. I'm not running into any request throttling. The cluster autoscaler is working. Cluster certificates are fine. The load balancer is fine, and so on and so forth. So they're checking a lot of thingies here right now, and this is a good starting point to see if my cluster is working properly. So the other thing I said is like when I'm using Azure Monitor Container Insights, pardon me, I can click on the Insights tab, and the recommended alerts are a bit hidden. So maybe you spotted them. They are just on the top range besides the refresh and view all clusters button. We have the recommended alerts. They are currently in preview. So I can click on that, and I just can simply turn them on, turn them off. And what I've turned on here is like that I would like to receive any alerts if containers consumes more CPU than 95%. Also the same as like if the memory working set is higher than 95%, I would like to get an alert. So this can be an indication that I need to resize my pod deployment, providing more CPU resources, more memory resources to my application, so they run sufficiently. What could be a good indicator that I'm having issues with my node is a failed pod count, that it might be greater than 0, depending on, I would say, on the number, it could be getting pretty bad. Also for the node disk usage, for example, if my nodes are running constantly above 80% of CPU usage, I might need to reconsider that my current VM size for my node pools is not sufficient enough to host my workload. So I need to maybe switch node pool size, VM sizes here. So these are the recommended alerts. And what I've already prepared here is like the metrics on the standard load balancer that gets deployed with an Azure Kubernetes service. So failed SNAT connection count, if this is higher than 0, and I would say reaches properly 10, or yes, I mean, if you see that connection counts are getting more higher and higher, you're running into an SNAT port exhaustion issue. As you can see, I'm using the default settings. Every of my 3 nodes have the 1024 SNAT ports allocated, and you can see what the current usage is. So with 24, 20 on average, or even in the spike of 50, it's pretty far away from reaching the allocated SNAT port count. So this can be also very easily monitored with the metrics that the Azure Load Balancer provides.
Sorry, Daniel, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, because we are already late for another meeting, as for another session, and the speaker is waiting.
Yeah, I will just finish it up.
Okay.
Perfect. So just to you mention 3 more things. Use the cluster autoscaler, because if you have an unhealthy node, you just can easily replace it when the node auto repair functionality haven't been detected the unhealthy node. So you just cordon the node, and the cluster autoscaler will see, okay, this kind of node hasn't in the last 10 minutes any pod running onto it, and will remove it. And if you drain an unhealthy node, the cluster autoscaler will spin up automatically a new node if the capacity is not enough. The Kubernetes resources in the Azure portal is a very easy thingy to provide developers with a graphical user interface instead of using the Kubernetes dashboard. It's well integrated into Azure AD. So just give it a try. Looks very amazing. Just briefly show it to you. It's like here on the left-hand side, Kubernetes resources. You just click on it, and you see, for example, the namespaces here. Last point here is use the AKS uptime SLA, so you don't run on the free SLA where you have just, okay, we just try to achieve this kind of SLA when you're running in the free tier. If you're running in the uptime SLA, the paid tier, you have guarantee SLA uptimes for the control plane. So summary, have a DR plan in place and use platform as a services wherever it is possible. It will easy up your life if you need to replace the entire cluster with a new one. Second point, educate your developers and engineers to use the Kubernetes principles like pod disruption budgets or pod topology spread constraints, or even the pod entire affinity settings, because this kind of configuration makes it very easily to ensure that your application is still high available and can serve customer traffic. Keep AKS up to date. So even it's a managed service, it's shared responsibility. You're responsible for keeping your worker nodes up to date with the mechanisms Microsoft provides you with. And the last point, implement proper monitoring and alerting. So you have key indicators where you get alerts on that you have enough time to react onto an issue that doesn't have turned into a downtime of your application services. And with that, thanks for listening. Hope you enjoyed this session, got some learnings from the field. Maybe you know all about it, or even you, hopefully you can improve your AKS operations, improve your availability, improve your monitoring and alerting. Thanks so much, and enjoy the Cloud Lunch and Learn Marathon until the end of today and tomorrow, and see ya. Goodbye. I don't hear you.
There you go. I forgot to unmute myself. I was just thanking you for the presentation, and enjoy the rest of your evening in Berlin. I hope to see you again.
Yeah, thanks, Vasir.
Guys, so we are going to continue in the next room, in a different one. I'll be posting the links in here for you. And if you still have any questions about the past session, if I have any questions to Daniel, you may place it in the chat. We will make sure you get the response to it. So I'll be posting that for you, and I'm also finishing up for today. I really enjoyed the time with you, and I hope you guys can continue on, and I hope to see you again. Let me place the link there. So this is the link for the YouTube. So you may change channels there. All right, so already done. So you got replaced. So thanks for being with me today, and have a good one. Bye.